shop. You know what? I'm doing this all wrong. Fuck it.
My dad's the highest paid nutritionist in California, yet.
Believe me now?
Maybe.
That's not incredible to you?
Goes against everything we ever taught about alligators.
Is that not incredible? This was a truly incredible interaction with Big Mac. I went out around midnight to check on him. He was feeling a bit chilly, and I knew he was still out on land. And I told his name, like, oh, hey, Big Mac. He immediately turned towards me and moved towards me, but not with his mouth open, not in a typical feeding response as he would normally be responding to his name expecting food. He came towards me, and I had the feeling he wanted me to help him. So I went over and called him again, and he lifted his head up towards me without cracking his mouth, no indication that he wanted food. I touched near him, which would normally instigate a feeding response. He had no response towards food, even though it was not cold enough to inhibit him in his appetite. And I'm like, I think he wants me to help him get back in the water. So I started trying to pull him towards the water. He gave no resistance and allowed me to take him. Now, remember, Big Mac is the alligator that was hit by a car, so he has some balance issues and seems to not be able to find his way around, so he gets lost and needs help back to the water, so that's what I was doing. But he also has no problem in his cognitive abilities in swinging up and trying to bite me all the time. But in this instance, he made no attempt to bite me and wanted me to help him get back into the water.
There you go. Good boy.
Believe me now?
Maybe.
That's not incredible to you?
Goes against everything we ever taught about alligators.
Is that not incredible? This was a truly incredible interaction with Big Mac. I went out around midnight to check on him. He was feeling a bit chilly, and I knew he was still out on land. And I told his name, like, oh, hey, Big Mac. He immediately turned towards me and moved towards me, but not with his mouth open, not in a typical feeding response as he would normally be responding to his name expecting food.
He has brain damage and gets lost. Let's see what we got here. Why are you all dead? I thought I put a lot of food in here. There it is. Damn. Here you go. Yep, kiddos. And then I guess all this is Christmas. What do I need now? Horns. Need bones and iron. What do we got now? Minstroni. Minstrel. Minstrel. Yoink. Why is a potato a pound? Insane. Let's put some. Finding it. See? I ran out of iron. Believe it or not.
Deported? This dude just said I was gonna get deported. Deported? This dude just said I was gonna get deported. Deported? This dude just said I was gonna get deported. Deported?
Horns, horns, horns. Gummy. 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 Get out of my stuff. Gummy, no. Get out of my stuff. No, Gummy, no. Don't do it, Gummy, no. No, Gummy, no. No, Gummy. No, Gummy, no. Gummy. Gummy. Gummy guy. You stay inside. I'm sorry. Oh, the gummy guy. Oh, your poor Gummy. I lock you inside. I'm just horrible. Yeah, it's Gummy hunting season out there. Gummy, get out of my stuff! Okay. Do 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 do. What? Well, now I need wood because I put everything into the fucking. Can you stop it? Ah! Bugging me. You have to stay inside. I'm sorry. Someone's trying to shoot my cat. This one. Okay. This one. It's gonna shoot you. I'm gonna shoot you in the butt. I'm gonna shoot you in the chest next. You're dead. You're dead. I'm sorry. I'm trying to kill you. Yeah. Can you stop? Get out of there. Get out of there. Stop that. Gummy guy. I love you. I love you, Gummy. You're my baby. My baby Gummy. I love Jim. I love Jim. Mwah. Give me a big kiss. Just kidding. Just kidding. I love you. Fight me. Fight me. Fight me. Oh, I'm bugging you too much. I bug you too? Can I bug you? Can I bug you? Oh, I just you gummy bug me. You like gummy bug me? You wanna bug me? You say, Mom, let me outside. Let me outside, I bite you. I bite you to go outside. Is that what you wanted? You need gummy treats, huh? You need gummy treats, huh? You got some gummy treats. Gummy treats. Wonderful. Huh, gummy? Huh, gummy guy? Bye. Bones and horns. Oh shit, I should have done them one at a time. Oh no. I'm gonna drop 1,000 bones here. Oh, it's still not gonna be enough. It's still gonna be enough. Gummy baby. Hello, sir. It was really hot in here, so I opened the windows, but you're still not allowed outside. Okay? I'm very sorry. You see the ants? You see any ants up there? You let me know. I get the ants. We get the ants. No ants allowed. Ants eat my food. Ants eat Gummy's food. What are you doing on my table? What are you doing on my table? Get all these bones home. Fur baby bean. Baby fur bean. Furry baby bean. for real, Gummy? You for real, Gummy? You running around? For real? Okay, what are we doing here? We want... I love you. I love you. Oh my god, baby. Little baby Gummy. Meow! You can't go outside. You're not allowed. Somebody's hunting Gummy. He's gonna shoot you. Somebody's gonna shoot my cat. Why are you walking in front of me? You walk in front of me, you get a hug. You get a hug. Okay. Let's see where you really got. Get off my table! Ah! Being dumb, Gummy. Where's the wood? window! Get down! You're breaking all my stuff here. See all this stuff? You're wrecking it. Get out of my window. No! You can't go up there. Here's your gummy spot. That's your gummy spot. That's not gummy spot. That's my table. This is your gummy spot. That's not a gummy spot. This is your gummy spot. This is a 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 gummy spot. This is my table. You understand? You can have all the other tables. This one's my table. You get it? I love you. You're a cute baby. You're a very cute baby. But you're jumping on my table. You're driving me crazy. You're driving me crazy. You're driving me crazy, baby. You want to go outside? Yeah. You're bugging me. You're bugging me. But someone's going to shoot my cat again. Someone's going to shoot my cat. Remember that? That's why you got to stay inside. Just until we leave Simon's place. We'll go live somewhere else. Yeah. You gotta stay inside forever. Forever. Yeah, forever. Oh, I'm sorry. You gotta stay inside now. I'm sorry. I love you. I love you. Ah, I love you, but someone's trying to shoot my cat. Right there. Next time he'll shoot you here. Next time he'll shoot you there. Next time he'll shoot you there. I love you, Gummy. Oh, I'm sorry you want to go outside. But yeah, I know you want to go outside. I'm very sorry you can't go outside. You understand that? Someone's trying to shoot my kitty cat. Do you get that? You follow that? You with me on that one? You like to bug me, Gummy? You like to bug me, Gummy? I'm not interested in stolen and fake artwork. Meow. What? Hello, how are you?
And then finally, the last one here is glaucoma. After going through this, I found that the bright orange and bright yellow duct tape seemed to stand out though. So today I'm trying out. Are you ready? This is 153 pages of the confidential agreement between Moderna and the U.S. government. And it goes back to 2015.
No doubt.
What was happening in 2015? Frankenstein coronavirus. That's right. The same time Dr. Barrett and Dr. Shi published their paper on the new Frankenstein coronavirus. In fact, let's skip down to page 104. It shows that the NIH and Moderna were collaborating with Dr. Barrett. Wow. His signature is on page 106 of the material transfer agreement. But let's get back up to the top of this specific agreement. The NIH appears to be transferring the mRNA technology.
Yeah, I'm around again.
But look what they want to make clear. Quote, mRNA coronavirus vaccine candidates developed and jointly owned by the NIAID and Moderna. I'm sorry, really? I mean, I've seen ulterior motives before, but usually you see them coming. Did you know that the government co-owns the vaccine? Oh, by the way, this is not part of the Trump's thing. This is not part of that. This is 2015. The same government that is now mandating its use owns the vaccine.
You forgot to include the part where when Moderna or Bayer Pharmaceutical bought Monsanto in 2012, they had a monopoly in US Congress, and the first thing they started to do was change the Charter of Human Rights. If you are genetically modified with their mRNA, you are now property of the company and no longer protected by the Charter of Human Rights. And you know what? If they decide to deport you, maybe they'll just get rid of you. Just chilling, really. I had a nap.
Welcome to Rogers Wireless voicemail. Please enter your password. Please enter 7061 is not a valid password. Please. You have 3 new wireless voice messages. First new message. To erase this message erased. Next message.
Hey, Brooksy Park. It's Maxwell from Print Canada. I'm just double checking your stickers. I'm printing them out right now. I need a little bit more clarity, but nevertheless, I'm just gonna print. And if you call me, then great. Thank you.
To erase. Message erased. Next message. To erase this message, press 7. Message erased. End of message.
Hi. Hello. Hi there. Hi, sir. Hello, sir. Hi there, sir. Hello. Come. Get off my fucking table. Why are you on my table? There's not a gummy spot. How many times do I tell you it's not a gummy spot? Is there a fly in here? Is there a bug in here? Is it driving you nuts, Gummy? Is there a bug in here? Why is the plant bending over? He's thirsty. He's thirsty.
She's hissing. She's scared. It's okay. Come on over, find the cat.
Find the cat.
How do we
They're
get the cat?
test driving it. They said they heard a cat.
Come on.
I'm dead serious.
Oh, you are in there. I do see you, and you're in a bad spot. Where's Cat? There?
Yes, I see her now.
Alright. We're gonna get you out of there. How did you know? Oh, I see you. I'm gonna get you. Okay, back it up. Come on, girl. Lower this car down some, please. Okay. Get on my top. Come on, girl.
Get off my plants! Gummy. I'm gonna kick your ass next time you do that. No, no, no. You don't have to have more in your face. There you go.
Oh, you're so pretty. Look at how pretty you are.
What?
There's your shop cat. Told you we need a shop cat. There you go. That's a good kitty. Taking her to the vet.
You wanna watch a video with the kitten? Oh, look at the baby. Look at the baby. The kitty. Look at that little baby. She was stuck in the car.
This just arrived from China. Guess what it is? Let's look at the color. Black. Vincent, this
thing actually works via voice command. So the way you have to do it is you have to say its name, which is Cloven. Open. Chair's ready to fire. And down here you've got your LED lights.
Get off my table, Gummy!
Or
How many times do I tell you?
down here.
Stay off my table!
Computer, or we've got an Xbox here at the moment. Armrest and your keyboard holder. This button here is for your light. Up here, 2 of those, and they're adjustable. Your speakers, both sides. Now, this thing is voice activated, so I just say, Cloven. Screen down. Stop. Okay, so it's in the right position. Now I can recline back, so I just say, Cloven. Lay down.
Get off my table! Why are you on my table? Mwah. You get kisses. Mwah. You want to smoke? Ready to smoke? He knows what smoke means. Walks by my table again. I'm just gonna close the window. You're too dumb. You're too dumb. I'm gonna close all the windows on you. Get off my table! This is my table! A million times a day. A million billion times a day. A million billion times a day. I almost slammed that right on my toe because I'm that smart. Ooh. Let's see what we got here. Got any mail coming today? Get off my table, Gummy! I'll flick you in the balls next time. You ready? Get off my table! No! 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 Why do you need to be on my table? I got you this gummy spot. I let you go on all the other tables. There's every single table and window you can go in. Just not this one. Okay? He's like, I'm being annoying as possible so that you kick me out. Because I used to kick him out. I can't, because Gummy's going to get shot by somebody. Somebody's going to shoot my cat. He's going to kill my cat. Right there. He's going to shoot my cat again. I don't know if he understands. Probably not. Probably not, I guess. Let's play some League of Legends. I don't play League of Legends. Oh, I can't right now. I would restart the whole computer, I bet. There was an update. There's a Windows update. Yeah. Yeah. No. No, 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 no. 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 Go over here. No, 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 right here. This is my table. This is Gummy's table. Do you understand? No, this is my table. No, this is not Gummy's table. No, no, no. Fucking ridiculous, I tells you. Fucking ridiculous. Get off my table. Get off my table. Get off my table. Get off my table. I'll flick you. Stop it. Get down. Why are you being like that? You gotta stay inside. You can't go outside. Someone's gonna shoot my cat. No. No! You're an indoor cat. You can't go outside. Someone's gonna shoot my gummy. pissing me off. I'll close all the windows soon. I'm just gonna close all the windows. Get nothing. How about that, Gummy? You can't even look. Just gonna close all the windows. Cause Gummy keeps bugging me. You're silly, Gummy. Can you stop? Driving me nuts, Gummy. Being stupid. Stop it. It's annoying me. I'm sorry, Gummy. You're fat now. I can't pick you up by the scruff. He's only a year old, man. I'm just feeding this cat friggin' steroids on steroids. What does it do when there's more? Is it stacking? Is it just gonna spam? Doesn't seem to be any different. Wow, look at them all. I accidentally hit the acquired button. Alright. Oh shit, what do I need? Refined ingots. And power. No, that's refined ingots. Get off my table. Get out of here. Get off my table. Now. No. No. Thank you. I have to go on my face. All the time. I like you. You don't have to be all over my table. I like the video game. You know. Five to five, eh? Hello. How are you? I guess I should be focusing on getting better parts. Or weapons or something. I'm trying to just go up a couple levels. What you do? What's on YouTube?
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert helping you with your taxes on your
shut
time
up?
and getting the most money back.
There we go.
Hey, hey, home, do a lot, fucking hoes in the lobby. Come to the crib, I got thoughts in the closet. Call night crawler when he bullshit the party. Way too gay, feeling way too gnarly. 4 lines deep, geeked up off of Molly. Bitch, I ain't sleep by the week, I'm exhausted. Perks in the lead, mixed together, I'm retarded. Fuck boy, better duck boy, you a softy. Run around town with my heater, no I'm clutching. If the blick not dirty, then you know I won't bust it. Hey, no I'm not talking, bitch, you know it's no discussion. If you think shit sweet, got another thing coming. Hey, started, stutter, my bitch got a cutter. She gon' hit the lift for me, yeah, that my bread and butter. Eat a pussy for my supper, cause you know I love her. I'm the son of a bitch, but a silly motherfucker.
Salam alaikum, wake and bake up before I hit the show. Piss me alive, grab a condom, then I bless a hoe. Niggas think they jazz till I spin and let that weapon go. We know you play with vibe, but you shoot just like Joe Plexico. Only smoking booth and he ain't rolling with me. If you know you ain't gon' shoot, don't bring your pole in this beat. You just gassed up, shorty, grab that 40 like a stripper bitch. But I just dropped a bag on new extended clips. Told them how I came down off a bender. Ain't shit that I remember, except all my ops is dead and I'm still #1 contender. Baby girl, inshallah, but she know that I'm a sinner, cause it's gun inside my hand and it's pussy for my dinner.
Hey, home, do a lot, fucking hoes in the lobby. Come to the crib, I got thoughts in the closet. Call night crawler when he bullshit the party. Way too gay, feeling way too gnarly. 4 lines deep, geeked up off of Molly. Bitch, I ain't sleep by the week, I'm exhausted. Perks in the lead, mixed together, I'm retarded. Fuck boy, better duck boy, you a softy. I'm doing love, fucking hoes in the lobby. I'm doing love, fucking hoes in the lobby.
Growing your family as a newcomer means you've got questions. When it comes to your next steps,
Hello, everybody. I am not Magical Jill, but I am Jill's husband, Jay, who is in a lot of these videos, and occasionally I'm let off the leash to make my own video. I'm sure Jill will edit it, and I just kicked my foot, so this is a bad start. But today, we're talking a little bit more about Palworld and Pokemon. You might wonder, why isn't this on one of your gaming channels? Well, you should probably get your throat checked out. That sounds like you're sick. But I will say that when it comes to Pokemon, it is something we do want to cover on this channel, Magical Jill, where we talk a little bit more about anime and stuff like that. Unfortunately, we just haven't had a lot of time to do so. But the Pocket Pair lawsuit with Palworld and Nintendo with Pokemon is kind of interesting to me. So it's something I wanted to talk about for a couple minutes because basically Pocket Pair, who made Palworld, has made a pretty strong legal defense and argument against Nintendo's lawsuit. And it's one that I think we brought up months ago when we covered this, that there were all these examples of things that either Pokemon borrowed from, which they didn't even go for that angle, but also that if they were going to operate by this standard of, hey, you know, you're infringing on this copyright, or I'm sorry, you're infringing on this patent, right, for a gameplay mechanic, which I think a lot of gamers still don't think should exist, patents for mechanics. But we kind of argued that, you know, one statement they could make is, if you're going to argue, hey, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this, because we developed these mechanics and no one else can touch them, then why are there other examples of people touching them, right? Why are there other examples of people using similar mechanics and actually Nintendo doesn't care? You know, it's kind of interesting because I understand the wanting to defend Pokemon to an extent, because whenever we talk about this, there's a lot of people who love Pokemon who kind of come out of the woodwork and they're like, this copied this, this copied this. My thing has always been that as you can see in our previous video from probably about 6 months ago, so I won't regurgitate all those examples, there are a lot of things that Nintendo, for Pokemon, did borrow from, and even has just straight up said they were directly inspired from, like Dragon Quest. They admitted, word for word in the past, developers admitted that they were inspired by Dragon Quest and some of the mechanics and things from that. So then it's one of those things where you're looking at Pokemon borrowing things and making them their own, but then they're going after a competitor that's borrowing things and making them their own, you know? That was always kind of our point, but also the fact that when you have a copyright or a patent or whatever, if you just selectively enforce it, like if you have 20 people who are doing a similar thing and you go after one because you don't like them, well, that one now has a strong legal precedent to say they're being singled out and that you don't actually care about this, you're just going after them because you don't like them. And that kind of seems to be the angle that Pocket Pair is taking by giving all these examples, which we're going to go through for a couple minutes. But I did have a question of the day for you, which is, genuinely, what do you think about all of this? Just in general. For me, I'm sure you'll get my thoughts out of it. I think that Pokemon is a series I still care about. I think it used to be better. I think that more effort used to go into it, and Game Freak used to be given more time. And so for me, when this Pocket Pair thing happened, like when they came out and they made, what was it, Craftopia, I believe, and then they went on to do Pal World, I thought, cool, this is competition. You know, this is what capitalism was based off of. It's got a lot of problems, but one of the positives of capitalism was supposed to be that if Tom and Andrew are both making similar products, that they're both going to want to make the best product they can because they don't want the other one to get the upper hand and take the whole market, right? Well, when it comes to creature capture games, Nintendo has had the majority of the market and pretty much just kind of almost monopoly on the idea for a very long time. There have been other things that have popped up. Obviously, Digimon never caught on as much as Pokemon did. There have been things like Monster Rancher, which I think had some mechanics that blew Pokemon out of the water, actually, for the era that it came out in, even though Pokemon was still amazing in that era. But in general, like, a lot of times, nothing caught on as much as Pokemon. And I think that actually goes to show how special Pokemon is as well. But then when something was catching on as much as Pokemon, and they went after it right away...
Comptez sur Grainger pour des produits de qualité industrielle livrés rapidement et vous aurez accès à des experts prêts à répondre à vos questions. Appelez ou allez sur Grainger.ca dès aujourd'hui.
It just... I don't know, it kind of frustrates me. So we're taking a look at a couple of different...
Why did it break?
Like articles. I was gonna say rants because that's what I'm on. One from Game Rant, one as well from Insider Gaming, and one of course as well from Windows Central. So I will link those in the description down below. But I will be interested to hear what you think. Also, really quick, I did want to say that we are going to be at a couple of conventions coming up soon. Jill, I'm sure when she edits this, can show the pictures of those. They are both in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, where we will be selling our stuff from Cosmo Bunny Shop, our store, where we actually take manga, magazines, comic book paper, etc. Paper that is damaged, books that are damaged, they're unable to be sold, so they're sold either dirt cheap on clearance, or they're given to us. What we do is we take those damaged books, we give some of that paper and art new life, transforming it into something new through a new medium, into coasters, keychains, trays, and more, and we recycle the rest. So we'll be at those things. I'll talk a little bit more about it at the end. But regardless, this entire situation has left me frustrated. Now, Game Rant's summary of this is essentially that Pocket Pair responded to the lawsuit with two different stages. First off, they argued both invalidity and non-infringement in terms of the patent lawsuit itself, but the non-infringement arguments essentially will only come into play if Pocket Pair fails to successfully argue that Nintendo's patents at the center of the lawsuit are invalid. Now, something that a lot of you brought up in the comments in the past was that when it comes down to it, there's been a situation for a long time where in the Japanese economy, Nintendo is kind of like Disney. They have a very strong and favorable standing, so when they ask for something a lot of times, they get it. Nintendo does not have that favoritism in America. It might have it with some fans, but it doesn't get it from, you know, just average everyday people. Same with a lot of other territories. So that's why it really depends on where they take this. But the thing is, this is in Japan right now. So that's kind of where they're fighting an uphill battle. It would be kind of like fighting a battle against Disney in their home state, like regarding one of their theme parks. They have a pretty big foot in the door, and even though the legal system is not supposed to work this way, there is a lot of nepotism. There is a lot of who you know, and there is a lot of good graces given to some people who, I guess they would say, have earned them, even if they shouldn't have. Now, what's interesting is essentially what's going on with this lawsuit is Pocket Pair in the Tokyo District Court is actually going after the 3 patents and saying that they're invalid, that they don't really, essentially that they're invalid. I'm not a legal expert, so we're going to break this down the best we can. But with one of the patents, which describes a system for capturing creatures and releasing creatures into battle, Pocket Pair argued that none of its elements were new at the time of its late 2021 filing. The company used its prior game, Craftopia, to illustrate the claim, arguing that while it doesn't do everything Nintendo's patent describes, it could easily be combined with features from other existing games to arrive at the same result. They cited games like Titanfall 2, Far Cry 5, Tomb Raider, and Octopath Traveler among prior titles whose systems overlap with this patent, but none of these ones were targeted by Nintendo, right, for a lawsuit. And that's their point is, now wait a minute, you've already not cared about this patent. You have let this patent go. There have been all of these different games, at least 4 to 5 major AAA games. Poor Titanfall 2 on here, because that game is one of my favorite shooter campaigns I've ever played, and it did not get the recognition it deserved. But it's finally getting it in this lawsuit. Suck it, EA. It's unfortunate, though, because they basically pointed out that, you didn't go after any of these. In regards to other patents, though, they made a similar claim to patent JP74... I'm not even going to read that whole thing, which essentially describes a system for aiming a capture item and calculating creature capture chances. They actually pointed out the Dark Souls 3 mod, Pocket Souls, which some of you are going to say, well, no, wait a minute, a mod, that's not official, but it went viral. Everybody knows about it. They didn't take it down, they didn't do anything like that, which allows players to capture enemies and use them against one another. I'm going to be pissed if they take this mod down, by the way. Pocket Pair also said that combining its ideas with Craftopia, the Fallout 4 mod Nukamon, which is very clearly inspired by Pokemon, it's even got Mon in it, Monster Super League, or Nexomon, would have literally been enough to arrive at the mechanics similar to those in Palworld. And then the final part of their defense is aimed at another patent, which is JP75 blah blah blah, ending in 90, which describes a system for switching rideable objects, such as pals or Pokemon, on the fly. Here, Pocket Pair pointed to Ark. You got Ark Survival Evolved and stuff like that, as an obvious case of prior art that doesn't even need to be combined with anything else, and Nintendo never went after it. So there's all these existing arts already that do these things. And actually, somebody even pointed out in the comments before, what about like World of Warcraft? I mean, how many games have rideable mounts? I can actually even think of another game right now that violated this patent. Right now, if this patent is legit, Assassin's Creed Shadows, I was recently playing. It's and nothing to do with this channel, but it does have to do with this lawsuit. One thing you can do is, on the fly, switch out your rideable mount. You can be riding on a dragon, then you go into a menu, click, and you're now able to summon a horse.
Hi, how are you?
Or you're now able to summon a different breed of horse. That right there. How does that not go against this Nintendo thing, right? This patent? Well, I can tell you in my opinion why it doesn't. Because it's not competition, right? Because Nintendo doesn't care about Assassin's Creed because they don't think they're going to lose any of their Pokemon players to Assassin's Creed. They see it as a totally different game. They don't think they're going to lose Pokemon players to a Fallout 4 mod because they don't release Pokemon games on PC anyway, so they don't care. They don't care about that market. They've never cared about that market.
Votre chat vous snob? Donnez-lui les nouvelles gâteries Temptations Lickable Spoons.
I've been playing some Palworld and yelling at my cat all day because he keeps walking on my table. Had a nap earlier, so maybe I'll drink a Red Bull and stay up late. Yeah.
I won't let you down. I will not give you up. Gotta have some faith in the sound.
As you know, time goes on, I'm sure that they eventually will. But right now, they don't care about that market. So they don't think we're going to lose PC players because they already don't have PC players. They don't care about that. What this comes down to is we've been making our Pokemon games as quickly as possible to maximize our revenue. It's worked for revenue, but it's pissed off a lot of people who, if you give them the option of something better, will leave. So when something comes up that a lot of people took as better, that people took as this is going to compete with Pokemon and force Pokemon to be better, instead of competing, it was easier to file a lawsuit. That's my genuine opinion on this. That's what Pocket Bear is pointing out too, and I also think as well, even though this would be an entirely different defense, and it's probably not worth it, because then you'd have to go back and start challenging Pokemon's own mechanics and patents based off of previous works they don't own, so I don't think they can do that. But when I'm looking at this, like I said in the beginning, even outside of all of this, what pisses me off is the fact that Pokemon developers in the past admitted that they took stuff from other games. Like, oh, this was such a great idea. We were inspired by this. We were inspired by old, things like Dragon Quest. Like, Dragon Quest 2, I believe, was a huge inspiration. Hell, even, Jill, you know what, when you're editing this, show some of the pictures of comparisons of some of these monsters. They're not all one-to-one, but there are monsters from old Dragon Quest that very, very clearly were borderline stolen, in my opinion, for Pokemon. Like, they were just taken, reworked a little bit, and then they were put in there, right? Like, oh, well, I really like this monster. Let's make a legally distinct version of it. Like, if instead of making Spider-Man, I made Sporterman. You know, it's like, it's not Spider-Man, but you know what it's supposed to be, right? You know why I did that. Well, it's okay for Nintendo to do that, but nobody else to do it to them.
Yeah,
and that's
we're talking
where this
about
is frustrating is I think that
this
this legal defense is pretty good. I mean,
sped him up a
basically
little
pointing
bit.
out how about all these other wide, high-profile examples. Some are official AAA games, some are smaller games, some are mods that went viral that there's no way you didn't know about because you have to be tapped into that industry as part of it, and none of those you went against. None of them you ever went against. And even pointing out again that a lot of them in the realms that they don't necessarily operate in as much, like PC, they very clearly just let it go and didn't care because they don't feel like they're going to lose anyone there. I just, at the end of the day, want both of these franchises to be good. I like Palworld. I think it's very cool, but it's not iconic like Pokemon was to me. You know, Pokemon is like, it's got decades of iconography, interesting lore, story. I truly think that up through the end of the 3DS era, with a couple of misses, it was mostly hits all the way through the end of that. When we got to Switch, we started getting to these faster and faster turnarounds that I think led to the games being worse. And I think that it's sad that, to me, what this looks like is instead of competing to make your game better, it was easier to be lazy and send some lawyers to sue someone. I don't know. That really disappoints me. It comes off as immature, and I would expect... I don't expect better from Nintendo, because they do this to a lot of things, like legal action, when it's unnecessary. But I think wasting court and judges' times, wielding the law like a cudgel selectively, where you're going after certain things because that thing could compete with you, but something else couldn't. These are the kinds of things that I think laws should work against. You know, like, I think if you file these frivolous lawsuits that are very clearly in your favor to do, based on competition, I think there should be some kind of retaliation for that in the court system, you know? I don't think people should be able to do this kind of thing. Let me know what you think in the comments down below, though. It frustrates me, but my frustration will not change anything. So, interested to hear your thoughts. If you enjoyed the video, you want to leave a like, subscribe. We appreciate that very, very much. We have ways to support our channel, like our Fortnite code, DJAY123. And I will say one last time, I'm a big fan of Pokemon. I know that Pokemon fan 3725, who got pissed that there's any criticism of it, won't care or listen to this point. But I love Pokemon. I think it's amazing. It's one of my favorite RPG series of all time. To the point where, before Jill wanted to cover it on this channel, I wanted to put it on my channel, JRBG, and we actually got into like a small argument about where it belonged. Like, no, it should be on my channel. No, damn it, I like it. And I think that people get the idea when you talk about something like this that you don't like the thing. No, I like Pokemon, and I like a lot of the artists and devs who work on it, but I don't like the bureaucracy above it, and I don't like the way Nintendo is selectively, in my opinion, wielding the law like kind of a hammer to beat people over the head with it. And I truly believe they've been doing this for many years, many decades even, and I think at some point it does have to end, and there has to be some retaliation in the courts that basically says, hey, F around and find out, keep, going after people frivolously, and we won't take any of your lawsuits seriously anymore. But unfortunately, that's not how the world works. People get a billion chances. So, let me know. If you enjoyed this video, you can also support us through Cosmo Bunny Shop. I already mentioned that. Coasters, keychains, trays, and more from recycled paper. Appreciate you very much. Have a fantastic day. And as always, everyone, stay shui.
Thanks for that. Now what are we listening to?
There's a
Hands, 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 hands.
Shit. I just closed Penguin's room.
Maybe I don't feel so good. Maybe it's the drugs. Maybe it's the love. I would change it all if I could. Only if I could. I think that I should. I think maybe you're no good for me. You're breaking my heart. Oh, you're toxic. So toxic. I think maybe you're no good for me. You're breaking my heart. Oh, you're toxic. So toxic.
So toxic.
Maybe I don't feel so good. Maybe it's the drugs. Maybe it's the love. I would change it all if I could. Only if I could. I think that I should. I'm feeling toxic. Mad 'cause I don't drop shit. Showing different options. So she's still gon' pop shit. If I had to tell the truth, yes, I think they nauseous. We're not trying to be apart. I'm just being cautious. No, say it to my face. He was talking down, so we didn't leave a trace. King and queen got different crowns. Pretty barely know my name. Haven't seen it a different time. Yeah, of course I'll win this race. We were the same when I'm turning all the lights off. No one ever cares, I'm ended on the weekend. Even if I change the light of your life. Yeah, all the mood swings and even more life. My life on me, why change your life? You run to me like it's alright. Right, you're with me, but your eyes, they can't see that.
Mr. Parker, see me after class.
Parker out.
YouTube Ads is made for your business. Bring your brand to life with targeted video ads and connect with the perfect audience. Grow your business and reach your people with YouTube Ads.
I don't know. I braided it, and then one of them kind of ended. So I split the last two into 3 more braids and braided it again. It's whatever. My wrists are fucked. Anyways, what was that Penguin Zero video I wanted to watch? There we go.
That client review was brutal.
We're gonna be underwater for weeks.
I'm already so pruny.
This is fixable.
There's a clip that's been floating around generating a lot of buzz with a woman who is screaming at an officer about someone needing to get a ticket. And screaming is a word that just doesn't do it justice. This is a level beyond that I didn't even think was possible with human vocal folds. Like, this is what banshees are said to sound like. Her screaming, like her squealing, like that's what I imagine Black Bolt's sonic superpowers must have sounded like in the comics. It is otherworldly.
Give him a ticket!
Do you need an ambulance?
He doesn't have a third signal! Give him a ticket!
Do you need to go to the...
Why the fuck do I get a ticket? He can do whatever he wants!
Okay.
Give him a ticket!
And not a lot of people know the full context of it. It's more than just the clip. This actually goes on for like 25 minutes or more. It's probably closer to like an hour across multiple different locations of her keeping up that same anger the entire time. Like, I am shocked she didn't give herself like a fucking aneurysm during it. It is unreal. And a lot of people also don't know there's a sequel to this. So this happened, and then later on, she actually got arrested again for something else totally unrelated, and she still was this angry. She must just go around this mad all the time. Like that scene from Avengers, you know, where Bruce Banner's like, the secret is I'm always mad. Like, that must be how she lives her life. It's scary. But I'm not going to touch on the sequel yet. I want to give you the genesis of the angriest woman ever recorded here. It's like a cryptid sighting. So let's take it from the beginning and go through the entire first adventure.
Hello?
I'm on the phone with your police department right now. You can't pull me over with my car's off.
Yeah, I can, because I got you speeding before you were stopped, so.
When they get there, oh, no, I can call 911 if it's a fucking emergency. Do you know what the fuck that means? Yeah, this is a fucking emergency!
So she got pulled over for a speeding violation, and then she parked and called 911 immediately to complain about, like, no, now I'm just being harassed, this is all a bunch of baloney, this is horseradish. And she was calm for a little bit, and I'm using that word real loosey-goosey. It's just she wasn't absolutely at the top of her lungs hollering like she had just watched the home team win the Super Bowl. Like, she is more contained than you will ever see her on footage from this point forward. And then it starts to bubble over. The cup runneth over on anger, and it's about to spill out in a catastrophic explosion.
You're fucking shit-faced pig! Won't leave me the fuck alone!
How you doing? I'm the sergeant you requested.
Yeah.
How can I help you?
What the fuck is going on?
Okay. Well, from my understanding is you were traveling 57 in a 40-mile-an-hour zone, and that was the reason for the stop.
So this lady's having a full-blown exorcism right now, and the cops are calling in reinforcements, so they brought in the cavalry here with the Zen Master. The cop that arrives here to have a conversation with her, to the best of his ability, is cartoonishly calm.
For a good minute. Can't fucking do that.
Sure you can.
No, the fuck he can't.
Okay.
This is fucking video.
I don't need to pull this video right now. We'll write the citation, and then you can take it to court. Yep, that's what's gonna happen. Okay, I understand that you might not feel that's right.
No, you don't. You want to fucking die? Get the fuck away from me! Get away from me!
This dude's like Ned Flanders up there at the window. He's like,
Flanders.
well, no, sirree, Bob, we can't do that. We came here because of the speeding violation. You're acting a little out of line. It's a little silly. Like, I feel like I'm watching an episode of a kids program. Like, he is trying so hard to, like, de-escalate this through just, like, babying her. Which, I think he's making the right call doing that, because she is off her gourd, clearly. I don't know if this is some kind of, like, episode. I'm inclined to believe that it's not, considering that it happened again at a later date. I really think she is just a legitimately super angry person. So now this inconvenience of the speeding ticket has set her off.
Get the fuck away from me!
You screaming at me is not gonna solve anything right now.
What are you down to the fucking naked thing? Get the fuck away from me!
Are you threatening me now?
Get away from me!
Do you want to be arrested?
Get away from me!
Are you okay? What's
Get away from me!
Are you okay?
Get away from my fucking bag!
You're breaking your own stuff.
You're just breaking your own stuff now, lady.
It is genuinely impressive how she is able to scream this loud, be this angry, without, like, passing out. Like, sometimes I'll celebrate something and, like, yell, like, during, like, an esports watch party. If something really hype happens, I'll, like, yell, and I get really lightheaded. Like, I get dizzy. I try to, like, hide it, be real brave about it, like a strong, you know, trooper about it. But, man, I get dizzy sometimes if I just yell. Meanwhile, this lady's like a fucking X-Men. She's like a mutant here with this ability. She's able to continue to screech and squeal at decibels that are definitely probably dangerous to eardrums. Like, this is probably the same note that opera singers hit that causes glass to just fucking explode, except amplified by 100 here. She's in there fucking breaking, like, not breaking, but like kicking at her own windows now while doing all of this. She's acting like she's turning into a werewolf. Also, just a side note, whatever officer is watching this unfold must be like 8 feet tall. Because this body cam is towering over the other officer and this vehicle, making it look like a little toy car. I don't know how tall that officer is, but that is a big boy.
Away from my car!
Okay, as soon as I have the identification, we'll write your citation. We'll be out of here.
Why don't you go fucking fetch it, you fucking dog?
Give your citation for speed.
Yeah, are you fucking talking? You get the fuck out, baby!
Why do we do things the hard way? Coming through.
Oh shit, I thought you had honking.
Get the fuck out!
After she launches her ID, they give her the speeding ticket. He slides it through the windshield. He's like, ma'am, is through the windshield okay? All right, I'm just going to drop it off here. All right, now have a pleasant rest of your evening. And then they peel out. And you'd think that's where it ends, right? No. She actually follows the officers back to the police headquarters, which is where the viral clip starts.
And decided to follow him all the way to the police station. During the 5-minute drive,
So I have to follow every fucking law, but that fucking faggot can leave the fucking scene without a turn signal? Give him a ticket! Give him a ticket!
Do you need an ambulance?
He doesn't have a turn signal! Give him a ticket!
Do you need to go to the...
Why the fuck do I get a ticket? He can do whatever he wants!
Okay.
She is sweating profusely, actually shaking. But you'll notice, no voice cracks. Not a single hint of a voice crack during all of this screaming. I don't understand how that's possible. Those are like golden pipes of an angel to be able to go through that much trauma for this extended period of time with no damage, no raspiness. Well, okay, I don't mean to get carried away. Now I'm getting a little lost in the sauce. But no, like, cracking or anything like that. No wavering. It's unbelievable.
Can I help you with anything else?
Give him a ticket! Fucking come on!
It's not gonna happen. Anything else we can help you with tonight?
Yeah, give him a ticket!
All right, it's not gonna happen.
What the f does he get to do whatever the fuck he wants for?
I just want to know, are you okay?
Fucking dumbass! Why the fuck doesn't he get a ticket?
She believes the officer didn't use a turn signal, which is why she's demanding he gets a ticket, and she is going feral about it. And the officer, multiple times, is just, like, it seems like is actually concerned that something is wrong here. I think she is in no condition to be on the road like this whatsoever. I don't think she can even see the people in front of her because it's behind an entire wall of red. She is steaming. And I've made this reference a lot recently, but I really like to call upon this. It's like that episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog when Eustace puts that gel on his head and his fucking head explodes.
I can help you talk to somebody.
He didn't use his turn signal!
Man, can I please call you an ambulance? Do you have any thoughts of harming yourself? Who are you calling?
Shut the fuck up!
Okay. If you keep calling 911, you could. It's not.
The 911 dispatch is getting more calls than a Pizza Hut right now, and they're all from this woman who continues to call them, screaming at them, yelling at them about all of this. And it's honestly kind of sad to watch. Like, yeah, she is clearly extremely angry, but you can see, like, she starts, like, sniffling, and, like, it seems like she's on the verge of tears. She's so upset. Like, it does seem like there is a real cause for concern about, like, well, what's going on here? But she's refusing any of the help. So, again, I have no clue beyond what I've seen in her arrests now, but I really do not think, if she is like this as often as it seems she is, that she should be driving frequently, because it's a danger to the people around her.
So what the fuck are they being retarded for? Don't they need to do what the fuck I say now?
Jayla, you are in an emotional state. I can't talk with you.
All of you stupid, fat, fucking white privileged motherfuckers keep costing me money, and you do whatever the fuck you want!
This isn't how you
I
talk.
wish I was a cop so I could shoot all of you the fuck up and get a pat on the back for it! You stupid!
Don't break your glasses now.
Multiple times she's threatened to kill the officers, like earlier saying about stabbing one in the neck. Now she's saying she wished she could just shoot them, about, you know, how they're costing her money. And then she takes her glasses and throws them. Maybe broke the glasses, cost yourself money on that, kicking the windows. Also racking up a bill on your own out of control anger here. It's rough. Like, I'm not going to show too much more of this because it goes on like this for a long time, unfortunately. Like a very long time.
You don't know how to use your fucking turn signal when you're fucking leaving, huh?
When did I use my signal?
When you were leaving, you didn't use it, and you saw me following you!
I'm sorry you think that way, but I did.
Literally, you and your fucking butt buddy did it! Both of you!
Look, if you're Canadian and you're watching this, you do whatever it is that you think is best for you and your family. But if you're gonna buy a phone case, you should know that
Fucking did it!
I'm cutting around a lot of the lore here, but they eventually decided, like, we need to do something here, but they didn't want to, like, wrestle with her in the car, so the main character officer, the protagonist here of this boss battle, he tried to say, if you want to talk to that officer you're so mad about, he's over there on the sidewalk, go talk to him, so that way she'd get out of their car, and then they could, like, I guess put her in cuffs and then call an ambulance. But she declined to get out of her car. Instead, she backed up and scooted in sideways so she could talk to him, yell at him through the window. So then they had to get more creative about how to get her out of the car because they didn't want to like hurt her, I think, or like wrestle with her in the car. So then he said, "Do you want to file a complaint against this guy?" And she's like, "Yeah, all right, well, the paperwork's inside." Honestly, a grandmaster chess maneuver on the board there with the scholar's mate. So they set that booby trap. She goes inside the police station, and then she is taken into custody. It's not pretty. It's rough to watch.
Jayla, would you like to file a complaint? Yeah. Then you can head to the lobby, and we have the paperwork for you. Yeah. Okay, hands behind you. Hands behind you.
They do get an ambulance there, and while putting her on the stretcher to get her in the ambulance, she hawked a fat loogie. She spit a mean one on one of the officers. So it was a bit of a struggle there, but they eventually get her in the ambulance. She was charged with apparently she was charged with assault battery on an officer, as well as disorderly conduct and false reports to 911. Apparently some of those charges were dropped, but she ended up spending like 140-something days in jail for all of this. But yeah, that's the whole first adventure here with what I believe I can confidently say is the angriest person I've ever seen. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
Wow.
Stimulez votre croissance et vos revenus avec Google Ads. Touchez les clients à haut potentiel sur tout le réseau Google.
We need to know what kind of drugs you took today.
I didn't take any drugs.
What did you
I don't
do today?
do drugs.
What did you do? Because you're not very lucid. You're very slow. Did you thank my deputies for locating your child? Did you thank anybody? That's something a normal mother who wasn't impaired would do. Okay?
Stop being so aggressive.
You're not going to tell me what to do, first of all.
Okay.
Go ahead and stand up and just put your hands behind your back.
On February 26, 2025, police responded to a situation regarding a 4-year-old boy found wandering the streets alone with a dirty diaper and no shoes.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
4-year-old boy in a diaper. Are you serious?
Where'd you find this handsome young man?
Here, the street.
Okay.
Get up.
What's your name? Right, okay, all kinds of stuff. We don't want to play that.
He acts like he's a little autistic.
Yeah.
I think maybe.
Lost kid? Lost kid?
I think he's a normal kid that doesn't get talked to quite a lot.
Nobody recognizes him. Nobody recognizes him. No, it's not for playing.
Hi. What's your name?
He doesn't know.
You don't know your name?
What's your name? Jocelyn. Jocelyn, do me a favor? Keep an eye on him. I gotta get some. Hey!
Mira, papi. Turn the pump.
Come on.
Come on.
New pants time. Oh, you never saw this kid before?
No. Somebody give it to me.
They saw. Somebody flagged you down.
Yeah, because the kid is in the street and somebody, I'm coming from the work, I'm parking, and somebody say, "Do you know that kid?" And I say, "No," because he's alone in the street and nobody know, and everybody start to come. And when I say, "Well, I call the police," the one lady holding him and he said, "No, okay, I'll give it to you. You call the police." And
Well, thank you very much for following.
yeah, because that's the best. Nobody know what you're gonna do. Call the police. That it?
Yeah, that's the best we can do.
Yeah, right.
Figure out where he lives because he didn't have a wallet on him.
No, nobody knows.
Come on. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go home.
Let's go home.
Yay! Yay! Come on, let's go.
Let's go, bottle. Look at Poopy. Yeah. We're going home. Big boy. Big boy. Big boy.
Being told to go somewhere is an ordeal for this kid. Do you see how he's upset when he hears the word go? Go somewhere means go away.
What address is this?
His mom's abusive.
Is that mom?
Is that your mom? Is that your mom? Is that mommy? Is that mommy? Yes, no. No? Let's go. Let's get out of here. You ready to get out of here? Yeah.
You're not in trouble, buddy.
Why is he so scared of his mom? So weird.
Yeah.
Alright, leave it to you,
16
boss.
Alpha 3-1.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Take it easy, man. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Be safe. Yeah.
Child has been reunited with his mother.
You need us for anything else?
No, hey, outstanding. Thank you so much for the
No,
help.
teamwork, man.
You guys had the hard part.
Ma'am, what's your first name?
Maritza.
Is he on the spectrum or something? Because he seems a little non-verbal for a 5-year-old.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit? Do you get tested?
No, he hasn't been fully like tested, but
So not the full battery,
Yeah.
but you're kind of leaning that way?
yeah.
Okay. All right. So how did little Houdini get out of the house? Don't know, not sure?
No, he just opened the door. That's it, but he's never been outside by himself. He's never been unoccupied, like,
He's never done this before?
no.
All right. You might want to consider getting some child-proof locks on the
Yes.
inside.
I'm gonna go
Because-
on Amazon. By today, I'm gonna go on Amazon.
Wait, what is your name again?
Maritza.
What is
Marissa.
it?
Maritza.
And you're the mom?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else in the house?
No.
Do you have anybody else that can come to the house?
I have my mother come to the house all the time. He has his father
Where's the father?
working right now.
Does he live here too?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you under the influence of?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No. But
Listen, I've been doing this for a couple of years, and you're definitely under the influence of something. I'm not 100%.
To be so for real, last year was kind of a lot for me. I was just feeling kind of like burned out and stuck. At some points, I struggled to see things getting better. So I made a hard decision to take a step back from some things and to just really work on my mental health. And
Percent sure what, but it's more than obvious. What happened to your leg? What?
Switch on one more.
Who's watching him right now if no one's inside?
yeah, he literally just went inside right now. He's with me. He's okay.
Okay. Do you take any medication?
No.
Do you have any diagnosis?
No.
No. Have a seat here. We're gonna talk.
I would rather be
Yeah.
inside.
Well, I would rather for you to sit here now. Thank
Okay,
you.
But I would rather be inside.
That's
than
okay.
inside.
That's fine. Have a seat. Thank you.
Last name of
I can stand with him. You can leave the door open if you
Sierra
want.
India. Okay, Romeo Alpha.
I don't think you understand the seriousness of the situation.
You need to have a seat.
She's a white female.
It's okay, baby.
So will you be able to tell me what happened to your leg?
Well, everything's very low.
Everything.
As far as my foot thing.
I'm sorry? Everything is really low as far as what?
As far as where I put my like shoes, like my foot stand is very low, so that's
Okay. Do you have a cell phone?
Yes.
Can you contact somebody that is in a better condition than you?
Yeah.
No, leave the door open. Yeah. Marisa, where are you? All right, come back this way, Marisa. Hi. What is his name?
3-1, go. good. No, you're not going outside.
Marissa. What is his name? What is it?
Hello.
Hello, Rebecca.
Hi.
Yeah, it's Joan calling from Elections Canada. How are you tonight?
I'm well, thanks.
Is your car working now?
No, sorry, it's still in the shop.
Oh, okay. Good, no drive, eh?
Yep.
All right then, thank you.
Have a nice day. Bye.
You too, bye.
Kid doesn't want to even be with her. Who's she calling?
Somebody that is not as high as she is.
Mom, grandparent?
Somebody. I asked her to get somebody that is not.
When's the last time?
I'm not high.
When's the last time you seen your child?
Today.
What time?
You're 51 to the 22 is what you said.
What time? What time was the last time you seen your child? Hey, buddy. You okay? Get your dog here, too.
Yeah? She's...
Go get your car.
You like fluffy
Yeah.
puppies?
No, I have cops in my house
You
thinking.
like fluffy puppies?
The word. Yeah, they're thinking the word.
Come on, let's go see the puppy. Wanna go see the puppy again? Okay.
Who'd you call? Who'd you call?
My friend.
Friend? You have a mom, a dad?
Yeah, you calling
My
someone?
dad doesn't
Come on,
live in the
let's go see
U.S.
puppy.
Okay, where's your mom? Where's his grandma?
How much she doesn't live in the city?
Where's your closest family member, not your friend?
I don't have a close family member.
Okay, so right here.
What's this,
I'm gonna bring the puppy. How old are you? How old is he? 4. 4.
You say 4?
Is he in school? PPK?
No.
26.
Are you working right now? No. Okay. Is there a reason why he's not in VPK?
It's because he missed the final call for it.
Okay.
He missed, you missed it.
When was the last time he saw a pediatrician?
I'd have to go on my phone and I'd have to check.
Was it this year, last
Yeah,
year?
no, this year for sure.
And there was no evaluation for any type of special needs?
Not here, but.
So, yeah, dude. Oh, look. You want one of those? You want that?
What do you
All
see?
right.
See, thank you.
We'll put it right where it goes, okay?
See, thank you.
Kiddo like that. I love that.
That's awesome.
Kiddo's into that. Well, fucking you can teach your kid to say thank you, but you can't say thank you yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Have a seat here, and then we're going to take him inside to play with the doggy. Not you, buddy. Your mom.
We don't have a dog.
No, we brought him a police dog to cuddle up with.
No, he isn't. No.
Yeah, of course.
Let's go inside, okay?
This is cool. They brought the kid a police dog. Okay, well, I think the dog is supposed to track where the kid went. To try to figure out how long he's been outside. Because I'm going to say they just brought a kid. The kid gets to play with a dog. Oh, bring me a dog. What? This is the emergency. They should have brought a dog to the other chick that's freaking out.
I think you're on the 1050 Lake Horses Joe.
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
1011.
I got 1 mil to take.
We took little guy inside with the therapy dog.
Okay, that'll keep him busy. Tried stealing everything on my belt at least twice.
She's got pinpoint pupils.
Yeah,
she
she's
can't
a little-
stand up. She's fallen and bleeding on her leg.
Yeah, she can't explain how she got the wound on her leg.
Yeah.
And she was a little
And we
sluggish
don't
in
know
answering.
how long the kid's been missing. And she can't remember the last time she's seen him.
What the fuck? She's
Sometime
like 10
today.
minutes?
Sometime today.
I wear headphones when I'm on the go, like when I'm walking or traveling or dancing, and these.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
that's,
so what are you
that's a
thinking?
good start. I'm thinking might be a little neglect going on.
Yeah. He's high as a kite.
Yeah, I didn't smell anything in the house when the door opened,
No.
so it might be vaping or pills or something.
Vaping or pills. So she looks like she might have to
Definitely
get
DCF
medically
call.
cleared. Definitely DCF call. So an immediate one, I would think. We'll see what this guy is like when he gets here. But the kid has special needs, obviously. And he's
Yeah, because they said he was, I was like, man, maybe.
missing, dirty diaper, unattentive mom, obviously high on drugs, and she's fallen and doesn't know how she's hurt herself. So, ma'am, can you come back and sit back down over here for me?
So, Maritza,
Yes.
your child is wandering around the street. You don't know where he is. You don't know how long he's been gone.
He wasn't gone very long because.
But you don't know how long he's been gone. He wasn't gone very long because what? Was he gone 5 minutes? Was he gone an hour and a half?
No, he was not gone an hour and a half.
And how do you know?
Because the last time I made a phone call was at 2:55.
Okay. And
It's longer than that now,
Yeah.
but prior to that,
almost an hour, exactly.
but prior to that, I did go on my phone, so he wasn't gone longer than that,
Okay.
and he was down the street.
Does your ring doorbell work?
It's dead at the moment.
You run her yet?
I did. No valid DLC's tag, nothing to mention.
How long have you lived in Palm Beach County?
I mean,
Ballpark.
over 15 years?
15 years? How long have you lived here? In this apartment?
Maybe 4 or 5.
But nobody
Months,
recognizes your
years?
kid.
Years, okay. And in that time, how many times has your kid gone
Never.
running off?
Never.
No? He's 3 years old?
He's 4.
4?
Yeah. He's never gone running off. We've been here for over 4 years. Our landlord used to live across the street. He passed away due to COVID.
Okay. We need to know what kind of drugs you took today.
I didn't take any drugs.
What did
I
you
don't
do today?
drugs.
What did you do? Because you're not very lucid. You're very slow.
No,
Almost
I'm very
sloppy.
slow because I want to make sure that whatever is going on. Like,
I'm telling you, based on my training experience, 21 years in law enforcement, you're high.
I'm not high.
You fell and you're gushing blood out of your leg, and you have no idea how you did that.
I can promise you.
You didn't know your child's missing, and you live in about a 600 square foot apartment. So I need to know what kind of drugs you're on.
I can promise you I don't do drugs. I've never done drugs.
No
I
prescription
don't
drugs?
do anything. No.
No over-the-counter, like sleep
No,
medication?
nothing. I can't do drugs. I don't do drugs.
So right now, sober is enough.
So I don't do drugs. I can't do drugs. Like, I could promise you there's not like a single thing of that.
Is that a storage closet?
Yes.
What about alcohol?
You can check my storage closet if you please.
No, it's not.
Sorry.
Have you had any alcohol today?
I had a drink.
Okay.
But that's it.
What'd you drink? Was it beer? What was it?
Just a drink. And then that's
like, what kind of alcohol was it? Beer?
What
Wine?
flavor?
What was it?
You're very funny. And I don't like you. I just didn't put that out there.
That's okay. You're not
But,
alone.
no, I know I'm not alone. Yeah, no, he's never gotten out of the house. He's never done anything like this. So this is like a first.
What about what you have drank? We're trying to figure out why you are so. You appear to be intoxicated. Okay, you just avoided answering a simple question about what you have drank.
Well,
You avoided it. Okay. Any logical person would just say you either avoided it or you unintentionally avoided it because you got something wrong with you.
the way you're coming at me is very,
Well, because here's why.
very aggressive. So,
Oh,
so
okay.
what I'll tell you.
Marissa,
Yes.
we're police.
I
right?
know, I understand that.
So,
and
when a kid's wandering around
a
the
very
neighborhood,
good friend of mine, I have very good friends in the department.
let me just give you a little perspective, right? Our job is to investigate crimes.
Yes.
And if we got a 4-year-old running around with dirty diapers who can't tell us where he lives or who mom is or anything else, because he's really essentially nonverbal, that's a potential crime. So we're investigating a crime. That's why we're asking you questions. Because it could have been something simple, like, yeah, he just snuck out when you weren't looking.
Well, no, he did
Or
because
of your your drinking,
no.
you rendered yourself incapable of taking good care of him, and he snuck out.
Well, no, I promise you, there's never been a time where I've had something to like indulge where he snuck out.
Okay.
But yes, he did today, and I'm horribly, unfortunately, like.
Do you remember when you had a drink? Was it home? Was it like, did you go to
No, I
lunch?
didn't go out.
Okay.
Did not go out.
Okay. So it was here.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was one drink. But do you remember what it was, or you just don't want to tell us? What it
No, I remember what it was, but I feel very pressured.
Well,
we all have
pressured. We're
alcohol
pressured as well. We're pressured as well. So.
You know, you're extremely. Yes, I do remember. However,
So
he's never done this before, so.
So Maritza, what could we do to make you feel more comfortable to answer these questions?
Well.
Because we get excited about little kids, that's all.
No, I know, and I get that. I 100%, like, I'm a mama bear, so I'm, like, overly, like, getting into things. You could start by stopping so aggressive.
You're not going to tell me what to do, first of all.
Okay.
Go ahead and stand up and just put your hands behind your back. Okay?
Well, no.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
don't
you will.
want to stand up.
You will.
Please.
Okay, we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see how that works.
See, well, I want to be nice.
We tried to be very nice and try to figure out your situation.
Alright, we're
Well,
gonna take
no,
the jacket off.
if you take your sweater off, you're not, it's not very.
Well, you can't take it to jail with you. Don't put you in a nice outfit
Can
in
we
jail.
get you some shorts? Some like
get you a
actual
shirt or
shorts?
something.
I can go grab some.
No, you're
Well,
not.
no,
You're in our
stay
custody
here.
now.
Okay, well, see, this is not necessary.
It is
Well,
because
kinda
you
And my
cannot.
friend's not here.
You cannot put us at ease that you are able to take care of your child, and it's evident by your actions and what happened today that you are not able to take care of your child. Do you understand that?
No, I am,
No,
but
you are not.
Yeah, so the technical term is allay our fears.
We tried talking to you. You said we were aggressive. You avoided our questions.
Well, no, it's not
we don't
that
have time for you.
aggressive. It's you're being very, very mean.
No, I just want to make sure your son is taken care of, and I wish you had his interest in your
And
mind as well.
I do have his best
Sit back down,
interest.
please. Sit back down.
Where would shorts or pants be?
It would be in my basket, but
which room?
You want to have EMS come back and treat this, or do you want to? They're going to medically clear it, right?
I'm just going
to take her to freestanding. Okay.
Crazy.
You are not in the right state to take care of a child.
I am.
That's why we were here today. We tried to have you put our fears at ease. You cannot.
Well, no, and
you cannot explain yourself, or you're
I
unwilling to.
can explain myself. You chose not to listen to me. And I said he was fine. This was a one-time off. However, you came very aggressive.
Because
so
you
I
can't
didn't
explain
feel
yourself.
At ease.
Okay, understandable. Did you thank my deputies for locating your child? Did you thank anybody? That's something a normal mother who wasn't impaired would do. Okay? You are very nonchalant.
My wife's best friend is coming to help if I can. Or...
Let's talk to you over here. Step over here. John, you want to come talk? She's on something. She's impaired. Something's going on. What's the history here?
All I know she only drinks.
She drinks, okay.
I know it's not drinks.
So long story short, child's found wandering the street over there, dirty diaper, obviously afraid, nonverbal, obviously special needs of some sort. We come in contact with that, go knocking door to door. The deputies do a great job by finding the mom, but she's, upon first contact, obviously something's wrong. She's either intoxicated, she's fallen, she's bleeding on her left leg. She doesn't know how she's fallen. So these are things that have us very, nervous about leaving a child with her. So with what's happened here, with the kid being gone and not even knowing, and the state that he's in, it's a crime. Okay, so she's gonna go to jail. We obviously are concerned about the care of the child, and who we can leave this child with. Have you guys ever taken care of this kid before?
My wife watches him all the time.
Okay.
Does she watch him here or at your house?
Here, he's came to our house before.
Is she able to come here?
I can stay here with him until she gets here. I know he's never
Seems like a
I
good
don't know
boy.
how he got out. I don't think he's
Seems like
never got out before.
She doesn't have the deadbolt locked. When you guys knocked on the door, was it open?
I wasn't here.
Okay. I'll have to
Check
figure
the
it
ring
out.
With him
camera.
around the
You
corner.
can check the ring cam, maybe see
It's dead.
Oh, is it?
The camera's dead. We tried to check it, asked her about it. So.
Yeah. What's your first name, sir?
Josh. Yeah, I don't know what happened here, but she does drink, but that's unlike her.
Does she drink like a lot or just occasionally?
I know she's been arguing with her husband, and
You play the drinking?
well, he's the one with the drinking problem. So it's like,
Oh, they both drink.
yeah, but he drinks more, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't drink at all, so I don't understand any of it.
Yeah, we'll save a lot of money that way.
Yeah.
What's your phone number?
Of course.
So the lady's down the street, changed his diaper, cleaned him up, gave him a pair of shorts, some socks.
Yeah.
So I don't know when the last time he ate.
He's got like I don't know, maybe like autism or something.
Yeah.
She's with him 24/7. She doesn't work right now, so she stays with the kid. Her husband works.
All right. Well, I appreciate the backstory on this because she doesn't like me.
Yeah, I mean,
Announce as much.
yeah, she may not seem like it right now, but she's a really good girl. She's always her and my wife were bartenders back 10 years ago when I.
Yeah, okay. She's a good girl. Her and my wife were bartenders. She fucked up. I don't believe it. I feel bad. Oh, what are you gonna do here, actually? What is this? need some wood. That's what I came here for, I think. I don't know why I think wood would be here. Cut all the things down. Nah. How do I make logging site? I need 50 of them. Am I the right level yet? I need to be crude oil extractor. Boyd. What did I want to do? Fine. What's this? Ice cream. This one's flowers.
Scum-sucking worms and devotees. Shake your tail, let your blood till you can't see where they're digging a hole for our bodies. 'Cause we don't really know what the fact
I knew I was underwater. I just didn't realize I was this underwater.
If you're stressed about your paper, just get...
Mommy had a little baby. There he is, fast asleep. He's just a little plaything. Why not wake him up? Cute, cute little baby, little feet, little toes. Now he's coming to me, crawl across the kitchen floor. Baby, baby, please let me hold him. I wanna make him stay up all night. 6 foot 6 now, he's just a plaything. We wanna make him stay up all night. Yeah, we do.
Oh yeah. What do you make? What do you make? What do you got? I don't know if you knew what a map is, but it's when like a bunch of animators do like a couple seconds of any animation.
While in the form of the owl, the goose and the round left the shores of Maryland to find better oxygen. While the outcry of 20 men run from a nearby battalion as if we avoid their lives.
I don't care for this song, and I don't want to listen to it for another 7 minutes. You got Lackadaisy? That was dope.
With innovative technology like Remote Smart Parking Assist, the Kia Niro EV offers a drive centered on you. Secure yours today.
Bye.
A mother and father now behind bars. Their 4-month-old baby dead after allegedly ingesting alcohol. According to deputies, the mother made an alarming confession, allegedly claiming whenever the baby would get fussy, the father had a fix. Not a bottle, not a lullaby, but alcohol rubbed on the infant's tiny gums. The baby's autopsy revealed an ethanol reading of 3.210. Investigators say that level is catastrophic and fatal for an infant. But it wasn't just what was inside the baby's body that shocked investigators. It was what they saw inside the home. Reportedly, no running water and roaches everywhere. I'm Kennedy Walker, and I'll walk you through a case that's as horrifying as it is heartbreaking. A West Virginia mother and father are under arrest, accused of killing their 4-month-old baby by allegedly rubbing an excessive amount of alcohol on the child's gums. According to police, Angel Talbert and James Smith welcomed a baby in July of 2024. But just 4 months later, in November, that baby was dead. Court documents obtained by Law and Crime reveal that on the morning of November 16th, Talbert told investigators she got up to use the bathroom and asked Smith to check on their baby. Smith reportedly told police that the child was lying face down, unresponsive, and not breathing. He began CPR while Talbert called 911. The infant was rushed to the hospital, but doctors were unable to save her. At the time, both parents told investigators the baby had no known health issues. She was, as they said, a healthy child. But investigators were not convinced. Documents detailed that the infant's face was discolored as if the baby had been lying face down. An autopsy was ordered and questions began mounting. Was this a tragic sudden death or was something else at play? As police searched the home, they described the living conditions as, quote, very poor. Deputies reported seeing roaches crawling throughout multiple rooms, and the house had no running water. Smith allegedly showed deputies a spigot where they would fill containers to take to the kitchen and bathroom if needed. Investigators also noted seeing a smoking device and claimed Smith admitted it was used to smoke THC. Then, months later,
If you're a family or behind with friends or just like to switch your style up.
Shut up.
I'm about to drive hundreds of miles across state lines in search of a frog. A frog that I've been looking for 5 years. Now, if you recognize the frog from the thumbnail, I know what you're gonna say. That's not a frog, it's a fire-belly toad. Yes, it's called a toad, but actually, it's a frog. Now, for those who are unfamiliar with the frog's history, this frog was everywhere when I was a kid. Not only that, they were super cheap, only costing like $10 to $20. Now, however, as an adult, I literally can't find one anywhere. It's almost like they've gone extinct, or at least it feels that way. 3 years ago, though, I did run across one. Exactly one, and I immediately bought him. My boy, Roberts. But Robert's getting older, and he wants a family. So the mission of this video is to find Robert a girlfriend, maybe even a few, so he can finally achieve his dream of having a family. But I need to find another fire-belly toad, and it has to obviously be a girl. So I immediately went to work, spending a whole weekend scouring the internet. And to my surprise, I found tons of other people searching for these frogs just like me. And they also found absolutely nothing. Why? Why is this once popular frog gone? I mean, they still have its care guide at PetSmart, but where is it? Then I found my answer on Reddit. Wookie81 said that they used to come in large shipments with tropical fish, but they were banned from importing a few years ago. And because they were so cheap, no one bred them, and now you have people like me looking for them, so if any pop up, they're instantly gone. This just got more challenging, like way more. Because what if I find one and it's a boy? What if I never find a female? But Wookie did say there was some breeders out there, so I went looking for them. And wouldn't you know it, I found one on Instagram, Semi-Aquatic Exotics. We started chatting and he said he only knows 2 people in the entire United States who breed them. Him and Josh's frogs, which was where I got Robert from. He didn't have any babies for sale, but he pointed me back to Josh's frogs, saying I should check again because sometimes they just throw them up and they sell out super fast. So I immediately went back to Josh's frogs website to double check and nothing. But they did have an announcement saying that they would be at one of the biggest expos in the United States, NARBC Dallas. They even had a list of what they would be selling at the expo, and I thought, what the heck, let's see what they got. And wouldn't you know it, there it was. The fire-belly toad was on the list. So you know what I did? I put on my cowboy boots because I'm going to Texas.
Pour ceux qui recherchent les produits dont ils ont besoin, Grainger.ca a tout ce qu'il faut. Des fournitures et des solutions de haute qualité pour tous les secteurs d'activité. Appelez-nous, visitez Grainger.ca.
I'm gonna be honest, I was just as excited for the road trip to Texas as getting the frogs. Like, as soon as I got into Texas, I got out and took a picture at the border with the Lone Star Monument. After that, I went to one of the most famous gas stations in the world, Buc-ee's. Here, though, I went full-on tourist mode. I got a pic with the legend himself outside, then I went inside and met him in person. I gazed upon the beef jerky wall with so many options. I grabbed me a bag. I got this Bohemian garlic and sweet tea. Now, I've never seen this sweet tea before, but I assume it's only in Texas, as it's legit named Texas tea, and it's covered in the Texas flag. I also grabbed a pulled pork Buc-ee's sandwich and the famous cinnamon roasted pecans. It was delicious. Right after Buc-ee's, we went to Jollibee, because it's a place my wife and mother-in-law have always wanted to go, and you know I snapped a pic outside with that legend as well. But you notice something? I'm getting off track, and all this tourism was burning time. It was now 2 p.m., the expo was over at 5 p.m., and I kind of started to panic. During this panic, I made a mistake, and I parked a mile away. I had to walk super far just to get to the expo building, but when I walked in, I was in heaven. I saw so many cool animals, like this albino snapping turtle for $3,000, a Eurymastix microlepis, which is the largest Eurymastix in the world, 3 feet long. This right here, I don't even know, it's a Patagonian caviar, I don't even know what that is, but it looked crazy cool. But again, I was getting off track, and I finally made my way to Josh's Frogs. And I looked and gazed upon all the frogs at the table, and the Firebelly toad was not there. I know, super depressing. I was so mad. I was like, oh my goodness, I shouldn't have messed around. I shouldn't have went to Buc-ee's. But here's the thing though, I never go to Texas. I kind of got lost in the sauce, and I know that if I went down there, I got the frog, I'd have to immediately come back. I couldn't visit those places, so I was like, I'll just do it on the way down. But don't worry, I'm incredibly unlucky, and I'm used to this sort of thing happening, so I did have a backup plan. Before I left for Dallas, I bought a mystery box of frogs, and maybe inside of that mystery box is a Firebelly toad. So now it's time to leave the expo, but on my way out, I ran into an old friend. McFeeney's Odds and Pods, and let me tell you, he wins the best table at NIRBC Dallas. He always has amazing setups. I mean, look at this. He even had a real human skull. We then began talking about lots of stuff, and I told him how I was looking for the Firebelly toad and how I failed. He said, well, I got something just as rare. I was intrigued, and that's when he pulled out these guys. Giant cave roaches. Now I have to stop the video right here. I know I'm looking for a frog, and now suddenly we hit a detour with roaches, but I have been looking for these roaches for years as well, just like the frogs. But there was no leads, nothing to go on, so I gave up on those. So when McFeemy told me he had some, I immediately wanted to buy them, but something this valuable usually isn't for sale.
I told him he's the only one that can get by this.
When he told me that, I was literally so happy. I told him I loved him.
I love you. Dude, holy crap.
Thank you.
Oh, dude.
I know, who gets this emotional over roaches, but you have to understand, this is my white whale. I didn't even think these guys existed anymore. And when I went searching for a new white whale, I discovered my old one staring at me right in the face. Now I know it's weird, I mean, it's roaches, but these roaches are insanely special to me. They were my first hunt for the unobtainable. My first failure at not being able to track them down. And I thought I was experiencing that again with the Firebelly toads. So to see them and finally get a hold of them was the absolute best feeling in the entire world. They also have the exact same story like the Firebelly toads. They was once everywhere and now impossible to find. So McFeemy actually had these roaches before, but he ended up selling them off, and then he was like, well, I'm just gonna go buy them again. When he went looking around, they suffered the same fate as the Firebelly toads. He couldn't find them anywhere. That was until.
So I sold them. Yeah. Melissa was online and saw somebody with the forums and said, hey, we have some of these. And she messaged on and said, where did you get them? She goes, funny story. There was a guy dressed up as a clown. So they came full swing.
That's crazy.
They came back to me.
Yeah, dude, that's
And I was
awesome.
looking for them after buying, like, from people that said they were this and that. And so they came back home to me and she gifted them back to me.
That is awesome, dude.
So
That's
it
awesome.
was a really cool story.
Yeah.
Like, so I ended up back with my roaches that I was so, I didn't realize how special they were to me.
But it was really, really good to see McFeemy again because I haven't seen him since a few years ago at another expo when I was looking for some giant pepper roaches. Then he showed me all kinds of cool stuff he has, like these isopods right here, some other very rare roaches, and if you want to buy some of these critters and maybe even a real skull, you can get in contact with McFeemy by shooting him a message on Instagram. So big shout out to McFeemy's Odds and Pods. Please go follow his Instagram and YouTube channels. I'll link those down in the comments. So after I got my roaches and said my goodbyes to McFeemy, all I could think about was getting home to the box. After all, if there was fire-bellied toads in the box, I not only found one species I was looking for, I found two. But before I could leave the expo, I ran into another YouTuber like myself, Neptune the Chameleon. So obviously I had to say hi because being a YouTuber is rare, but making YouTube videos about reptiles is almost as rare as the fire-bellied toad. Finally though, after having a blast in Dallas, I'm home. And since NARBC was a bust for the frog, but obviously not for other things,
why do we do things the hard way? Counting through. It's so backwards. It's 2025. This is taxes? And we still have to.
we have the backup plan, the box.
Let's open
now,
the box.
In the box is a bunch of tadpoles, and that's the mystery, because I don't know what fire-bellied toad tadpoles look like. I could have totally gotten scammed. These guys could grow up and turn into a duck or something. And the real reason I'm nervous is the price point, because I found one dude online selling fire-bellied toads, and he was selling one toad a piece for $700. He's also my third backup plan if these don't work out. So I really hope this works, because I don't feel like spending almost $3,000 to get 4 toads. But just take a guess how much the tadpoles cost me. $50? $100? $200? $8 a piece. I know, crazy difference and a low price point. That's why I'm nervous. But here in this bag are 8 tadpoles that are supposedly fire-bellied toads. But I won't know for sure until about a month or 2 from now. So let's get these guys set up real quick and get them in their new home. Now, if you ever wondered how to set up tadpoles, it's actually really simple. You just need some dechlorinated water, some land, boom, you're done. Tadpoles are also like algae eaters too, and do really well in standing nasty water. So you don't even need a fish filter for it. That's why when you leave your pool unmaintained during the summer, tadpoles infest it. Now that we finally have it all set up and the tadpoles are in the tank, now we wait. During this time, you probably wonder what I'm gonna feed them. So remember when I said they're like algae eaters? That's exactly what I'm gonna feed them. No, not algae eaters, but algae. So funny enough, it's actually really hard to grow algae right off the bat, and these guys need food right away, so I got these algae wafers. And also I put leaves in the tank for them to nibble on. Flash forward a couple weeks, and I finally start seeing some legs pop out of the frogs. I'm so close to finding out the truth. Are these the mythical white whales I've been looking for, or did I get scammed? And then I see it. One lone frog making his way onto land. With 4 legs, he's finally becoming what he's meant to be. A fire-bellied toad. I couldn't believe it. Finally, after so long, I got my hands on more fire-bellied toads slash frogs.
Brother.
I thought this would be another dead end, just like the roaches. But instead, I found both. The frog I've been chasing for years, and the roaches I gave up on. So since the frogs aren't adults just yet, I do have to wait a while for them to finally be able to start a family with Robert. So if you enjoyed my journey and want to watch me build a fire-bellied toad army, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
YouTube Ads is made for your business. Bring your brand to life with targeted video ads.
We have the backup plan, the box. Now in the box is a bunch of tadpoles,
Is it
and
okay
that's the
that
mystery.
these frogs are
because
gonna be
I don't know
inbred?
what fire-bellied
WGXA first interviewed McDaniel the day after Lauren Giddings was reported missing in June of 2011. Reporter Michelle Casada found him standing outside the apartment building where he and Giddings had lived, and that we now know was the scene of the crime. He talks about joining Giddings' friends to look for his law school classmate and how they entered her apartment to see if there was anything wrong.
This is Stephen McDaniel, at the center of one of the strangest police interrogations ever recorded. But even more unsettling was his earlier interview with the news, which immediately raised suspicions.
That was living there? Yeah, Lauren was my neighbor. We're just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday.
He was brought into the interrogation room as part of a murder investigation that had shaken an entire community. The victim was Lauren Giddings, a bright and ambitious law student who also happened to be Stephen's neighbor and classmate. What made this case particularly disturbing was not just the murder itself, but the gruesome nature of the crime. Lauren had been dismembered, and her body parts were found in a trash bin near their apartment building. From the start, the police had their eyes on McDaniel. He wasn't just a neighbor, he was someone who knew Lauren personally. The initial focus of the investigation expanded quickly once McDaniel's behavior and certain discoveries at his residence began raising serious red flags.
Went inside and tried to see if there was anything amiss, but I mean, she had a door jamb that was sitting right by it, so there was no sign that anyone broke in. I mean, the door was locked when everyone got here.
How'd you get in?
We just don't know where she is.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of. I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body?
Had you heard? Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. So that's how we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there. Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
The goal of the interrogation was clear. The detectives needed to determine if Stephen was involved in Lauren's death, and if so, to get him to talk. At first glance, McDaniel seemed like someone who understood the rules of the game. As a law student, he appeared to be trying to outsmart the detectives using technical knowledge. He dodged questions, gave minimal responses, and tried to avoid self-incrimination. But rather than convincing anyone of his innocence, this legal posturing only made things worse. The detectives noticed how he clung to one-word answers, avoided elaboration, and displayed rigid, mechanical body language. This behavior stood in stark contrast to the way Stephen had acted during his first interview, which was conducted outside his apartment shortly after Lauren's body was discovered. At that time, he appeared composed, even slightly smug. Now, under the bright lights of the interrogation room, that facade was beginning to crack. Detectives immediately took note of this shift. It was the first real sign that Stephen might be hiding something far more sinister.
You know Detective Patterson, right?
Yes.
Do you remember, put your hands up here, you remember us talking earlier tonight, right?
Yes.
You remember me earlier in the day?
Yes.
When we came down here and talked a little bit and then we left?
Yes.
Okay. I need to know about this girl right here. You know her?
Yes.
Who is that?
Lauren Giddings.
Does she live next door to you?
Yes.
When's the last time you seen her?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Was you friends with Lauren?
Yes.
Look at me when you talk to me, son. Okay? Was you friends with her?
Yes.
Close friends?
We were good.
I mean, y'all were friends, right? Both of y'all are law students. You're studying to be an attorney, right?
Yes.
What kind of law do you want to go into? Criminal law?
Yes.
Civil? Is that what you want to do for a living?
Yes.
All right. Are you going to stay here in Macon?
I don't know.
Did you used to work at the district attorney's office in Macon?
Yes.
Was you on the prosecutor side or the defense side?
Prosecutor.
So you were on our side. And you lived next to Lauren for a long time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where she's at tonight?
No. No.
Have you ever seen her with that dress on?
No.
What do you think happened to her?
I don't know.
Do you even care that no one can find her?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know, do you?
Yes.
As the session continued, investigators began digging into Stephen's personal life. They asked about his relationship with Lauren, probing for details about how often they interacted and what kind of dynamic existed between them. They also brought up his past internship at the district attorney's office, curious about whether he had picked up knowledge that could help him conceal a crime. Despite these pressure points, Stephen stayed evasive. His tone was flat. His answers lacked any human emotion. No sadness, no anger, no confusion. Even when faced with sensitive questions about Lauren's life or death, he seemed to withdraw deeper into himself, offering only cold, mechanical replies.
You said you didn't have any other cars, right?
Right.
Well, why would everybody you went to school with for the last 3 and 4 years said that you own another car other than that Geo Prism? Everybody I've talked to, all your friends you were in school with, people that you worked at the district attorney's office with said you have other cars other than that car. And you're gonna sit here today and tell me you don't have another car?
I don't.
Well, where's it at?
I don't have one.
You never had another car besides that Geo Prism?
No.
So if I call your granddaddy, he's gonna tell me that you only have one car?
Yes.
What's his phone number?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do, because I already have his number. You don't know his phone number?
No.
I mean, you seriously can't help us out?
His number is in my cell phone.
That's a start. Where's your cell phone?
At the apartment.
In your apartment? That was like a mask. It was cut out like a mask. You cut underwear out to look like a mask?
No.
What do you think happened to her?
I think someone took her.
Then came the inconsistencies. When asked whether he owned another vehicle, Stephen denied it. But witnesses had already told police they'd seen him driving a second car. The detectives weren't just trying to catch him in a lie. They were building a profile. Someone who hides small details is likely hiding bigger ones. That suspicion grew stronger when officers questioned him about certain strange items found in his apartment. Specifically, a pair of women's underwear and a mask-like object. Stephen claimed he had no knowledge of them.
Well, you know there was a body found in the trash can next to the apartments.
Yes.
You do know that. And it's a female, white female's body. Right there. Right next to y'all's apartment. Feet from her apartment. We don't know 100% sure it's Lauren. But we're pretty confident it is. I mean, who would do something to somebody and throw them in a trash can?
I don't know.
I'm asking for your advice or your observation. Who in your complex would do something like that? You live over there for 3 years. Tonight's the first night I think I've ever been over there. In your expert opinion, of all your knowledge, of going through law school and all that, who in that complex do I need to talk to?
I don't know.
Later in the session, the conversation took a darker turn. Detectives informed Stephen that a body had been found near the apartment complex. Though they didn't immediately say it was Lauren, the implication was obvious. Most people would have some kind of reaction: shock, grief, confusion. But Stephen gave nothing. He repeated his earlier statement that he thought someone had taken Lauren and refused to say anything more. That lack of emotion, especially considering the horror of the situation, was deeply troubling to the investigators.
Don't know. Is that what you want me to tell them? Because you're all over the news. You sure stood out there and ran your mouth to the news media. But now you're going to get out here and you don't know. You know.
Why would you not be honest with me?
I am being honest.
Stephen, it just doesn't feel like it, buddy. You know, I get the sense that there's something weighing heavy on your heart right now. And it's breaking you down. And you feel bad about it. I can tell you haven't slept much, have you, in the last few days, have you?
No.
Like something's weighing on your mind, ain't it?
We were looking for Lauren.
You started looking for Lauren yesterday.
Yes.
But you haven't slept in several days, have you?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
Earlier when I talked to you, you said you hadn't slept in days, that this morning was the first time you was able to get any sleep, was this morning, for a little bit.
No.
Yes, that's what you said. That's what you told me. So I asked you, if you haven't been able to sleep in several days, what have you been doing, studying? And you said, yeah, studying. You don't remember that?
No.
Tell something. Because I need to know. Because her family's down here want to know what happened to her.
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
That's what you want me to tell her mother and her father. is that you don't know.
I don't know.
Not that you're sorry that she's missing. Not that you've been trying to help me all day find her, but you just wanted me to tell her I don't know.
I don't know.
Are you
where
a
she
sorry
is.
piece of shit that you want me to tell her that? You got your ass on that fucking news and stood out there and gave a media report that her mother saw about her missing daughter. And you want me to sit there and tell them that you don't know? Is that what you want me to tell them? Because you're all over the news. You sure stood out there and ran your mouth to the news media. But now you're going to get out here and you don't fucking know. You know. You're just a sorry piece of shit that don't give a fuck.
That don't give a fuck about friends.
Right?
Right.
No.
Well, why'd you tell the media everything? Do you need to see what you told the media today? It was on the 11 o'clock news. Well, I'm asking you. Tell me. I want to know.
I don't know where she is.
That ain't what you told the media.
That's not what you told me. Yeah.
You didn't stand in front of that camera and say, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right? You buy all these weapons. Was you ever in the military?
No.
What do you need all these weapons for? Are you scared somebody's gonna hurt you?
No.
What do you need all these weapons for?
To have.
Why? There's a reason why. Were you molested as a child?
No.
Then why do you need all these weapons?
To have.
Why? Give me one good reason. Just give me one reason.
To have.
Why? Does it make you feel important?
No.
Are you a big guy because you got a weapon?
No.
Do you even know how to use it?
Yes.
I need you to tell me what you want me to tell her mother. And then I won't ask you another thing. I'm not going to tell her mother that you don't know, because her mother saw you on the news tonight. And she cried all the way down to Macon. Because you had the balls to get on the news and tell everybody everything. You didn't have no problem talking to the news when they asked you questions. I'm asking you questions. Where's Lauren?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. You do know. You do know. You know. You know. You do know.
In a last-ditch effort to break through McDaniel's icy exterior, the detectives brought up Lauren's mother. They asked how he would explain the situation to a grieving parent. They reminded him that the entire community was watching and hoping for answers. Still, Stephen showed no signs of guilt or empathy. His lack of emotion had now turned into a wall. Eventually, the detectives brought in David Whitmere, a friend of Stephen's, to talk about his personality. David painted a picture of someone isolated and introverted, a loner. While being a loner isn't a crime, it fit with the psychological profile the detectives were forming. Stephen wasn't just someone who kept to himself. He was someone who might have been detached enough from others to commit a horrific act without remorse.
Now, why are you acting like this? I need to know. Why all of a sudden you're acting like this?
I don't understand.
Okay. Earlier today, we sat here and talked. But now you're acting like you don't know what's going on. I mean, did something happen or something to you? I mean, why are you shutting down? Why are you not talking to me?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you scared?
No.
I mean, you're not scared, are you?
No.
Why are you lying, Stephen?
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are lying. How long do you continue to do it? She's got a mother and a father and a family out there that is sick over everything. Where's that little girl, Stephen?
I don't know.
Stephen, you know. Where?
I don't know.
Stephen. You're gonna look at this right here, this little girl right here, and you're gonna say you don't know? I know you know.
I don't know.
Yes, you know. What are you gonna say tomorrow when I say we got your hair with the body? What are you gonna say to me then? Because you know, like I go like that. Look at my hair. That's how easy it falls out. Look at all that on your head. You don't think nothing fell out? It did. It did, Stephen. We just wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it, so you didn't look like a monster at the end. Because you know what? I don't believe that you're a monster, Stephen. I believe that you're a good guy. You've been picked on. Girls didn't show you the respect that you deserved. You did something stupid, and I believe you feel bad about it. And that's why you're all freaked out right now. But I'm giving you the opportunity to get right. I'm giving you an opportunity to show everybody you're not a monster, that you feel bad about what happened. Your hair's there, man. Your hair is there. We got your hair with the body. How's that, Stephen?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know.
Even as the questioning continued for hours, Stephen stuck to his denials. He offered no new information. His strategy seemed to be simple. Say as little as possible and hope it all blows over.
I need to know. Why all of a sudden you're acting like this?
I don't understand.
Okay. Earlier today, we sat here and talked,
We heard this part already.
but now you're acting like you don't know what's going on. I mean, did something happen or something to you? I mean, why are you shutting down? Why are you not talking to me?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you scared?
No.
I mean, you're not scared, are you?
No.
This guy doesn't give a fuck. We're done. Wow, this still goes on forever?
Ain't nobody gonna yell at you. They're gonna come in here and cry, and kiss you goodbye. I'm gonna take their statement, and it's all over. You do understand that, right?
I didn't do anything.
That's what you say. That's what you say. Because you haven't told us anything. Do you realize what I'm telling you?
Boring. I can't believe I skipped
You
like
sit there and think about it a little bit.
This guy's bored as fuck.
But we're through talking to you.
With Lauren. They discovered a master key to the entire complex, including a key to Lauren's apartment she never gave him. A flash drive in his possession contained hundreds of photos of Lauren, some clearly taken without her knowledge. Most chilling of all, investigators uncovered a secret video that showed Stephen recording Lauren through her bedroom window. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Stephen confessed. He admitted to using the master key to enter Lauren's apartment, strangling her in her sleep, and then dismembering her body. The murder happened just before Lauren was set to move away, an event that may have triggered Stephen's final violent act. Though he tried to plan the perfect crime, he left behind too many clues. A bloody hacksaw, incriminating digital files, and DNA evidence all tied him to the scene. He was sentenced to life in prison and later faced separate charges related to child exploitation. Stephen McDaniel believed he was smart enough to outwit the system, but in the end, the evidence, the behavior, and the cold indifference gave him away. If you want to watch more of these shocking interrogations, please subscribe to
That
the
wasn't
channel.
so shocking. That was boring as fuck. Oops, all my everything's gone. Mm-hmm.
There is plastic fumigated tofu that is quietly feeding and poisoning entire cities. And I'm not being sensationalist, because in this video, I'm going to prove it to you. We're visiting the global epicenter of toxic tofu, Surabaya. And here we'll see village after village that have giant industries producing industrial quantities of toxified tofu. Spoiler alert, it involves burning a lot of plastic. And we're going to be following it from just the raw curd through to the final crispy fried blocks. Straight off the heat. It's really good. And taking a look into the science that has been done in these areas and see why this is very likely to be a real bad idea with some pretty serious consequences. And then finally, we'll do what we probably shouldn't and take a bite of this stuff like millions do here on the side of the streets and see just why, despite knowing exactly where this comes from, that people ignore it and why it's very unlikely to change. Let's roll. Indonesia eats a lot of tofu, but especially here in the east of Java, in Surabaya and the surrounding area. It is Indonesia's second largest city, and you will find it everywhere. Fried, grilled, in soups, in snacks, it is a staple. And the supply chain starts in these tofu villages that surround the city's fringes. You can sort of see the smokestacks as you walk through the village. Just these huge plumes of black smoke rising out of chimneys across the villages. Thick, greasy smoke. It swirls in the heat and it looks like the village is full of tiny coal plantations, not food factories. Guys, these factories behind me are making one of the most eaten foods here in Indonesia, tofu. Here's the core issue. Making tofu at this scale requires a lot of heat. Massive boilers running non-stop, huge woks to deep fry the product. And to keep the costs down, they rely on whatever is cheapest. What is this? This is coconut? Or no, that's the trash as well.
The trash.
Mmm. Local plastic. Here in and around Surabaya, actually they have a relatively efficient plastic industry. Like, it is used for everything, and anything that does have a purpose other than burning will likely be used for that purpose. And as I've heard from the owner, they use a mix here of wood, coconut, which you maybe see on top of the burner, but the most reliable and consistent fuel is plastic waste. They feed these boilers and these deep fryers with it all day long. One thing that is kind of nuts to me is just like the amount of fuel that is required to keep this tofu factory going. That boiler, I mean, it really is just like an old school steam train. Like, the thing is absolutely massive. Has two guys just rotating full time, loading up these coconut husks and bags of plastic, and it rolls all day long. And this entire village is filled with them. There are 56 factories, I believe they said, that are just filled with trash burners. Absolutely wild. And look, I don't love to take arguments on the climate change side of things. I do think it's a little bit of a cult at this point, but let me tell you, going for those plastic straws, I don't think it's gonna make a difference, guys. I really don't. All these factories run in a pretty similar manner. At their core is a giant boiler. That boiler feeds steam through metal pipes across the entire space, and it connects to each individual workstation. The boiler ends back there, and you have this one line that runs the entire length of the factory. So this factory seems to be set up very differently from any other tofu factory I have seen before. It's sort of like each person is running their own individual station, and they are going to do 90% of the steps to take the bean, curd, juice, somebody correct me in the comments, through to the complete white tofu. These workstations consist of 3 concrete vats. The first one is like a pure boiler. This is where all of the tofu is going to get loaded and steamed up. They have a fresh water tub right next to it, and then a third one, which is where they're going to do most of the kind of coagulation and draining. Let's see each step broken down. First, the soybeans are soaked and then ground into a thick paste. The paste gets dumped into a boiling vat and brought to a rapid simmer by that live steam pipe. They're basically giant steam wands frothing up industrial-sized lattes. Honestly, I can see why all these guys are shirtless. It is absolutely cooking in here, just the heat, the steam under this sort of asbestos roofing. And man, I wish I could rip my shirt off right now as well. This is wild.
I love the Bose Ultra headphones, especially this Luna blue color. I love that.
Once it's boiled, they either scoop the milk or just straight pump it through one of these cheesecloth hammocks that are hanging above the curdling vat. Workers then swirl it around in this circular motion, forcing the thinner liquid through the cloth, while the solid stuff stays trapped. Eventually, they wring it tight, twisting it like laundry. What he has balled up right there, that's waste. And they're left with this puck of soybean pulp. That remaining solids from the tofu is often turned into a kind of tempeh, but they also apparently is just kind of given to animals. So it's sort of a waste product.
Yes, this is for human, and then this is for the cow, and then the what? Oh, pig too. Yes.
But back to the tofu. So in these blue drums, in between these sort of stations, is the coagulant. We're going to pump a certain amount of that in with the sort of strained tofu liquid, and now we wait. The strained milk gets coagulant added. It's scooped from these large blue barrels that are placed next to each of the stations. We should now be able to see, once the tofu has really started coagulating, they're able to just skim off any of the froth that's remaining on top, and you really see quite quickly the separation of the tofu and just the water that's remaining within the coagulation drum. So this tofu is already starting to really separate. You can start to see a watery surface on there, and underneath it is the sort of solidifying tofu. They remove as much water as possible, and then the curdled tofu mixture is poured into these presses that are lined with cheesecloth. They wrap it up, stack them, and they do this over and over until they have a batch of around 9 molds. The weight from each of these presses forces out the liquid, which just gushes across these tiled channels on the floor. You can sort of see the rotating nature of this production. This guy is scooping out the coagulated tofu into the presses, and at the same time he's already preparing his next batch for boil. So again, they really do just, there's no waste of time here. It's not like they finish one batch completely and then start the next one up. As soon as one of the vats is free, it's getting utilized right away for the next batch. One batch after the other, endlessly. And the working conditions here are, I mean, they're intense. The floor is soaked and slippery. There is steam everywhere. The sun just beats through the busted asbestos roofing, and the air is this humid mix of soy, sweat, cigarette, and plastic smoke. It's remarkable how much these places remind me of Dobby Ghats, the laundry slum in Mumbai. I don't know what it is. I think it's like the steam, the heat, the wetness, all this moisture everywhere. Just that same kind of vibe. Once the tofu is fully pressed, it's cut using barbecue grates as a template. And from there, it's either dumped into these brine tanks and sent off to the market where it can be sold fresh, or it's headed to the fryers. And these deep fryers are where things get even more intense. I've kind of become numb to it. You just have this yet another giant workshop. Here we have all of the tofu makers cranking along with their stations. We have 2 giant trash boilers here. And then behind me, the sort of final step, the deep fryers. In each factory, there's a whole section devoted to the fry. Rows of oversized woks bubbling away with oil. The air is just thick with smoke. There's no fuel here, no wood. It's not gas. It is heaps of burning plastic. Right there, fed directly to the flame. Let me tell you guys, like, you instantly know you are in one of these villages. Like, there's no hiding it. It's got that tinge, you know, that horrible smell when you start burning plastic that just in your gut, you know it's wrong. Something's going on. You ain't supposed to be breathing this air. That is the smell of these entire villages. The air is just thick with this black smoke, and the smell of burning plastic is everywhere. And it mixes with the grease and the frying oil, and it kind of just sticks to your skin. And still, weirdly enough, I can kind of understand how these locals get used to it. After 30 minutes or so, it just sort of fades into the background. But the truth is that this stuff is not harmless. A 2019 study looked into the effects of plastic fuel on Indonesia's food supply chain, and it focused on eggs laid by free-range chickens living near tofu factories. And the results were kind of insane. These eggs had the second highest dioxin levels ever recorded in Asia. They were second only to post-war Vietnam, where the soil had been poisoned by the famous Agent Orange.
What they said was insecticide to kill the mosquitoes here, and
that is insane. You know what, Gummy? I'm gonna throw the peanuts on the roof so you can watch us go.
so that people wouldn't get malaria. But it turned out to be Agent Orange, the dioxins.
That same one that caused all those birth defects and cancers and just generational trauma across Vietnam that still affects the country today. Studies have linked exposure to dioxins with all kinds of health issues. Cancers, heart disease, diabetes, messed up hormones. It is a long and really ugly list. Let's put this in perspective again. Eating just one egg from these areas would expose an adult to 70 times the European Food Safety Authority's tolerable daily intake for dioxins. And it doesn't stop there. The eggs are filled with other plastic-derived chemicals, SCCPs, PBDEs, FPOSs. I don't even know what any of that stuff means. But what I do know is I don't want it in my food. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I do find there to be like at least a little bit of a contradiction in terms like these guys, they will not use Argentinian, Vietnamese, or even Indonesian soybeans because of the lack of quality. But no one's really afraid of the copious amounts of plastic that's getting into their foods. I don't know, humans have weird norms. As with the tofu making process, there's one person for each station. The deep frying is done by the women. The tofu arrives in those brine buckets, ready to be fried. And in the corner of every room is just a mountain of trash. This is, of course, the fuel. It's offcuts from the factories, unrecyclable plastics, wrappers, packaging, and it all gets scooped up by hand and fed into the burning fire beneath the oil. The tofu is then dropped in, handful by handful, until it becomes just this golden brown. Eventually, it's scooped out with a strainer that is universally made of the front half of a standing pan.
Guys, this is why children in Asia have no fingers. Every front of a fan is always used for some kind of innovative thing. Usually I see them as grills, but tofu scoop, love it.
And it's laid out to cool, sorted by size, bagged, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you. All right.
And honestly, I thought that the tofu making was the rough part, but this is even more unbearable. The heat next to each of these deep frying burners just hits you like a punch, and the whole room reeks of melted plastic. It is humid as hell, and these women, they're grinding. That is hard, hard work.
Okay, I'm getting told I should try one of these. And so this is like this big, I don't know, square piece of tofu. Maybe it's a little bit different from these sort of longer pieces. It's less warm. It has almost like a donut-like texture. I think we're really getting in the way here. It's just really good. It has kind of like this crunchy outside, that almost rubbery like skin, and then this fluffy interior. Again, I don't know why there's so many tofu haters out there. To me, that is every bit as good as like a fried donut, but with a lot more protein packed within it. You don't get any of the kind of more dodgy smells from this area. I think anybody would like that. I'm interested in seeing how they really prepare it from here, because I think this is the base of like a pretty tremendous Indonesian dish.
And incredibly, from everything that I've found, no one's ever really tested the tofu itself, which is just kind of wild to me. I mean, I'm not an expert.
Guys, I'm eating too much of this at this point. I'm telling you, at least here, maybe I'm just used to the smell. But straight off the heat, it's really good.
But if tofu is being deep fried directly over open plastic flames with no filtration, that feels like a pretty direct route for contamination, more so than just some chicken who happened to be walking around nearby. And the scale of it, to me, is also what's most shocking. In just 2 days, I visited maybe 30 tofu factories, and while some did use wood for the initial boilers,
Mister! No plastic.
No. Yeah. That was a rarity, and every single one deep fried their tofu over burnt plastic flames. Just open fires pumping out black smoke right into the workspace and into the tofu. And I think it's pretty safe to assume that this is how all tofu and deep fried tofu is being made in and around the Surabayan area.
I've got to admit, like, you can't taste the plastic until you get out of the factory. It's so weird. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much of it in there that it's just like, takes over your sense of smell.
And it's the second biggest city in Indonesia. It's home to more than 3 million people in the city itself and more than 10 in the surrounding area. It's not just some fringe operation, it's feeding a massive population with one of its staple foods. I'm not saying that we're looking at another Agent Orange situation here. They've been cooking and eating this stuff this way for a good 20 years by now. And I think that some of the more shocking health effects would have come to light.
They're all coming from villages like we shot today.
Yeah, so maybe not only that village, but there is several villages near East Java. There are some villages that produce tofu.
So, I mean, the problem obviously is like the plastic. Do you think anybody here cares about the plastic in this?
No one cares. We just eat this because we never. I just thinking that nobody see how their food come from. They do not see how they produce it, so they don't care.
But do you think they would care if they did know? If they did see it?
Maybe, but maybe just little percent, because I just thinking that if they replace the tofu using the fuel using other things, the price of tofu become more expensive, and then I just thinking people prefer to buy something that is cheaper.
So maybe, yeah, right. But what about you? Do you care? I mean, you saw it being made today.
I think because I'm not eating this tofu every day, so it's okay for me just once, and then I'm not dying because of that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, me too. I suppose it's weird. Like, you see it today, you smell it, but when it comes to a dish like this, it's just covered in so many other flavors. Yeah,
I don't care.
you stop worrying, right?
But I do think that it's likely there is something far more insidious underneath the surface here. And I think that somebody needs to start paying attention. Because if this tofu is even half as contaminated as those eggs, then there's a problem that's a lot bigger than just one village.
What do you think about the pollution? Do you think it's a serious problem or not a problem? Sure?
Yeah, we sure that's a serious problem. There will be a serious health impact because, you know, like this region, this regency, this city was named as the most polluted city in Indonesia.
The most polluted city in Indonesia. Wow.
Oddly, after being there, I actually kind of get where these tofu makers are coming from. A lot of these guys want to stop using plastic. But there's zero demand from consumers in Surabaya for a cleaner product. And from the producer's side,
there is a lot of difference between the plastic and the coconut. Like the plastic, they can come every day, frequently. Like, you know, we just celebrate our Hari Raya, end of Fitr at Ramadan.
Yeah.
After Ramadan, and the price of coconut just become high in price, very, very high.
What about wood? How much is wood compared to plastic?
Wood is the same thing as coconut. They just cannot come frequently because of, like, you know, the stock of the wood is not as much as plastic.
It's just not as reliable even.
Yeah.
So even if you guys had better boilers or more efficient boilers, it might still be a problem because you might not get the supply frequently enough.
Yeah, because, like, you know, we use plastic every day and we consume it like a whole day, and the next day we need that again.
Yeah.
And if we don't use that, what we will do?
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Yeah.
We cannot just make wood like they just can every day.
Right.
Something like that.
And so the system kind of traps them. Change means risk, and no one wants to be first.
We don't have any solutions. We don't have any solutions. We can do nothing.
Right.
We can do nothing because of that. The government just give us the warning, but they don't give us solutions, and they don't have any regulations to, you know,
to fix it.
Everything clear.
It's not just about the price. It's not that these guys love burning trash. It's that right now, that's the only way they can stay alive. It doesn't seem like an unfixable problem to me. Some of the factories that use dedicated wood burners told me that they are actually more efficient than plastic burners. They just require more capital upfront to construct. Loans could help here.
So it's interesting, guys, there is that one factory that uses wood. I've got to admit, by comparison, like, pretty professional. Lati was just telling me that they were saying, like, they have the far more efficient, sort of maybe slightly more modern boilers, and therefore, like, it's actually more cost efficient for them to use wood. It's just more of a capital outlay up front. And you can see it right away, like their smokestack, it just has absolutely no smoke, no black, bellowing clouds above it.
And while I'm not a huge fan of subsidies, I'm less of a fan of just poisoning giant populations of people. So if alternative fuels are just simply not cheap enough, then surely there's a way to subsidize a fuel for these deep fryers like gas. I'm just spitballing here, but these guys, they want to change, they just don't know what to do. And if you ask me, change, it's kind of necessary.
Alright guys, one more of these crazy sort of fish, shrimp pasted tofus. I'm telling you, a lot easier than Bum Nam Mam Tom, if you're Vietnamese. This stuff goes down a little bit easier. But that secret ingredient, that plastic, I'm telling you, you just straight forget about it. This is really good. That's quality tofu. Sure, bye. Keep doing your thing. Maybe the best toxic tofu on earth.
Stop screaming, Danny.
Of course I do.
I'm smiling, that's it. You're not an officer. You're a f***ing Nazi.
Okay.
You're a Nazi.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Dan.
An attempt to arrest a wanted suspect in White Bear Lake, Minnesota spirals into a life-or-death standoff as 4 officers face off against a barricaded suspect with no intention of surrendering. As negotiations fail and tensions rise, officers prepare to breach, but a sudden act of violence changes everything in an instant.
Get out! Get out! Get out!
The following is based on official police records, and most of the following footage has never been seen before. On the night of January 24th, 2023, 4 officers with the White Bear Lake Police Department arrive at an apartment complex to arrest 33-year-old Daniel Lauren Holmgren Jr. for a warrant related to a domestic assault charge. After knocking for several minutes, Daniel's mother Vicky answers the door.
Hi, sorry to bug you. Hey, can I talk to Dan just real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. I just have a quick question for him about an old case that we just need to clear up real quick.
What's wrong? Is something wrong?
No, nothing's wrong, hon. Yeah, I know you too. Yeah, long time no talk. Yeah.
Hey, Danny. Danny. You want to hold the door for a short time for a second?
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Okay, this guy's at the door.
Just tell him it's Officer Sheik. Maybe he'll remember.
He said it's Officer Sheik. He wants to talk to you for a minute. He didn't.
Confirmed.
He said he didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, all right.
What's
Well,
wrong? Something wrong.
well, he has a warrant right now that we need to try to take care of for him. So we have a history, so I just wanted to come here myself and just advise him of it. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, before he gets picked up by somebody else. So
I didn't know.
yeah, well, I'm sure he did, Mom. I'm not sure what. I'm not kind of even know what it was for. You don't know.
We're not going to court or something?
I'm sure.
Sorry, looks like this.
No, you're okay. You're okay. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it's for. So.
Okay.
All right. Well, Dan.
You want me to tell him that, or?
Yeah. Can I just talk to him from here?
He's not gonna want you to just talk to him like that.
The officers enter the apartment to learn that Daniel has barricaded himself in his bedroom. Upon learning the police are just outside his door, he becomes increasingly agitated.
Dan, it's Officer Sheik. All right. Well, you have a warrant and you got to take care of it. So as of right now, you're under arrest. Okay. Well, come on out.
He's not doing anything wrong right now either. He's doing really good.
Well, that's why I'm here. Like I understand his history, and I just want to. Okay. Well, Dan, you have a felony warrant.
Felony warrant for what? You didn't even have things in the door. You didn't answer the door because you illegally entered my house.
I didn't illegally enter your house.
Stop screaming, Danny. He has nothing. Yes, he has nothing.
Yep.
Just
9171.
He's just pissed. Danny!
We'll take 7-0 here. We got an uncooperative male refusing to answer.
Let me go grab it.
Sounds good, Mom.
Okay.
Despite Vicky's efforts, Daniel refuses to come out.
I told you not to open the door, Vicky. You killed me. Danny, I will bail you out. You killed me, Vicky. You did not open the door. Okay, what do you mean killed you? You killed me. What are you in trouble for? It's a bench when I missed court. He's not even supposed to be in here. It's a bench. All right, fine. You're not. I will pick you up tomorrow. No. Yeah, but they're going to take you. No. They're in the house. I can't do anything about it.
Danny, your mom didn't know anything that was going on. I just wanted to talk to you.
You're in the system. You knew she didn't know. You knew she let you in. You're in my house illegally.
Okay. I'm not in here illegally, Dan.
Don't yell.
Well, your mom answered the door and I was talking to her, so.
Officer Dillon quickly heads downstairs to prop open a door for additional officers that have been called to assist. Meanwhile, Vicky asks a clarifying question.
Why would you guys come up here if it's a bench warrant?
Well, because he has a warrant.
Then just let me know and let him go.
Well, he has a warrant, so he has to go to jail to take care of it because it wasn't taken care of.
It's a felony level warrant.
It's a felony level 1 warrant. I mean, he has to go to jail. It just says what it is. He has to take care of it.
Yeah, but that's what, tell the truth. If she didn't open the door, you would have left because it's not an active warrant.
It is an active warrant.
Well, it is active because it's current and it's live.
It's not like you enter people's houses illegally, you wouldn't have been able to kick down the door and let it leave, right?
That's correct.
Yep, I've been enjoying my night. Now you're in the house illegally because you took advantage of my biological mother. Congratulations. Thank you for admitting what I already said.
Well, I'm not here illegally, to be clear.
Yeah, we didn't let you in.
Right. But we're here, and you're here, so we can't just walk away.
Hey, that's your problem. I understand. Tonight's a good night. How about you?
Well, I would like it to just continue to be a nice, calm night. Of course I do.
Good, I'm smiling. Let's get it. I don't have nothing to say to you. I'm ready for war. Let's go. There's one more person with him here. I don't care.
Ready for war.
Come get it. Stop acting like that.
Daniel's statement that he's ready for war adds a volatile layer to an already uncertain standoff, as there's no way to know if he has a weapon behind the door. Officer Dillon swaps positions with Officer Sheik and attempts to talk to Daniel.
Hey, Dan.
That's not even the same guy, Danny.
Dan, this isn't Officer Sheik. This is Officer Dillon.
You're not an officer. You're a Nazi.
Okay.
You're a Nazi.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Dan.
Yep. And I'm sorry you gained access illegally through my mentally ill. All right, Danny. Either way, they're inside. Take care of it. I'm not taking care of anything. They can leave. Well, they're not leaving. There's like 7 of them. Well, we're gonna have fun tonight, aren't we? What?
Hey, Dan.
We're gonna have fun tonight, aren't we? Danny, we don't want to do this here where I live. Officer? We don't want to do this where I live. Remember? We talked about this, me and you. It can't happen here. I can't have this kind of action, okay?
Danny, I know you love your mom.
Listen, I don't love my mother. She's my biological mother. She's been a schizophrenic, abusive since I was born. Yeah, and when I went to, when you came and abducted me and brought me to a foster home, that was fun. Okay, Danny, come on, let's go. I'm not going nowhere.
Unsuccessful in his attempts to speak to Daniel, Officer Dillon steps back and lets Officer Sheik resume his position.
Danny, open the door. I'm not opening.
I didn't hear anything.
There's 7 of them in here. Come on. I can't All right, I don't want this to happen.
Well, if they're going to bring a dog, they should probably bring another deputy.
Bailed out.
But Sarge handled it.
Why? He broke the law. He just told you. If you didn't answer the door, it would have been good.
Dan, if I would have forced my way in not knowing you were here, that would have been breaking the law.
Yeah, but since you took advantage of my schizophrenic mother, now
Okay,
you're not.
I did not take advantage of your mom, Dan. I never have.
Stop screaming.
When backup arrives, officers begin planning a breach as Daniel's next words deliver a stark warning of the chaos that will soon unfold.
We got 4 here, so I'm going to go grab a shield.
I wish I would have known about this. Did you kill him? Danny, stop it.
I don't need you getting hurt.
I'm not going to get hurt. He would never hurt me.
I'm not going to allow you to go in there.
He's not going to hurt me. It's my son. You broke the law. Look at you, you tall. It's me you're looking at, Daniel. No, they're looking at you. They're sitting here. They broke the law to get in. They're smiling. He's ready. I'm ready. We're all ready. No more talk. Please don't use things on him. Like guilt is done on my son, please.
We're not.
Get out of my way.
Vicky, tell him to slow down. Tell him they want to
Vicky, we need you to step out of the way.
Come on, let's go.
Vicky.
Let him arrest you, and I'll come bail you out. Because there's not 1 here, there's 7. Fine.
Okay. I'm no longer asking you, no disrespect, I'm telling you you have
Come on, Danny. No, now they're trying to bust you in your own home. Come on. No, that's me, you dummy. No, stay out of the door. I want to talk. We're talking. I've been waiting for this lover. Dan? Danny,
Vicky, you're not going to be able to reason with him. I'm going to need you to leave the hallway. Please don't make me force you out of the hallway.
No, he isn't going to hurt me.
Okay, yeah, but I don't want you to get caught in the middle of this. Please leave over here.
Please don't hurt my son like that.
We'll try not to, Vicky.
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready?
I'm ready to end this calmly.
I'm ready too.
Okay, well, come on out then.
No, why would I come out?
If you think that pepper gun's gonna help you, officer?
Dan, stop. No.
No, yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Dan, you're not hurting my son.
You're not going in there.
Or not. You're ready to kill me and I'm ready to die.
Danny, stop!
Despite repeated requests to leave, Vicky's refusal forces officers to manage conflict on both sides of the door.
Pon, can you stand with Mom?
I'm coming in. No.
This is not an option. You need to leave the apartment.
No.
We need you to leave the
I don't
apartment.
want my son to get hurt.
You should open the door, Vicky. Everybody has their right.
I don't. Danny, they came in either way.
She's got to get out of the apartment. You come back, you're going to be arrested, Vicky.
My husband is here. I'm going to my bedroom. Please, I'm not even dressed.
Just right outside the
Can
door.
I go in my bedroom
No,
and at least can get my jacket? I don't have a bra on even.
Get a jacket.
Please.
Come right out.
After getting her jacket, Vicky is finally escorted toward the front door of the apartment as officers prepare to take their next action.
I can hear him banging stuff around him. I don't know if his weapons, but it sounds like whatever it is. Okay.
Just heads up, guys. I don't need rounds going through that door at you guys. Danny, come out.
Hey, I'm going to defend myself. Are you ready for this action?
He's defending himself. No, please don't hurt my son.
Let's go.
An officer fires non-lethal rounds beneath the door, and in an instant the scene erupts into chaos and gunfire.
9171, if County can step it up, please. Fire! I'm down. I'm hit bad. Give me out.
It's the pepper ball.
No.
It's the.
I'm down. I'm hit bad. Give me out. Get out. Get out. Get out. I need the door open. Get her out of here.
Officer Sheik, after suffering multiple gunshot wounds, is helped by a fellow officer as he limps toward a cruiser.
Let's go, bro. Hustle. Okay, just whoa, come on, man. Just get there. Yep. Just relax. Okay, take a breath. Okay. Bobby, we got it. Yes, sir. I don't know. Let us know we're self-transporting.
Thankfully, they don't have to go far before help comes to them.
Hold on, is this medics? Nope. Fire. That's fire. Stop, right here, stop. Okay. Stop. Turn your lights on. Turn your lights, let me out. Let us out, Bobby. Let me out. Bobby, let us out.
Do you know where the gun sweater is?
I'm shot.
Officer Sheik was struck 3 times in the stomach, pelvis, and thigh area, including one wound a paramedic would later describe as a hole in his testicle. He was urgently transported to Regents Hospital as the standoff inside the apartment continued. Reports state that Daniel ultimately surrendered following a SWAT operation, in which they launched tear gas into the apartment. Officers recovered a 9mm M&P firearm from the bathroom next to his bedroom. Daniel himself was reportedly unharmed. Following the incident, he was booked into the Ramsey County Jail, where his bond was set at $3 million. 33-year-old Daniel Loren Holmgren Jr. was formally charged with first-degree attempted murder and 3 counts of first-degree use of deadly force. 1 count of first-degree assault with a dangerous weapon was dismissed. On August 24, 2023, he was sentenced to a total of 19 years in prison, with a credit of 213 days for time served. He's currently incarcerated at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Officer Sheik went into surgery at the hospital following the incident and survived his injuries.
Oh yeah, Gummy? What do you think, Gummy? What do you think, Gummy? Oh yeah, Gunny. Get off my table.
Sometimes so that's always a plus. Quick facts, good quality, thicker paper, quick shipping, average high cost. One minor con that I cannot confirm because I've only done sticker sheets, but I have heard that their die cuts are a little bit harder to peel the backing off of just because it's a thicker paper. So that might not be a con to you, but something worth considering. The fourth manufacturer is Jukebox, and they are a newer company for me. I've only used them for a couple things so far. I printed a sticker design with them, and then I've also printed memo pads that turned out really good. Here is the beautiful sticker that I did with them. It's so freaking cute. Great quality prints, really vibrant, almost too vibrant, but that might be because of my file setup. I'm really not good when it comes to figuring out how to color my artwork for printing. It's been explained to me several times. I have an art degree, and it still don't make sense in my brain, because I'm pretty sure this is like definitely more vibrant than what my artwork looked like, but I think it looks good. And then the memo pads turned out like super vibrant in comparison, so just something to consider. Don't make your art super saturated if you're sending it over to Jukebox. Other than that though, incredible. The paper it's pretty thick. I don't find it difficult to peel though. Quicker shipping times for sure. It's pretty affordable. Again, I'll mention that it is easy to peel. Really nice packaging. They ship their stickers in like branded Jukebox boxes for you. Send it over in some little plastic baggie like other companies do. Like they send it to you in a box. See, I even kept the box because it's so cute. Don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but like it's not a cheap box either. Like it's a good quality one. And lastly, we'll be talking about a more controversial sticker manufacturer, which is Sticker Mule. Did some research for this video because I wanted to see other people's opinions on the sticker manufacturers that I was talking about, see if there was any points that I didn't consider. I felt like I needed to do some extra research on Sticker Mule because there are some allegations going around about them. I'm gonna be careful with my wording on this. So they have allegedly donated to the Trump campaign in the past. That's really against my personal morals, so it's not really something that I want to contribute to, but I have bought from them in the past. While researching for this video, I also found out that Sticker Mule puts some certain language in their terms and conditions that you are agreeing to let them use your art for anything that they want, and without credit. That's totally not something I realized when I was signing the terms and conditions, because, you know, I'm like everyone else and I don't read them. But that was pretty crazy to find out, because that means, like, per their terms, they could potentially even be selling your art to AI generators, which is not cool. And I'm not saying that they are doing that, but they potentially could because of the way that they worded that. Aside from the controversies, they have pretty high pricing, so in the past I had only bought from them when they would have sales on their holographic stickers, because I actually really do like the holographic stickers that they print. I don't really want to be supporting them in the future, because I also don't want them to have the rights to this design, even though I guess they already do, even though it's my favorite design. But yeah, if you know of any other sticker manufacturers that print...
Hey, artists in business who make stickers.
Let's talk about sticker manufacturers. I make a...
Wow, that long? 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 6, 7. So let me put one more. Then let me one more. Of course not. Of course not. Oh, let's put one right here. Beauty. That's good. Almost level 50. We're at 21 bits. That's alright, I guess. Do I have any other dumb beds anywhere else? No. Okay, so we have this. I don't understand. Is he charging all 3 of these? I don't know. Anyways, I'll take these in here. How are you here? Go away. Dang it. So we're gonna do like half use. Oops. And then a little more use. Alright, so everything's going smoothly. And this is my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 beds. Okay, cool. And a ceiling light. I'm gonna see how bright that is at night now. Almost halfway through the day. Assault rifle ammo. 1,000,000 billion ammos. I want less assault rifle ammo and more shotgun ammo. Can you pick that one up? Shotgun ammo, please. Please. That's as fast as I could sprint through. God's ammos. Okay, now that I got all this stupid amount of ammo, my goal is to go fight another boss. Oh great, this is another one I want. Food's done. Maybe I'll move it over just a little bit. I want the refined chest. Why can't they reach it? Because I'm standing in the way? Drop anything down here? I don't want to hold these. Alright, so what else do I not want to hold? Frick, I don't know. I'm gonna make myself some good food. I'm gonna put another electric kitchen here. But apparently not too close to each other, because then it doesn't work for some reason. Maybe there's an overlap, something. Got lots of food for them. Gonna feed myself pizza. Cool. We're gonna eat pizza. And then I'm gonna put the wheat in here. Dude, oh shit, there's so much stuff to do. Bunch of wheat, a bunch of bread, like a million thing of bread. Oh, I need Paldium fragments. Crushers down here. Oh. Put a bunch of Paldium fragments in here. Probably a little bit less because I need stone to make the stupid things. Oh, maybe not. Still carrying too many Paldium fragments. Oh, no. It's this. Struck 20 of them. Three Paldium? 10 probably. Let's see. We're gonna go catch some bosses.
Here's where I get my stickers made. No more gatekeeping. Sticker App is my top tier sticker manufacturer and I've used them for years. Many of you have said that after buying a sticker from me that it's lasted years, and that's because they're all made out of vinyl, they have UV protection, so they don't fade, and they're waterproof. So I'm excited to be working more closely with them, so if you have any questions about their stickers, let me know because I'll make a few videos. Here's where I get my stickers made. No more gatekeeping. Sticker App is...
Let's watch something on YouTube. We watch this one.
Don't reach for any weapon. I ain't got no weapons. Put your hands on my hood.
When 18-year-old Anthony Petersek disappeared, no one expected the search to lead to a house of horrors, clear signs of violence, but no trace of Anthony.
You're gonna have to tell us the truth to keep yourself out of trouble.
I'm not in any trouble.
All right, Justin. You're this close to going to jail.
Oh,
Because you've lied to us.
Oh.
Oh, quit crying. You should be wanting to sing like a bird.
I don't know, man.
The search led detectives down a trail of lies, straight to a family hiding dark secrets and even darker motives.
I told y'all I lied.
Don't lie to me. I don't want to hear it. This is silly.
Okay, so, oh wait, I'm level
In September
59.
2017,
Yay.
Anthony Petersek vanished without a trace. But his disappearance wasn't the beginning of this chilling case. It all started with a single message. An anonymous tipster reached out to Tulsa Crime Stoppers, reporting a homicide related to Anthony Petersek. Police quickly responded, and their homicide unit treated the information with urgency, knowing every second was crucial to uncover the truth.
The suspects beat Anthony to death. Tipster stated the suspects dismembered the body and nobody knows about the crime.
Man.
The report pointed to homicide, but there was no sign of Anthony, no body, no evidence to confirm if the anonymous tip held any truth. In fact, he'd been missing for days. The detectives began searching for his whereabouts and gather any available information that could shed light on the case.
I got the address.
That's where Mom lives.
Go see what she knows.
To uncover the truth, detectives proceeded to Anthony's last known address, his mother's residence. Their primary objective was to determine whether this was truly a homicide case, but the real fear remained. Anthony was either barely holding on or already gone.
Try to get a little more information on what's going on to see if there's any validity to this tip. You never know. Sometimes these are nothing, and sometimes they're pretty crazy. Hopefully this will be a nothing.
The police arrived at Anthony's mother's residence, hoping to uncover vital information about his last known whereabouts. Anthony had now been missing for 6 days. As she spoke, her statement revealed something unsettling. Not enough to confirm foul play, but just enough to give detectives a critical lead they couldn't ignore.
Detective Kennedy.
Did you find him?
We're here to talk and see if you can help us.
Come in. The 21st is when everyone has not heard from him.
Does Anthony have a girlfriend?
This has a baby mother, Ashley Peel. She thought he was with me this whole time.
But he comes home every day.
Yeah, his room is untouched.
Why would he be missing like this? Is there somebody that's mad at him over money or drugs?
No.
She revealed that Anthony was expecting a baby with his girlfriend, Ashley Peel, a detail that could be significant. When detectives asked if he had any conflicts or disputes with anyone, her response rang alarms of suspicion. She mentioned that her access card had recently gone missing, and she suspected that Carl Crabb, her neighbor, had stolen it. Shockingly, she revealed that the last time she saw Anthony, he was heading to Carl's residence to confront him about the stolen access card. That was the last time his mother saw him. He never returned home thereafter. Carl quickly became the prime suspect, as detectives uncovered a series of unsettling details. Anthony had vanished without a trace after heading to Carl's residence, and the timing was too coincidental to ignore. As investigators dug deeper, they discovered Carl had multiple outstanding warrants, raising even more red flags. Just as suspicion reached a boiling point, Anthony's mother called with new information.
Is this Officer Calhoun?
Yeah.
Carl and Carl's girlfriend. They walked in past my house 3 times now. He's walking through all nonchalant like nothing can happen to nobody.
Okay, well, we don't know 100% what happened. We're working on it.
I got you, thank you.
The police wasted no time tracking down Carl, knowing they couldn't risk giving him a chance to flee. With mounting suspicion and a critical lead in hand, officers moved in swiftly to take him into custody for interrogation, determined to uncover the truth before it was too late.
You just walk past me. Let's go get him. I'm gonna drop the Hashtag here in case you want to go behind.
Copy. Hands, hands, hands. Hands. Don't reach for any weapon. I ain't got no weapons. Put your hands on my hood.
Do you have any guns on you?
No, sir, I do not.
If you tell the truth, then we can work something out.
All right.
If not, then you can get in a lot of trouble. We're going to go downtown.
Carl was immediately taken into custody for interrogation as detectives pressed to uncover the truth behind Anthony's disappearance.
Do you have any idea of why you were down here?
Because there's a rumor going around that a boy named Anthony was missing. Going around town looking around for Anthony. He's a good kid.
Do you think Anthony's dead?
I don't know. I have not seen nothing.
Detective Brown asked you a question about whether you think he's dead or not. It's a question of either he's dead or he's not. What do you think? And the response was non-committal. Well, it was, I really don't know.
I ain't seen him.
I haven't seen him. My fear is that the part that you're not telling us is the part that involves you.
Okay, sir. I had nothing to do with what happened to him.
Okay, well, what's the deal with Tara's food stamp card?
Carl claimed that Anthony had left the benefit card at his house, but detectives weren't convinced. They pressed him further, sensing there was more to the story.
I actually found that in the couch where Anthony was sitting. I took the food stamp card and back to Anthony's mother. Carl, be true.
Just tell the whole story.
Oh, I'm gonna tell the whole story, sir.
Everything.
All right,
Even stuff that may not sound good about you.
Okay,
put it out there.
I'm not involved in this, and I promise that, but Anthony just has a lot of problems.
Carl revealed a crucial detail. Anthony and Ashley had been having relationship troubles. This new information gave detectives another angle to investigate, raising more suspicion about what really happened.
Actually, put hands on him quite a bit. Last week, I seen her driving down the street and she was trying to run him over.
Carl claimed that everything he knew came from Ashley's cousin, Justin Peel. This added another layer to the investigation, prompting detectives to question whether Justin held key information or was hiding something himself.
What's the rumors you've heard?
Anthony was over there beating on Ashley. So Ashley somehow got a hold of her dad and he came over there.
So does Ashley know what happened to Anthony?
She has to.
Carl's interrogation cast doubt on everything Ashley had said, deepening their suspicions about her. But first, they needed to confirm with Anthony's mother if she had gotten the benefits card back. What she revealed next turned this case into a web of clashing claims.
So you got your card back?
Yes. Oh, yeah. It's like Anthony should have brought these back. Why are you bringing them back?
What do you say?
He didn't say nothing. Something was wrong. He just told him. I just was hoping Anthony would have showed up. You know,
Okay, Lisa, we're working on it right now.
Thank you.
Bye.
Since one of Carl's claims checked out, detectives began considering his side of the story. With this new lead, they shifted their focus to finding Ashley, determined to uncover her role in Anthony's disappearance. When detectives arrived at Ashley's residence, she was nowhere to be found, but a neighbor came forward with unexpected information, details that not only confirmed Carl's claims of violence between Anthony and Ashley, but hinted at something incriminating.
Police, is everybody okay?
Which Mills in there? A lot?
No, yeah, there's a little bit. When was the last time you saw somebody?
I want to 3 or 4 days now.
Really?
When the what happened?
There was a fight happen over there.
What kind of fight?
I hear the front door get kicked in, and somebody got thrown out that window right there.
Thrown out the window?
Yeah. No, boy, got his ass with.
They got thrown out the window? You saw a picture of him? Could you identify him?
Yeah. That was the one. Her dad, he was here with the 2 boys. They hog tied and threw him in the back of the pickup.
Okay. What kind of truck?
It was a Ford F-150. Red.
The two boys, have you ever seen them before?
Never seen him in my life. They're tall and lanky, look like they did met.
The girl lives here. Father was there, though, right?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
After hearing this alarming account, detectives headed straight to Ashley's father's house, hoping to uncover any trace of Anthony.
Go to the police! Come to the front! Ashley, come out here.
Inside the house, detectives found Ashley, her father, Daryl Peel, and two men, Justin Peel and Tracy Price, but no sign of Anthony. The absence was suspicious, but detectives were certain that this case could take a darker turn. With no leads found inside the house, a team was sent to search Ashley's residence, while all four individuals were taken to the homicide department for interrogation. Investigators were determined to break the silence and uncover the truth.
Ashley, I'm Sergeant Walker. We're here to talk about Anthony. And hopefully Anthony walks through the door and says, here I am.
Yes. No, I love Anthony. I'm pregnant with this child.
Do you know what happened to Anthony?
No. I don't know anything.
Was there any problems with you and Anthony?
Yeah, we used to fight a lot. An argument, and it turned into him, like, scuffling with me. And I ran out to get away from there.
Did your dad know that he had
My dad,
issues?
yes,
and
my dad was really
abusive?
upset for him abusing me.
He hadn't been at your address in a while.
Yeah.
The detectives wasted no time and started interviewing Ashley for the information she had. Then a chilling report came from the search team at Ashley's house, evidence that pointed to something far more sinister than just a fight. What they uncovered wasn't just shocking, it hinted at a gruesome truth that no one had imagined.
Take a look at this. Blood on the floor, blood on the wall.
Hello?
There's definitely blood in this room. It looks like there's blood smeared all over the walls.
Thank you.
The detectives then decided to confront Ashley for the same.
Have you lied to me? There's evidence that somebody got beat up in the front room, and you have to tell me the truth. I'm talking about whoever would stand up for you at your house where Anthony was beaten.
There's no one that would hurt him. For me.
We're gonna find out what happened to Anthony.
I want you to find out.
If every time you see an ad, you just wanna, you need to download Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that blocks ads on all your favorite sites. It even blocks ads that you didn't even know were ads. Imagine being able to.
Ashley insisted that she loved Anthony too much to ever harm him and claimed to have no knowledge of what happened to him. Her emotions seemed genuine, but detectives knew better. Appearances could be deceiving, and they weren't ruling anything out just yet. They hence decided to approach Justin, as he was the one who had carried the message forward to Carl.
Justin, do you know Ashley's boyfriend?
Anthony.
We've been told that Anthony's missing, and you have information on that.
As far as I know, he's still in the neighborhood.
Let me throw this at you. Ashley calls Dad, Daryl, and tells her Daryl that Anthony's doing whatever Anthony's doing. Daryl goes to Ashley's house. Wild rumor is you know something about that.
No, I don't know anything about that.
We have crime scene detectives right now at Ashley in his house, processing it for evidence. Something happened in there.
I don't know what happened.
That's bull. What the happened to Anthony?
Justin began revealing a series of incriminating details that aligned with the story, but lacked enough clarity to satisfy investigators. What Justin revealed next shook the detectives to their core.
All I know is we got a phone call, and Anthony was beating the shit out of Ashley. Daryl was saying, go, hurry, hurry, hurry.
He said that Daryl had advised Justin and Tracy to help Ashley, and they had visited her residence.
I drove him over there. Tracy hops out on the street, and Ashley's outside half naked.
Justin claimed that Tracy had stayed behind while Ashley had fled. Detectives knew they could get closer to the truth and asked the final, most crucial question: where was Anthony?
And I drove back around to my house. I get out the truck, and Daryl gets in, and I stayed there. I haven't heard anything from besides him running for his life ever he got the dog stomped out of him.
Where'd you hear that from?
From Tracy. I'm guessing. And supposedly, Anthony's hurt or gone somewhere else. I don't know.
Justin, the problem is you need to finish the story. Put it all out there. Telling half a truth is still telling a lie.
That's all I know.
Justin's stories seemed to fit together, but detectives knew the real answers lay with Ashley. She was the central figure in all of this, and the reason why they all were under investigation. Now it was time to hear the truth from her.
Ashley,
Yes,
how did it make you feel when you were lying about this?
I didn't lie.
You made a phone call that you lied about.
You didn't ask me about a phone call.
You're going to have to tell us the truth to keep yourself out of trouble.
I'm not in any trouble.
I want to disagree with you on that.
I told y'all a lie.
Don't lie to me. I don't want to hear it. This is silly. He's already done. And when I walk out, I'm not coming back. And you got people here telling us that some bad things happened to Anthony. We have a good idea Anthony's dead, and you do too.
Can't be. No.
Well,
Can't be.
that he's very unaccounted for. He may be your father. I get it.
My dad didn't do anything.
Okay, then just tell me what happened that day. When Anthony came over to your house.
I was like, you gotta go, and then he got mad at me. He just said that he's not gonna let me leave. And then he grabbed me.
Okay.
So I pulled my phone out and I said, please, are you home?
You
Mom?
called your dad.
Yes. And I'm straight back here yelling, and I got outside.
Well, tell me who showed up
It was Justin.
and who was with him.
Tracy.
Did you see Tracy get out of the truck? I know
Jumped out the back.
you Tracy. What did he do?
Was trying to get in my front door.
Ashley stated that she and Tracy returned to her father's house that night and didn't see her father or Justin until the next day. However, her account created a gap in the timeline, one the detectives were determined to close.
Have you ever asked you what happened?
Justin told me that Anthony wouldn't mess with me no more. I figured they just scared him off.
Ashley explained that she'd driven away after the incident and seemed to share everything she knew. However, they still found it difficult to fully believe her. Whether Anthony was even alive or where he might be remained unclear. But even before addressing the question of Anthony's survival, there were still numerous unanswered questions lingering.
Now with her statement, we know that Ashley and Justin saw Tracy there, but neither one of them will admit they know what happened to Anthony.
Through a brief investigation, the police also discovered that Tracy Price had prior convictions for burglary and auto theft. Armed with this information, along with what they'd learned from Ashley, they proceeded to question Tracy.
Do you have any idea of why you were down here? Last week, Anthony kind of beat up on Ashley. Did Daryl tell you somebody's jumping on Ashley? Can you go help her? Would you have gotten in a truck with Justin and gone over there?
I don't think so. Tracy, that was a yes or no question. We know he drove you over there. You know he did drive you over there.
Here, put your sleeves up for me for just a second. Tracy, people are accusing you of...
I've accused my whole life of everything, so...
You ever stop and listen?
I'm listening.
During the interrogation, Tracy maintained a tough demeanor from the very beginning. He immediately denied any involvement, showing little to no emotion on his face throughout the questioning.
Anthony is missing, and it's been confirmed that you were one of the last few people to have seen him.
I had nothing to do with nothing, so I just wait and talk to a lawyer then.
If that's the case, good luck to you, sir.
The police were able to gather little to no useful information from Tracy. As a result, they shifted their focus to the main person of interest, Ashley's father, Gerald Peel.
Gerald Peel, why do you believe you're down here?
My daughter's future baby daddy's Anthony. I guess he's missing her.
What can you tell me about this whole mess?
Probably starts back a week ago. She called and said that Anthony was there and that she was needing some help because apparently he was hurting her.
Yeah.
I hollered outside for anybody to help her.
Who went over there to help?
Tracy went over there to help her.
Did you go over?
I went over there afterwards and Ashley was, crying and upset and told her she needed to leave. Went in the house. Then he noticed I was mad because he was still there. Fight broke out.
Fight broke out with who?
With Anthony and Tracy.
Then what happens?
Then Anthony bails out that front room window.
So far, it seemed like Durrell had been sharing more of the truth compared to Tracy. He told detectives about a fight that had broken out, explaining that Anthony had jumped through a window and attempted to climb the neighbor's fence, but Tracy had caught him.
I would assume he probably got a few punches.
Sure.
Including from yourself.
No, I didn't get put no hands on him at all.
So Tracy's got him, then what happened?
I told Tracy, we take him to the police department. So we put him in the back of the truck, and we drove off. So I wasn't going very fast. By the time I stopped at the corner, he fled out of the truck, and he got away from us. I tried to turn around and catch up with him, but the little cat's fast.
When Durrell mentioned that Anthony had gotten away from the truck, it struck a chord with the detectives. Something felt off. But they weren't done yet. They were about to present him with something that would unravel the truth.
Daryl, what if I told you that somebody saw you guys hog time and threw him in the back of the truck?
He wouldn't hog time, I know of.
But furthermore, there's neighbors that said you plus 2 other guys.
There's another pillar there. He might even help Tracy load him up in the back of the truck. I ain't gonna put no names on it.
If it's another fella that could corroborate your story that Anthony jumped out of the back of the truck, would you not see that important to give us that old boy's name?
But he left just right before all that.
Well, but he could still help validate your story.
I'm not gonna give you this guy's name.
The detectives had now discovered that there was indeed a third person involved. The smart move for Durrell would have been to bring this third guy in to back up his version of events, but he refused to reveal his name. This could mean many things. One possibility being that Tracy and Durrell had made up a story between themselves, leaving the third guy in the dark. If brought in, he might end up revealing the whole truth. With this new information, the detectives decided to circle back and question Justin, who was the most vulnerable and in a highly emotional state.
All right, Justin. You're this close to going to jail.
Oh, my.
Because you've lied to us.
Oh,
quit crying. You should be wanting to sing like a bird.
I told you my uncle and that dude Tracy Price did something. I don't know what they did.
What you failed to mention to us was the third guy. The other guy that was with them, what is that guy's name?
I don't know, man.
To keep yourself out of the middle of this, you gotta tell it all.
Since Justin was already visibly shaken, the police knew they only needed to apply a bit more pressure to get the truth out of him. Just as they anticipated, he cracked. Justin admitted to detectives that he didn't know the third person's name, but he did know the name of that man's girlfriend.
Her name's Tina, and I don't know her last name.
You know where she lives at?
No.
They had the girlfriend's name, but now Durrell needed to be transported to jail to face kidnapping charges. The detective made one last attempt to convince him to reveal the third guy's name. Just as it seemed Durrell was about to shut down, he finally spoke.
Help me prove your story is correct, where he jumps out of the back of the truck.
He wasn't really involved in it.
It's a Wesley White.
Through their investigation, they discovered that 41-year-old Wesley White had prior convictions for false impersonation and indecent exposure. Not only that, but a quick glance at his Facebook page revealed even more unsettling information about him.
His Facebook page.
He's all sleeved out. I think he's white pride. So he's a white supremacist.
They now had all the information they needed, the potential people involved, details about what happened before Anthony disappeared, and a blood-splattered room. Yet there was still no sign of Anthony. With everything laid out, they decided to have one final conversation with Durrell, hoping to get the answers they needed about Anthony's whereabouts.
Durrell, if things got out of hand, an accident happened, something that led to something a lot different than what you intended, that's what this conversation is going to be about. Is this the Wes you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, and who tied him up?
Yes.
Durrell told the police that Wesley was the one who had helped tie Anthony up and put him in the trunk of the car and left the place.
So then tell me who leaves with the truck with Anthony in the back?
I did. Tracy.
At this time, is Anthony alive?
Yeah.
This is the important part. Where did you ask?
Oh, man.
I have to find him. I'm hoping he's alive. Because I can show the DA. Durrell is a dad that went to go defend his daughter. Listen, just happened.
Durrell knew he couldn't keep up with his lies, but the question was whether he would stay silent or finally tell the truth. Just when the detectives thought they'd hit a dead end with him, Durrell did the unthinkable, something that would change the course of the investigation entirely.
Tracy, I'm gonna tell him where it's at. You hear me? Tracy. Dude, I'm gonna have to hear him tell me that he hears me. Or I'll tell y'all. Bring me here.
Hey, real quick, how would you find the answer in all this data?
You get Sasvaya.
That's Maya. Cool.
Tracy, I'm gonna have to tell him we're going to jail. You hear me? I took him to the garage place.
Daryl finally revealed to them that they had taken Anthony to a property.
All right, Tracy, you go in there now.
It's like this right here.
There you go.
Sorry, Trey.
Daryl not only revealed Anthony's whereabouts, but also drew a detailed map pointing to the exact location. He told investigators that Anthony had been left in a field near a river on the 2000 block of North Yale Avenue.
You dropped him off.
He was alive.
Did you have any farts for him?
Told you not to mess with my daughter anymore. And then I lived.
Was Tracy still at this location when you left in your truck?
Yes.
Next time you saw Tracy, did you say if he left him there? Pushed him in the water? I need to know.
I don't know, though.
He didn't say?
He didn't tell me that part.
All right, sit tight.
Daryl claimed that Anthony was still alive when they left him. Acting quickly, the police secured the riverbanks in the area and even arranged for helicopters to fly over the water, searching for any trace of him.
This is where Daryl describes himself barking.
Detectives arrived at the area and began searching the fields, torchlights in hand, scanning carefully for any sign of him.
Here. There he is.
Is he dead?
He's clearly deceased.
He's still all good.
Wow.
After being missing for 6 days, 18-year-old Anthony Peterzek was finally found at 2 a.m. on September 28, 2017. His lifeless, dismembered body lay abandoned in a field about 3 miles from Ashley's home. Left alone in the darkness, his final moments remain a haunting mystery.
I don't think Tracy could have dragged Anthony out here by himself. Daryl's probably not much help walking around on that cane. There's a chance the third guy, Wesley, was out here helping, though.
Tracy and Daryl were arrested swiftly and faced charges of kidnapping and murder, but the case was far from over. There was still one more person who might have played a role in this, Wesley White. To confirm whether Wesley White was truly involved, police spoke to Ashley's neighbor, who claimed to have seen them that night. They suspected Wesley had played a role, but they needed solid proof.
Hey, you can hop in, man. Yeah, I'm gonna show you a map of maybe one of the guys who was beating the victim, okay? You don't feel pressure to pick anyone.
Yeah.
Take your time.
And I didn't get a real good look at their face.
Okay.
I can't say without 100%.
Okay. Appreciate it, man.
Oh, it ain't a problem.
The neighbor's inability to identify him was a setback. They needed to place Wesley White at the scene. However, not all doors were closed. There was still one lead to follow.
The only thing we know about Wesley is he's got a girlfriend named Tana. We don't know who Tana is, so we have to get her identified. You run Wesley. Wesley's only got 2 associates, and neither one of them have an associate named Tana. So we're going to see what we can do to find her and see what Tana can tell us.
For 2 months, police found no trace of Tana. No records, no leads, nothing. But then a tip changed everything. Not only did they learn her whereabouts, but rumors suggested she might know exactly what had happened.
Tana? Wesley, is he your boyfriend?
No. Wesley was a good friend of mine. Wesley was beat me up here just the other day.
Okay. Who's that guy?
That's Daryl Ray.
You know why Daryl's trouble.
Oh, yeah. Before I went to work that day, I dropped Wesley off at Daryl Ray's.
Tana claimed that she was the one who dropped Wesley off at Daryl's place on the day after he went missing. If this was true, this could directly tie Wesley to the case, exactly what investigators needed.
Come back, pick him up. Wesley was all shook up. I took Wesley and rented a motel room for him because he didn't want to be at home. Tracy and Daryl show up at the hotel, and they're all talking. And that's whenever I found out about Anthony.
What are they talking about?
It's horrible. Tracy said he prayed with him. Sick. I guess they had a backhoe or something. They took us to get the stuff and dumped it on him. From what I understand, he was alive whenever he dumped it on him.
You say they. You think somebody other than Tracy?
Well, if they were all 3 there, they're all three guilty of something. That he drowned in mud, probably.
Well, yeah, Anthony's dead.
That ain't right.
Well, I'll agree with you. It ain't right.
Wesley, Tomato's crazy.
Not done with Wesley. Wesley will get his day just the same as everybody else.
2 weeks later, Wesley White was also arrested for the murder of Anthony, bringing investigators one step closer to uncovering the whole truth. On December 6, 2018, Tracy stood before the court as the verdict was read, guilty of first-degree murder. As part of his testimony, he revealed the horrifying details of Anthony's final moments. He told prosecutors that Gerald claimed his daughter was in trouble. That's why they went after Anthony, cornering him against a fence, hog-tying his wrists, ankles, and neck. A pillowcase was thrown over his head before they drove him to Gerald's home. There, they partially buried him and walked away. Prosecutors described Anthony's suffering. The way he was restrained meant any attempt to move would tighten the noose around his neck. A medical examiner testified that his death by asphyxia would have taken at least hours. And when it was over, Tracy allegedly uttered just 4 words, "It's taken care of." The jury had heard enough, and in the end, justice took its course. On December 21st, 2018, Tracy Price was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Wesley pleaded guilty to kidnapping and was sentenced to 8 years behind bars. Durrell pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter and received 12 years. Ashley and Justin were not charged in connection with Anthony's murder. Yet despite everything, the alleged motive remained unproven.
Daryl, in his mind, did the right thing by taking up for his daughter. Yeah, I understand why he did it, but you just can't do it.
While claims involving Durrell's daughter were acknowledged, no evidence ever confirmed that Anthony had harmed her. His mother, however, had a different story to tell.
And I'm just going to keep defending Anthony and everything he is, and he always will, because he is good. That's the breath I'm going to, give to is for my son.
She claimed it was Durrell and Ashley who bullied Anthony, and that he was the one being abused. But now, the whole truth may never be known.
The pain is so overwhelming. My precious son. I'll never be the same after what I heard, what they did to him. He was barely 18. What was taken from me was my everything.
What is clear, however, is that this tragedy could have been handled differently. Instead of turning to violence, seeking help from the authorities might have prevented the devastating outcome. Now all that remains is regret and pain, especially for Anthony's mother, who was left mourning a son she will never see again. Justice was served. Our hearts go out to Anthony's family. May they one day find peace.
أنا خولة مدهون مدير التمريض مستشفى التحرير في مجمع ناصر الطبي. الموجود عندنا هذه الكتات في البداية بنحب نشكر الUNFPA على مجهودهم ودعمهم للوضع.
Crazy. Nice. So what is that? That's a stone? So that is. So, like, I need trees here? So I get stone. What else was here? Looks like I need to get stuff put away. I think I need a bunch of wompos. Forget mine. Wompo, 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 wompo. Not that one, not that one. And a couple more wompos. This one, this one. Hang on, where is... Oh no, all this stuff inside my house is... Oh no, I don't even have wood. Dark stone. Where is the place? Okay, this was one of these. This was one of these. Okay, so serious, gotta go over here and grab this fiber because I dropped it. Oh, it still didn't work when I stood over here. What did I do to make it work? Oh. Rotate? Oh yeah, I was gonna make the thing bigger for the pals. What is this? 4 minutes. Oh no, I have no water. She's milk then. Oh, wait, open a different one. I lied, I didn't open any. So now, we got crude oil. And that's like insane. I'm gonna close it out there though. I don't think I need it to be. How about like a big stone gate? How about just the big gate right next to the other big gate to get out? Where's the big gate to get out? There's the big gate to get out. I'll just put a bunch of gates in everywhere. I forgot that there's a tree and a chest that usually spawn right here. I'll break these out, maybe it'll come back. And what kind of... I need some more high quality cloths. It's like... Okay, so the bad guys are no longer gonna spawn in that little square. So we can just delete this wall? So. Oh yeah, I don't feel these ones in. And then actually we'll make a little garden here. Block all the damn trees out. Alright, so now that I got this all open, I'm gonna put the wall there. Hell yeah. For lighting, you can use ceiling light. Why can't you stand here? That's right, I can't do that anymore.
The explosion rocks the city. A searing light fills the sky. Anyone within a clear line of sight and within 1 mile of ground zero has their clothing instantly incinerated by the intense heat. The thermal blast scorches skin, burning through layers of flesh, sometimes all the way to the bone. Those facing the blast are blinded in an instant, then vaporized a heartbeat later. This is the horror of a surprise nuclear attack, and how the United States would respond if that strike came from an unknown submarine. 0 minutes. The small submarine is just large enough to hold propulsion, power systems, and a single medium-range ballistic missile, tipped with a nuclear warhead, just shy of 100 kilotons. For weeks, it's crept forward at no more than 3 knots, staying as silent as possible to avoid detection. Now it's reached its target, just 200 miles off the American East Coast. Inside the dorsal missile tube, a generator rapidly superheats seawater, turning it into steam and building immense pressure within the sealed chamber. Just a second and a half later, the missile hatch bursts open. The force of the steam blasts the missile upward, hurling it out of the tube and rocketing it toward the ocean surface. Just feet below the surface, the explosive bolts fire, jettisoning the missile's hydrodynamic fairing, which has helped it slice cleanly through the water. Now exposed, the missile continues its ascent, still driven by pressurized steam, until it's 3 feet above the waves. At that moment, the missile's first stage rocket engine ignites with a thunderous roar, the missile screaming into the air in a plume of smoke. 12 seconds. Underwater hydrophones line the edge of the American continental shelf, listening for any sign of enemy submarine activity. Suddenly, they pick up an unmistakable sound, the violent burst of a missile ejection. Then, the low rising roar of a rocket igniting just above the waves. A computer automatically sends the anomalous noise for inspection by a human operator at a shore facility 1,000 miles away. 15 seconds. Upgraded early warning radars along the U.S. East Coast and Greenland simultaneously lock on. They detect the missile as it tears through the sky, climbing fast. At 25,000 feet and rising, the threat is clear. U.S. Navy Aegis-equipped vessels in the Atlantic quickly acquire the unknown missile, tracking it in real time. Meanwhile, the U.S. Space Force is being fed data from all of these systems at once via global networked capabilities. The computer automatically designates the unknown track as a missile launch due to the characteristics of the object as reported by half a dozen different radars around and in the Atlantic. 22 seconds.
Therapy has always been such a scary idea to me because I simply did not know where to get started. I didn't know how to find my person. I did not know where to go until BetterHelp came in and helped me solve a lot of those problems. With BetterHelp, I got started on my therapy journey, and I actually went through a couple of different therapists to find my perfect match, and that's something that you shouldn't be scared of. You start with a questionnaire when getting started with BetterHelp, and even that helped me guide and helped me think about what I'm looking for with this experience, because getting started, I had no idea. Only thing I knew going into it was that I would benefit from talking about my feelings, and just having someone there who's there professionally to help me guide through life took some time for me to get adjusted and to figure out what I'm looking for, but BetterHelp accommodates that perfectly. You can request change, no extra charge, and now that I found my perfect match, I feel so supported going through life, and
The missile reaches 50,000 feet as it reaches the upper end of the supersonic envelope. 25 seconds. Space-based infrared satellites confirm the missile launch by tracking the fiery plume as it punches through the upper atmosphere. 32 seconds. U.S. Space Force confirms the worst-case scenario. An unknown missile has been launched from the Atlantic. What was once just raw data is now a verified threat. 1 minute. At the 1 minute mark, the missile is approaching space. The first stage rocket disengages and plummets back to Earth. The missile has no second stage rocket as its target is close by. 1 minute, 54 seconds. The U.S. Defense Networks quickly generate a preliminary track for the unknown missile. By analyzing its velocity and rate of climb, the system continuously updates the estimated point of impact. Right now, that point of impact is around 12 miles west of New York City. But as the missile begins to lose velocity, slowed by friction, with the minute amounts of atmosphere in the low Earth orbit, the track is consistently updated. The computer factors in the estimated effects of atmospheric drag during re-entry, adjusting for how it'll alter the missile's speed and trajectory. With every passing second, the system recalculates, projecting a new estimated point of impact. The estimated point of impact is the heart of New York City. 2 minutes. Given the speed of modern threats, missile defense is largely automated. It simply requires human input to allow the computer to automatically respond to and engage a threat. Initially, the system considers deploying a ground-based mid-course defense, or GMD interceptor, but within seconds that option is rejected. The GMD interceptors stationed in Alaska and California are designed primarily to counter limited nuclear strikes from nations like North Korea, or in a best-case scenario, a small-scale attack from China or Russia. The system has some capability to respond to an attack on the East Coast, but the unknown missile is too close to its impact point for an interceptor to be useful. Instead, the system automatically assigns the task to an Aegis-equipped cruiser patrolling several hundred miles off the coast of New York City. Armed with SM-3 interceptors, the ship is now the first and best line of defense. 2 minutes, 11 seconds. 3 SM-3 missiles are fired in rapid succession from the deck of a U.S. cruiser. The missiles rapidly approach hypersonic speed as they attempt to intercept the unknown missile while it's still in space. Have you ever wanted to build your own website but felt overwhelmed by the cost, complexity, nature, and free? First, always to catch up. Complicating matters, the missile is now beginning its descent, dipping down in preparation to re-enter the atmosphere. 2 minutes, 58 seconds. The SM-3 interceptors are remotely detonated dozens of miles above the unknown missile, which is now in the upper atmosphere. But it's already too late. The interceptors designed for high-altitude kills have spent all of their fuel reaching space, with only limited maneuverability left and no margin for error. They can't adjust to the missile's rapidly shifting descent. Meanwhile, the missile is diving fast, blazing into the atmosphere at speeds of Mach 13. 3 minutes, 1 second. At around 3,300 feet above its impact point, the nuclear payload initiates its detonation sequence. The resulting shockwave forces the uranium core to implode under immense pressure, compressing it into a supercritical state. In that instant, a runaway nuclear fission chain reaction begins. The immense burst of X-rays and heat from the primary explosion slams into the second stage, compressing it with extreme force. Inside, the lithium deuteride is driven into thermonuclear fusion. Hydrogen isotopes violently forced to merge into helium. In the process of being forcibly fused together, a massive amount of energy is released. Less than a quarter of a second later, a 200-foot fireball erupts, the center of which is over 135 million degrees Fahrenheit, hotter than the core of the sun. 0.1 milliseconds after explosion. X-rays and gamma rays ionize the surrounding atmosphere. If it weren't for the blinding light caused by the explosion, New Yorkers would see the air glowing with an eerie otherworldly light for miles around the blast zone. Thermal radiation moving at the speed of light blinds people looking in the direction of the explosion up to 50 miles away. Anyone looking at the explosion is instantly killed as the blast tears through the city. Those farther out, between 1 and 1.5 miles from ground zero, are met with a different kind of horror. Their clothes and hair ignite in an instant. Intense thermal radiation scorches their bodies, burning skin away and leaving deep second and third degree burns. Outside of this radius, up to 3 miles away, anyone inside and in line of sight of the explosion receives a painful burn on every exposed area of skin. 1 millisecond after explosion, the fireball has expanded to over 1,000 feet across. A shockwave moving 5 times faster than the speed of sound forms and expands outward. A significant portion of this shockwave moves downwards toward ground zero and the surrounding buildings. The shockwave compresses the atmosphere itself for a mile radius, raising air pressure to hundreds of pounds per square inch. Anyone caught outside is instantly crushed by the sheer pressure. Their bodies are torn apart into fragments, which are then engulfed by the surrounding inferno, incinerated in the extreme heat, and reduced to ash in seconds. Buildings are completely pulverized within this radius. Anyone caught inside is crushed instantly. Buildings within a several hundred feet radius are reduced to dust, while those further out are pulverized to larger and larger chunks. An electromagnetic pulse forms and spreads outward at the speed of light, erupting from the blast, racing outward at the speed of light. The invisible wave of energy overloads and destroys electronic circuits across hundreds of miles, crippling power grids, communication networks, and infrastructure in an instant. Vehicles stall. Aircraft hundreds of miles away suffer complete electronic failure mid-flight. Only military systems specifically hardened against EMPs remain functional. Most emergency services, including police, fire, and medical response units, are instantly disabled and rendered useless. The air for hundreds of feet from ground zero is nearly as hot as the surface of the sun, resulting in a flash of light visible across most of New York State. 2 milliseconds after explosion, the downward shockwave slams into the earth, then rebounds, racing outward from the ground. It quickly catches up with the horizontal shockwave expanding from the point of detonation. The two waves converge and form a much more powerful blast, amplifying the pressure and expanding the zone of destruction exponentially. 1 second after explosion, the fireball now peaks in size to about a mile wide. Up to 1.5 miles away, anyone not in a shelter is instantly vaporized. The thermal radiation has now spread far enough to cause third-degree burns to anyone with exposed skin within the line of sight up to 5 miles away. Tooth fillings and dental implants soften. Eyeglasses, especially plastic sunglasses, start to melt, and in some cases, the molten material fuses with the wearer's skin, burning onto their face. The blast unleashes winds exceeding 700 miles per hour for a full mile from ground zero. Anything still standing, buildings, trees, vehicles, is instantly shredded and ripped apart by the sheer force. The debris is hurled through the air by supersonic winds. 5 seconds after explosion, the convergence of the two shockwaves results in a single shockwave traveling at nearly 10,000 miles per hour. At 5 miles away from the point of impact, the winds have reached over 200 miles per hour, tearing down skyscrapers. At this distance, cars and debris survive the crushing shockwave and heat, but instead become deadly projectiles. People who may have survived are otherwise crushed by flying debris, traveling at nearly supersonic speed. Everything within half a mile of point zero is now completely vaporized and turned to ash. The intense heat ignites flammable materials up to 3 miles away, instantly creating a city-sized firestorm. 10 seconds after explosion, fire engulfs everything within a 5-mile radius of ground zero, an unrelenting inferno consuming the city. At the very center, within a half mile of impact, there is nothing left to burn. The heat has vaporized anything flammable. Supersonic winds whip the flames into towering fiery tornadoes, hurling burning debris outward. These firestorms stretch as far as 10 miles from the blast site before finally beginning to lose momentum. The shockwave has now reached over 3 miles out and destroyed most buildings in its path. Approximately 90% of structures now within the impact radius are completely destroyed. The thermal radiation causes second-degree burns to people up to 10 miles away. Survivors outside of a 5-mile radius caught in the open face a nearly supersonic wall of fire that washes over them. As the fireball begins to cool, dropping below the temperature of the sun's surface, it starts to rise, lifted by the violent updraft surging from ground zero. Superheated air rushes upward, carrying the core of the explosion high into the sky. A towering mushroom cloud takes shape, billowing from the upper atmosphere, visible for hundreds of miles away. 30 seconds after explosion, the shockwave continues to compress the atmosphere out ahead of it, causing pressures as high as 10 pounds per square inch and collapsing structures up to 5 miles away. 10 miles away, windows shatter inward, resulting in glass flying at fast enough speeds to produce lethal injuries. In a 5-mile radius, the temperature exceeds over 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Most people inside surviving buildings are killed by the extreme heat. A mushroom cloud, 10 miles high, has formed, made up of a massive plume of radioactive debris. 1 minute after explosion. For up to 8 miles away, raging fires consume nearly all the available oxygen, causing survivors to suffocate to death. 5 minutes after explosion, the President of the United States is notified of the disaster. 10 minutes after explosion, radioactive debris begins falling near ground zero, causing a lethally radioactive environment that can kill within hours of exposure. FEMA begins the process of alerting emergency services across the eastern seaboard. The United States Navy begins scrambling ships and aircraft to respond to the disaster. Combat ships near New York City are dispatched to immediately perform anti-submarine warfare operations in a hunt for the submarine that launched the attack. Nuclear forces are placed on their highest alert. Across the world, U.S. military installations are placed on Defense Condition 1, indicating that nuclear war is imminent. Alert bomber crews rush to their aircraft and begin the process of taking to the skies, moving to rally points in anticipation of carrying out nuclear attacks. 15 minutes after explosion. As analysts race to identify the origin of the attack, suspicion quickly narrows to the only two nations with both the capability to launch nuclear weapons from beneath the waves and a possible motive: Russia and China. No satellite data, sonar logs, or submarine tracking intelligence shows any sign of a launch platform. Maritime traffic data proves that the launching platform had to be an underwater one, as no container ship or other large vessel was present at the estimated launch point. This further narrows the suspicion down to Russia or China. The president is presented with a list of menu options for a nuclear retaliation against either or both powers. Without a clear indication of who carried out the attack, though, the president does not yet order a retaliatory attack. U.S. early warning systems closely monitor Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran for potential follow-up attacks. National Airborne Command Posts, specifically equipped aircraft designed to preserve America's ability to command and control during a full-scale nuclear war, are launched immediately. One begins orbiting over the American heartland, another takes position off the west coast, and a third circles just off the east coast. The president is now arriving at Air Force One thanks to the use of Marine One. 30 minutes after explosion.
Gemini, can you look at
my resume?
This spider?
These complicated instructions?
Sure, just add it and we'll talk. That's a cool sweater. Here are a few ways to dress it up.
FEMA struggles to coordinate disaster relief in the affected zone due to the loss of vehicles to the EMP. The National Guard begins mobilizing across most American states as off-duty military members and reservists are recalled to duty. At U.S. installations around the world, combat air patrols are launched. The FAA has grounded all traffic inside of the United States and ordered all inbound aircraft to redirect back to their departing airports or to alternate airports inside Canada and Mexico. Only a few aircraft critically low on fuel are allowed to continue to U.S. airports, and only under armed escort by National Guard F-16s. U.S. Navy attack submarines are redeployed to the North Atlantic to aid in the search for the launch platform and detect any additional threats. In addition to shutting down all incoming air traffic, all incoming naval traffic is ordered to approach no closer than 25 miles out at sea until escorted into port by U.S. Coast Guard vessels. The U.S. announces a complete shutdown of its air defense identification zone, with Canada following suit. Working together, the two countries enforce a no-fly zone extending over 200 miles off the entire North American coast, with exceptions made for Alaska, where it nears the Russian air defense identification zone. The president, safely aboard Air Force One, begins talks with Russia and China. 1 hour after explosion, U.S. nuclear-armed bombers are en route to holding areas several hundred miles from the North Pole and into the Pacific Ocean. They will remain on station until returning to base 18 hours later, and even then only after being relieved by another pair of nuclear-armed bombers. The United States reestablishes the Cold War doctrine of having nuclear-capable bombers airborne and within striking range of the targets in Russia and China 24 hours a day. Russia and China respond with swift but measured steps to increase their own nuclear security postures, carefully calibrated to avoid any misinterpretation that could escalate the crisis further. Both nations initiate a nationwide recall of reserve forces, bolstering military readiness across the board. In the Pacific, the Chinese Navy surges to sea in force, deploying fleets to key positions around the mainland, preparing to defend against any potential American airstrikes. A nuclear emergency support team aircraft equipped with special sensors flies into the remains of the mushroom cloud over Manhattan. It collects radioactive particles from the cloud for analysis later. 1 day after explosion, the U.S. president is facing a serious dilemma. He does not have a perpetrator for the attack on New York yet. But by not launching an immediate retaliatory attack, the credibility of America's nuclear deterrent is being called into question. A Nest ground team moves into Ground Zero using specialized vehicles and radioactive suits for protection. They collect soil samples, debris, and melted material from the epicenter of the explosion and remove them for analysis in a laboratory. At regional hospitals where victims of the New York attack are being treated, Nest personnel take medical samples from survivors of the blast. 1 week after explosion, Nest laboratories have been analyzing samples taken from within the mushroom cloud at Ground Zero and from medical patients. They have confirmed the presence of tritium in the samples, indicating a thermonuclear bomb was used in the attack. The U.S. Navy locates the wreckage of the launch platform. Shortly after launch, the submarine used in the attack self-destructed, but the explosion was tracked by undersea surveillance networks. The wreckage is lifted to the surface and brought to a lab where it will be deconstructed. The materials used will be analyzed chemically to build a profile for where specific elements, such as steel, were sourced. The construction techniques themselves will also be analyzed to identify possible manufacturers. 2 weeks after explosion, in the wake of a 2015 exercise where a surprise nuclear attack was carried out on an American city, the U.S. government deployed sensors across major U.S. cities. Known as Discrete Oculus, the sensor network in New York City monitored every second of the explosion until being overwhelmed. The data has taken weeks to process and analyze, however, but now the U.S. Air Force forensics are confident they know the exact type of weapon used in the attack. This data is paired with further analysis of the radioactive debris. All plutonium and uranium produced inside nuclear reactors has distinct impurities. By collecting samples from reactors across the world, U.S. intelligence has produced a catalog of possible sources for any uranium or plutonium used in the nuclear attack. These impurities, along with chemical tracers embedded in the debris and critical data captured by the Discrete Oculus surveillance system, give U.S. nuclear forensics teams exactly what they need. Not only can they identify the type of weapon used, they can pinpoint where it was built. The U.S. now has a target, having pinpointed with a high degree of accuracy the direct manufacturer of the weapon used in the surprise attack on New York City. How should the U.S. respond if a nuclear missile is launched from a submarine with no known flag? Should it assume the worst and strike back, or wait and risk another attack? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Now go check out I Survived 100 Days of Nuclear War, or click this other video instead.
What do we got?
This creepy stop-motion movie is not for kids. Released in 2006, Blood Tea and Red String is a unique take on fairy tales. The story involves class warfare and a love triangle between royal mice and forest creatures who both fall in love with the same handcrafted doll. This movie was written, directed, and animated, all by the same person, Christian Sikowski. She developed it over 13 years, but made Blood Tea for an adult audience with no dialogue and lots of spooky imagery. If you like surrealist movies with cottagecore or gothic themes, then definitely give this one a watch. This creepy stop-motion movie is not for kids. Released in 2006, Blood Tea and Red String.
Why'd they make it pink? I've seen that one before.
For many families, the birth of twins is something incredibly special. You get to watch them both reach milestones together and form an unbreakable bond. But what does it mean when their parents not only won't let family help out or babysit the twins, but won't let anyone else in the family simply see them? These two babies are isolated with nobody to advocate for them and left at the mercy of their parents who seem to prioritize partying over their children. For Misael and Morena Vega, they were denied all chances at life. They didn't even get to know more than 5 weeks on this earth. It's cases like these that often don't make the headlines, and these are the cases that should, because unlike many high-profile murders, they are often completely preventable. It takes the knowledge from everyday people to know what to look for, and with the confidence to say something when they see something. Today, we spoke to the twins' great aunt, who is trying her best to make sure these two girls are never forgotten, their parents are brought to justice.
Angelina Belinda Calderon was born on October 4th, 2002, and was affectionately called Lena by her loved ones. According to her aunt Sarah, the Calderon family was, and still is, incredibly dysfunctional. As she put it, there was always something going on among the family members that barred any positive relationships or sentiments. Angelina's aunts and grandmother had to step in to help raise her. According to Sarah, Angelina had two sides to her. She could be a sweet, caring child who wanted to please everyone. Then, a few seconds later, she would steal something of yours and lie to your face. According to Sarah, Angelina's mother constantly chose toxic romantic relationships over her parental responsibilities, as allegedly many of the women in the Calderon family did. There is even an instance where it extended to just men in general. Angelina's great uncle had a history of SA with his younger family members. Sarah said she was one of his victims when she was 12. She told her mother, and the family did nothing about it. A decade later, he did the same thing to Angelina, and again, the family did nothing about it. Her mom even accused her of lying. When Angelina was about 10, her mother punched her. For this, Angelina's mother was arrested and charged with injuring a child.
In her teenage years, Angelina used drugs and partied. She also had run-ins with the law and was on probation at least once. As a result of her irresponsible behavior and dangerous habits, Angelina was kicked out of the public school system and was sent to an alternative school meant for troubled teens. This is where she met Fernando Vega. Fernando Vega was born on June 7th, 2002. Like the Calderons, his family was dysfunctional as well. And at a young age, Fernando was irresponsible, short-tempered, and concerned with his own needs and wants over everyone else's. When you first met him, he was nice and cool-tempered, but that was a persona and nothing more than a mask. The young couple's ideas of dates were going on carjackings and scamming people online like a pair of wannabe Bonnie and Clyde imitators. Their romance moved alarmingly fast, and Angelina moved out to live with the Vega family with her grandmother's blessing. As Sarah put it,
and so when she was 16, I think it was, she was 16 when she met him, I found out that my mom let her live with him, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, how are you gonna let, because my mom took responsibility for Angelina since she was a baby. So I was like, how you gonna let, she's only 16 and you're letting her live with a guy? Of course she was gonna end up pregnant.
She did. But before we get into that, we need to first discuss the death of Gabe Fernandez.
In January of 2019, a 13-year-old boy named Gabe Fernandez was shot and killed on the Vega family's property. Gabe and his brother Nick were friends with Fernando's younger brother. They lived nearby, so they could walk to each other's houses if they wanted to. The boys visited the Vega home, and their mother, Jennifer Valdez, stayed behind. Not long after they left, Jennifer answered a phone call. Nick, frightened and frantic, was on the other line. He said, "Gabe is dead, Mom. He got shot in the head." The boys were in the backyard shed when they got their hands on a loaded gun. While in Fernando's brother's hands, the firearm discharged. Gabe was still alive when Jennifer got to the Vega house. She told the local news that she saw him gasping for air. A neighbor who heard the gunshots performed CPR on the 13-year-old. Jennifer took over while waiting for the paramedics. She said, "I'm a nurse. I'm helping with compressions, holding his head. I could feel his heart. I could feel his pulse. I could feel him." An ambulance came to take Gabe to the hospital. Jennifer was at his side as he passed away while en route.
Told me he was gone. And my baby was gone.
A home that used to be filled with the laughter of 13-year-old Gabe Fernandez is now filled with the cries of his mother.
No, I don't know. I don't know what to do.
The teen lost his life over the weekend in a senseless accident involving a gun. His mother says Gabe went to a friend's house on Saturday afternoon just around the corner with his older brother. The two had only been gone for a few minutes when she received a horrific phone call from her older son.
Nick was just screaming and crying that Gabe is dead. Gabe's dead, Mom. He got shot in the head and he's dead.
Jennifer, who is a nurse, frantically drove to the home and found her son with a gunshot wound to the head. She immediately began trying to help.
And my baby was still breathing and I could see him gasping. I could see him gasping for air.
According to Houston police, a group of 5 minors were present when one of them was handling a loaded gun when the weapon accidentally went off, striking Gabe. Where the weapon came from is still under investigation.
I wish they would have told me that they had it there. And I would have went to their mom and told them something, don't hide it. Don't think it's cool, it's not cool.
Fernando's brother called Jennifer the next morning crying. He apologized for Gabe's death and said he didn't know the gun was loaded. Jennifer said, "Now he'll have to live the rest of his life knowing he killed his best friend. I feel remorse for him too. He's a baby too."
Sarah told us that Fernando and Angelina were present during this horrific incident. According to Sarah, Angelina loaded the firearm and Fernando put it in his younger brother's hands. Since they were older teenagers, she expected they would have to shoulder some of the responsibility, but ultimately, nothing came of it. If they had felt any sense of guilt, they certainly didn't show it. Angelina even badmouthed Jennifer in front of her aunt. Sarah tried to reason with her niece, but it went in one ear and out the other. Jennifer suspected one of the older kids may have owned it, but the police did not make any public statements about the source of the gun. Fernando and Angelina's relationship was on and off, and incredibly turbulent. Fernando cheated on Angelina often. She would return home to her family during their many rough periods, but when the couple reconciled, she went back to living with him. Angelina first got pregnant at 17 years old. After their first baby, it seemed to Sarah that Angelina and Fernando were trying to get their act together for the sake of the child, but it didn't last long, and very soon they were back to their old ways again.
In December of 2020, Fernando was arrested for possessing prescription-only narcotics and for carrying a handgun in a motor vehicle. His bond was only $100. The handgun possession charges were dismissed in March of 2021, and the drug charges in January of 2022. Was this the weapon that took Gabe Fernandez's life? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We don't know, and possibly will never know if no one speaks out.
In September of 2022, only 2 months after their second child was born, Fernando and Angelina were driving together with their kids in the backseat. He attacked her and she made a run for it to a nearby restaurant. She begged someone to call the police for her, but nobody did. Instead, she ran the rest of the way home. She got there, Fernando choked her out in front of their oldest son, who was only 2 years old at the time.
Again, I already just started not liking this guy because he was always cheating on her, treating her stupid, and she always put up with it, which was ridiculous. But he was beating her up. She ran to like a, what is it, like a hot wings place, or like one of those wing place restaurants. She ran and they even have footage of it, and nobody helped her. She ran back to the apartment, and he's literally choking her while their son, who was 2, I think at the time, is crying, laying on top of her, and he would have literally killed her if the cops didn't get there when they did.
Angelina managed to call the police, and Fernando was arrested for assaulting a family member and for strangulation. These charges were later dropped, and his case was dismissed in March of 2023 for insufficient evidence of defendant's guilt. According to Sarah, it wasn't the first time Fernando had gotten physical with Angelina. Not long after this incident, they had gotten back together. She kept this from some of her family members, including her aunt. One day, Sarah bought a pregnancy test for Angelina. Now, mind you, during her second pregnancy, Angelina had preeclampsia and needed a blood transfusion. Her doctors advised her that getting pregnant again could be dangerous for her, so when the test was positive, she was shocked. Angelina lied to her aunt at first, claiming someone else had gotten her pregnant. Sarah believed her until one of Angelina's sisters slipped up and revealed the truth, much to her disappointment. She had hoped that Fernando's arrest would have been the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, but when they got back together, the family welcomed him with open arms. Sarah tried voicing her concerns. She was accused of trying to stir up drama within the family and told to shut up.
Upon learning of Angelina's pregnancy, Fernando wanted her to terminate, as did the whole rest of his family. Angelina ultimately decided not to. Since she was carrying twins, she was considered high risk. Sarah noted that Angelina didn't seem very happy during her pregnancy. She felt that soon after making her choice to not terminate, Angelina realized she didn't really want to keep the babies. But Angelina didn't directly voice these new concerns or desires. Fatherhood didn't fix Fernando's infidelity either. Not only was he still a serial cheater, but he spent upwards to $2,000 on sex workers. Angelina temporarily moved in with Sarah when she found this out. Fernando laughed as she cried and packed her things, but a short time later, she returned to him. Angelina continued to work throughout her pregnancy and sold her belongings when she needed to, all while attending classes at Houston Community College. No doubt, this added to her unhappiness, but she was still willfully ignorant to the greater picture. Sarah doesn't know if Angelina drank or used drugs while carrying Misael and Morena, but she does know for a fact that the couple were doing stuff after the twins were born. She believed Fernando likely used during Angelina's pregnancy because, in her words, he never stopped.
Sarah said that when Misael and Morena were born in 2024, they were healthy, quiet, and typical. There weren't any health concerns or complications during labor, and they each weighed about 6 pounds. Angelina and Fernando didn't buy car seats for the twins, so the family pooled money together so they could get them. Sarah only met her grandnieces in the hospital. According to Sarah, Angelina did not want to hold her babies. It took convincing from Sarah to get her to nurse one of her newborns. Aside from that, Angelina didn't pay them any attention. According to Sarah, the Vega home had an in-law suite where Fernando and Angelina lived. The two newborns spent most of their time in a small, cramped space. Now let's just say that this place was a common spot for the kinds of gatherings where the children definitely shouldn't be allowed. Angelina and Fernando chose this environment to raise their children in.
Kind of find out like that house is like a party house. Like everybody, even the grandma parties.
Aside from Angelina and Fernando, only Fernando's mother and his grandparents interacted with the twins when they left the hospital. Angelina's family asked often if they could visit or offer to help babysit, but Angelina never let them do so. And even let them see the twins over FaceTime. Misael and Morena were completely isolated.
She wouldn't even let us FaceTime with them. I know that they went out. Man, they went out when the babies weren't even like a week old. They went out and they left them with his mom, who I've heard nothing but bad things about. And I was like, why wouldn't they ask one of us? Like, that's weird. Like, you know, because her side, like our side is more about helping with the little ones. Or we're more like in touch with Angelina and like doing more on that side of it, you know? So that was weird.
On October 4th, 2023, Angelina's 21st birthday, Fernando drove her to work. He would later state that his grandmother kept an eye on the babies while they were gone. A half an hour later, Fernando arrived home and went into the nursery. Misael and Morena were laying unresponsive in their crib. Fernando called 911 to report that his newborn twins were not breathing. The dispatcher gave him and another family member step-by-step directions for infant CPR, but it was too little, too late for the twins. Emergency services were dispatched to the Vega home, where they would try their best to help. The twins were moved from their crib to the couch, but there was nothing anyone could do. At only 5 weeks old, they were pronounced dead at 11:15 a.m.
Angelina returned home and both sides of the family trickled in to offer their support. Paramedics and police were still swarming the property. To Sarah, Fernando didn't show any signs that he was upset. Sarah recounted the couple said Misael and Morena never acted like normal babies, which he didn't elaborate on what that meant. Fernando told her that the night before, as he was putting the twins to bed, he saw discoloration on their skin. Sarah immediately thought bruises. She doubted Fernando was telling her the whole truth because she never knew him to be fatherly to his children. And from the get-go, he was keeping something from everyone, and possibly Angelina as well. Sarah and her sister spoke to Angelina and asked about the previous night. She and Fernando had a party earlier in the day to celebrate her birthday since she had to work the following morning. Misael and Morena were crying at some point, and Fernando told her to get some sleep, that he would take care of it. She knew this was out of character for her boyfriend, but she chose to stay behind. It's a little unclear what the officers' first impressions were. Some sources say they didn't suspect foul play, and others report the twins were visibly underweight and bruised. It's possible they thought the bruises were from CPR. They're also premature, which they learned from the family could explain their small size. Except Sarah said that this was a lie. Twins were not born premature. They were born healthy, on time, and with no complications during the labor. Sarah theorizes that somebody lied to the officers and the press. She thinks possibly Angelina or Angelina's mother.
When all that happened, that my mom and them were like, especially my mom, oh, you don't think the hospital? What? The hospital? What? They're like trying to put the blame on the hospital. No. Or that the babies, something happened with them being, no, nothing happened during the labor and everything.
Maybe they thought that calling the babies premature would make their malnourishment seem less severe. They were so small just because they were small and not because they were denied the nutrients they needed to grow. Sarah recounted Angelina hadn't put on any weight at all during her pregnancy. Thankfully, all deaths of infants have to be thoroughly investigated per Texas police protocol, and both mother and father were questioned. Fernando said in his interviews that the two babies were fussy the night before when he put them to bed. Angelina said she saw them as she was leaving for work, but that she didn't want to wake them.
A week after her twins died, Angelina started a GoFundMe to help fund her girls' funerals. News sources such as ABC7 took screenshots before the fundraiser was taken offline.
To be so for real, last year was kind of a lot for me. I was just feeling kind of like burned out and stuck. At some points, I struggled to see.
Angelina titled the fundraiser M&M Babies and wrote in the description, "My family is suffering from the sudden and unexpected passing of our beloved newborn babies. On the morning of October 4th, 2023, our precious angels were found unresponsive when going to wake them up for the day. All donations are going to ceremonial cost and to help ensure a proper burial. Any donation graciously made are greatly appreciated. If you are unable to contribute money at this time, a share with your family and friends would mean the world to our family as well." Out of the $10,000 goal, she raised $1,207.
However, an autopsy determined the cause of death for the twin girls was blunt force trauma. The medical examiners observed bruising, abrasions, contusions, dehydration, lacerations, fractures, and petechia. According to Sarah, some of these injuries were older, and they didn't just happen while Angelina was at work. When Sarah took a look at the twins' x-rays for herself, she knew there was no way she could ever forgive Angelina and Fernando. She first put the majority of the blame on Fernando until she learned about the twins' malnourishment and dehydration. She didn't, and still doesn't, understand how or why a mother would let her newborn starve to death. As the investigation continued, police found the infants never received any follow-up medical care after they were born. Angelina admitted they were sick once, but she and Fernando opted to keep them home rather than having them visit a pediatrician. Fernando was arrested in early April of 2024. not for the death of his children, but for unlawful restraint against Angelina. Court records indicated that she tried to leave the property and he forced her back inside, locking her in the bedroom. According to the court records, Fernando Vega did then and there unlawfully, intentionally, and knowingly restrain Angelina Calderon by force, so as to interfere substantially with her liberty by moving her from outside her apartment to inside her room by wrapping his arms around her body and picking her up and confining her inside her apartment room.
Fernando and Angelina weren't arrested for their babies' deaths until April 19, 2024. They were charged with injury to a child causing bodily injury, injury to a child by omission, and injury to a child by commission. In Texas law, omission is neglect or a failure to act, and commission is committing an act. Fernando's unlawful restraint charges were dismissed at the end of May. Angelina's family defended her publicly. They tried shifting the blame to the hospital or possible health issues or to Fernando. Angelina's sister said, "She's one of the best mothers that I know, and I don't know what he, Fernando, did to them." Her grandmother said, "We know in our hearts that she's innocent."
If it isn't clear already, her aunt Sarah has a different perspective. She doesn't believe Angelina was physically violent with her babies. Said the young mother should be held responsible for any evidence of mistreatment or neglect. She said, "I don't care if you're blood or whatever. Like, these babies didn't deserve to go through what they went through." She also said, "I'm sure he did one more thing right, but the injuries, weeks old, some of them. So what are you going to say about that? It's not just that one time. And what are you going to say about them being malnourished and dehydrated? Twins were definitely loved. It was hard when they passed away. I couldn't believe it. I can't stop thinking about what they went through."
Angelina and Fernando were in the room together during their bond hearings. Their bond condition said neither of them could be in charge of a child 17 years old or younger, including their own children. As there are two victims in this case, Fernando and Angelina are facing separate charges for each. Fernando has 4 total charges against him: 2 counts of injury to a child and 2 counts of capital murder for someone under 10 years old. The courts gave each of Fernando's 4 charges a $750,000 bond, totaling $3 million. He and his family have yet to pay it.
Angelina faces 2 counts of injury to a child. Her bond was similarly high, but it was lowered to $100,000. During her bond hearing, her mother testified to her daughter's character, stating, "She has no prior criminal history. She's 21 years old. She has significant ties to the community. She's lived here her entire life. She has 2 children, ages 2 and 3. She cares for an autistic son. She works as an electronics specialist, working over 90 hours a week. She's currently enrolled at HCC, Houston Community College, where she's intended to graduate in June of this year, 2024. When it came time for Angelina to speak for herself, she said she was a good mother who attended therapy. Her legal representative gestured for her to quiet down when she interrupted the magistrate judge. During her second interruption, she shouted at the judge, asserting that Fernando was the last person to be alone with their children. As this was her second outburst, she was escorted from the room.
I don't care. I don't care. You're making me look like I'm a bad person. I don't care. I was at work when they died.
Angelina's mother paid the bond in full. What Sarah tells us, Angelina drew the ire of some of her fellow inmates and was the target of beatings. Sarah wonders how she will handle federal prison. After the bond hearing, ABC 13 Eyewitness News reporter Mia Shea knocked on the Calderon door and asked for a comment from the family. All Angelina's mother had to say was, "It's all God's will, and God will show us the light." She then shut the door on the reporter and the camera crew.
We just want to know a little bit more about your daughter.
Not right now. It's all God's will, and God will show us the light. That's all I can say.
What do you mean God will show us the light? Was it, do you know Miss Calderon?
No comment. If y'all could leave the property, please.
Okay. But Angelina couldn't stay out of trouble for long. On March 18th, 2025, Sarah sent us an email letting us know that Angelina was put back in jail for violating house arrest. According to Sarah, one of the places Angelina visited was a strip club. She told the court that she was just looking for a way to earn money to support her surviving children, which is a lie. Angelina doesn't even have custody of her children anymore. Sarah also shared with us that Angelina wants to remove herself from this earth because, and I quote, She still loves Fernando and can't bring herself to testify against him.
The state is confident they have a case against Fernando. Prosecutor Edward Applebaum told the press, "These injuries are pretty severe, and based on the symptoms and the injuries, he was the only person who was around these children. The only person who could have possibly inflicted these injuries." He also explained the state wanted enough evidence against Fernando to properly charge him, which is why it took some time to officially give him these charges. Fernando's defense attorney, Mario Madrid, was just as confident. He told the press, "He's not guilty. Under the law, he's innocent at this time. We still have a long investigation to go and a lot of evidence to review." He also tried to completely recharacterize his client to the press as shocked, scared, and young. And this is him, and I quote, "He's a young person, and obviously the allegations are extremely serious. At the same time, he's facing serious penalties. He seemed to be in shock. The moment was big for him, and with the court, I found him to be very respectful. But at the same time, he seemed to be a little scared, obviously with the charges he's being faced with." Now, if you pay close enough attention to current events, you might recognize the name Mario Madrid. He is representing Johan Martinez Rangel, one of two men accused of murdering 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungaray in June of 20.
I've been with the coroner's office for nearly 25 years, with 19 years as the coroner, and this is the worst case I've witnessed.
That is a coroner shaken by the story we're about to tell you. A former pastor who was also convicted of child sex crimes is now in jail accused of a horrific murder of a woman who was found encased in concrete under a shed. That is according to police, who also say that she was tortured before she died. We have the latest on this investigation and the lie that police say the suspect allegedly told that broke this case.
In our line of work, we see and witness many things, and this investigation is one you cannot unsee.
We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Before we get to this story, let's talk a little true crime news. The Law and Crime Docket is your one-stop shop for trending stories, thrilling body pick, Ziz. Ziz is facing charges of first-degree murder, kidnapping in the first degree, and unlawful disposal of human remains. And this is his alleged victim, 82-year-old Marcia Norman. She lived alone in Thurston County, Washington, and Ziz was her handyman. The last time anyone spoke with Marcia Norman was on April 1st. On April 4th, a couple days later, after Marcia hadn't been heard from, the local sheriff's office got a call from her family that she was missing. Her son said at 82 she was very coherent, and it wasn't like her to go missing. She had never done anything like this in the past. Deputies found her medication inside her home along this quiet road in a community south of Tacoma. April 1st. According to the planner that the medication was in, was the last time she had taken her meds. Deputies also found by accessing her Apple ID that she had plans to have dinner with someone on April 1st. And that someone was her handyman, Jeffrey Ziz. Ziz was already convicted of a heinous crime and had a humiliating fall from grace a couple years ago. Ziz used to be a pastor at a church in North Thurston, Washington. That church has scrubbed him from their social media, but he does still have an X account that he hasn't used since 2012, but he does have a handful of then tweets, and you can see he plays the part of a pastor talking about God. Like this one he puts out that says, quote, "What does the Lord require of you but to do justice and to love kindness and to walk humbly with your God?" And then he has this one which reads, quote, "Amazing grace, excellent wife, wonderful children, honorable profession, extraordinary neighbors. I almost feel guilty. Hashtag too much blessing for tweet." In 2022, Ziz pleaded guilty to charges including second-degree child molestation. His victims were between the ages of 12 and 14 and reportedly members of his family. Ziz reportedly only served 11 months in prison, though, because he was released under a law in Washington state called the Special Sex Offender Sentencing Alternative, meaning the court determines your level of risk to a community, and then you can be released on conditions into a treatment program instead of being behind bars in prison. One of Ziz's conditions was that he couldn't leave Washington state. This is a Law and Crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease? And research is potentially linking ultra-processed.
Vous êtes quelqu'un qui souffre de sensibilité et qui aimerait des dents plus blanches? Je recommande Sensodine Clinical White.
At Starbucks, we're proud to offer over 20,000 full-time and hourly Canadian partners best-in-class benefits.
On who Jeffrey Ziz is, and it is certainly concerning at this point for deputies and Marcia Norman's family that he was the last one to see her. According to court records, Marcia had struck up a friendship with Ziz. Now, it's unclear if she knew of his past, but she let him use a shed on her property to do odd jobs, but also store equipment. Deputies say when Marcia's family was asked about Ziz, they told them a story about a creepy interaction that Ziz had with this 82-year-old grandmother. Deputies say that Marcia's son told them one time his mom woke up in the middle of the night and Ziz was standing at the foot of her bed. Marcia then told Ziz to leave and they needed to keep a professional relationship. So you can see the red flags that are building up surrounding this handyman Jeffrey Ziz in this investigation. Deputies say when they went to interview Ziz at the place that he was renting, they noticed his red truck parked outside. Ziz allegedly told police that after having dinner at Marcia's house on April 1st, he went home around 9 p.m. and didn't leave until the next morning on April 2nd around 6 o'clock in the morning. That was a lie, according to deputies, because a camera system spotted Ziz's truck driving overnight at around 3 o'clock in the morning. Ziz allegedly admitted to that lie, but said he went back to Marcia's house to get equipment that he had left. Notably, for that trip though, his cell phone didn't show movement, as if he knew that that is something that deputies would look at in an investigation. Now, another part of Ziz's story was the Ring doorbell on the place where he lived. It did not show him leave. He didn't have an answer for that one, according to deputies, but when deputies then went to his bedroom, they noticed the window had a frame that was bent as if it had been removed by someone perhaps looking to get out of the window and not go through the front door where they would be caught on a Ring doorbell camera. At this point, Ziz continues to deny any involvement in Marcia Norman's disappearance, but then deputies get a search warrant and they made a shocking discovery. Here's the Thurston County Sheriff at a news conference, this video per KOMO TV.
On April 5th in the evening, Jeffrey's house and room were searched and items were seized, which included a 5-page letter which meticulously planned out a burglary and sexual assault of a woman who was referred to as his customer.
We have yet to see that 5-page document. Deputies haven't released it to the public. We do know during the course of the investigation that Ziz admitted to having romantic feelings for the 82-year-old Marcia Norman. On April 7th, 72 hours after detectives first responded to Marcia's home, and nearly a week since anyone had heard from Marcia Norman, Jeffrey Ziz was named a person of interest in her death, and deputies say that he had fled Washington State, which violated the conditions of his child molestation conviction, so they put a warrant out for his arrest. His roommate told detectives that Ziz took his truck. While law enforcement looked for Ziz, they also traced his last known locations, and they were brought to a job site where Ziz was building a shed for someone who he had met through Marcia Norman. That person told law enforcement that Ziz started building a shed on April 2nd, a day since the last time anyone saw Marcia. Here's what the Thurston County Sheriff said they found next in this video per KOMO TV.
On April 9th, with the help of numerous entities, the Thurston County Sheriff's Office lifted up the shed with power equipment, and TCSO detectives began digging, and at that point in time, we located human remains about 18 inches underground in a shallow grave with concrete poured over the top.
An autopsy confirmed the body they found beneath that shed was Marcia Norman's. Deputies say her wrists and ankles were wrapped with long Velcro straps. They say that she was possibly bound before she died. Here's what the coroner said about her cause of death in that same news conference.
I take no pleasure in delivering the following message because it's going to sting. Immediate cause of death for Marcia is combined blunt force and penetrating sharp force injuries of the head.
This makes me feel terrible.
Other significant conditions contributing to Miss Norman's death were multiple blunt force injuries to her torso and extremities.
Ziz was eventually taken into custody in Missoula, Montana, which is a more than 8-hour drive from Marcia's house in Washington State. Here's KOMO's video of him facing a judge there. He was held on a warrant initially for leaving Washington State as a violation of his conditions related to that child sex crimes conviction. He's now back in Washington State, where he is charged with murder in the first degree, kidnapping in the first degree, and unlawful disposal of human remains, and he is being held without bond. The victim in this case, Marcia Norman, was someone who her family called their center. The Norman family released a statement saying, quote, Marcia was the one that brought us together. We are thankful for the efforts of law enforcement, the Thurston County Sheriff's Office, and the Missoula Police Department in their handling of this matter. We are cooperating fully with the investigation in an effort to come to a resolution regarding the manner our family is grieving and looking for ways to honor her memory. Marcia was an engaged member of her community and family, full of life, with plans for the future. She is loved by many. As far as a motive for a case this horrific, officially it's unclear. But the Thurston County Sheriff said if he was to guess at this point, it's because Jeffries is a former pastor turned child abuser who many say was released with a light sentence for that crime. Now an accused murderer is a, quote, violent person. Joining us now to talk more about this case is Professor of Forensics at Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan. Thank you, sir, for taking the time to be with us. This is a horrific case.
Crazy.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and I haven't really talked about Logan Paul in a while, and to be honest with you, he wasn't really on my radar. Until, of course, one update that I actually saw regarding a lawsuit involving a good friend of mine, CoffeeZilla. Now, for those of you who don't know Coffee or Stephen, he's actually going through a lawsuit, a defamation lawsuit, surprisingly, against Logan Paul in regards to CryptoZoo. Now, I'm going to give you guys a TLDR for somebody who has no idea what CryptoZoo is. If you go to the CryptoZooWorld.com website, you'll be greeted with one of these, like, online casino ads. Great advertisement to go with. But anyways, join the most exciting crypto game and community. Now, influencers and cryptocurrency is like a nuclear bomb waiting to go off, okay? It's always going to be a bad situation, okay? Now, obviously, I'm not here to say cryptocurrency is bad, haha. I'm just here to say that cryptocurrency, which is a pretty unregulated market, and, nowadays, given a lot of the actual legal, like, passes that have been happening into it, a lot of the administration changes, this might be the perfect time to launch, like, a meme coin. I'm not saying that you should, but this might be the perfect time to launch it and get away with it. But CryptoZoo was actually a coin that was launched, a project that was launched by Logan Paul, where the idea was to hatch eggs, breed animals, play with hybrids, earn yield in zoo, collect NFTs, and bring them into the real world. So again, to give you an idea, all right, there was a lot of people who were thinking, what if we turned blockchains into video games? Okay, people like video games. You know, you like playing the video games. What if you could earn money off of video games? Now, I've seen takes as dumb as time, or I've seen people, large streamers, who have outright pretty much said, man, when that GTA 6 drops, imagine if you're making money through crypto.
And part of creating a server is creating your own ecosystem that's tied to a newly made coin. Maybe in that event you do.
Well, I'm
gonna tell
this chat really quick how it is. When GTA 6 drops, me and Ricky are going to make the biggest server together. We're going to do the best shit ever, and I promise you, it's going to be completely crypto, everything pro-crypto about it. It's going to change the game because GTA 6, I promise you guys, they already bought FiveM, it's going to be ORP. I'll have the best and biggest server, I promise you I will. And we're going to put a lot of money into it.
And again,
Take-Two's legal enforcement policy will be aligned with our current PC single-player mods policy, with priority in enforcement actions based on misusing the trademarks, and more specifically, the commercial exploitation, selling loot boxes, or a in-game equivalent, the sale of virtual currencies, operation of a server, or by behalf of a third-party brand, generating revenue via corporate sponsorships or in-game integrations, or the use of cryptocurrencies or crypto assets for, I guess, any form of their online multiplayer official or through the roleplay. So yeah, I mean, again, it's always down to the influencers who try to push the Web3 shit the hardest, that don't really think it through for more than 5 seconds. But again, to whittle it on back, CryptoZoo allowed people to become a zookeeper today. So you can join the largest zoo in the metaverse, and obviously the video game never really materialized. In fact, like CryptoZoo, you can probably dig up like an actual version of this game somewhere here real quick. Now, one user actually ended up creating the real zoo, which is apparently what CryptoZoo would have been had it actually materialized, okay? So if you want to, I guess, play what CryptoZoo could have been, this is all it really is. Now, obviously, CryptoZoo was covered pretty extensively by CoffeeZilla in a multi-part series, and he had some pretty damning things to say about CryptoZoo, and he did some pretty damning research in regards to it. It was that research that landed him a juicy lawsuit after all of this controversy after several years of being called out, to the point where even Logan Paul goes out and pretty much actually issues like some apologies, some responses, a shitty response nonetheless. But again, there was one point where people even got like a partial refund, surprisingly. And I even covered this like actual buyback, this sort of refund scheme, where it turns out that apparently the refund scheme was also involving users allegedly giving up their rights to sue these guys in an actual class action lawsuit. Okay, so this is an ongoing situation, an ongoing serious fuck up by Logan. And I guess suing, you know, suing the investigator on his ass is first off, may I remind you, never that great of a look. But there were some things that came out in this lawsuit that warranted me actually making this video. So in one of the actual updates here, filed February 17th, 2025, pursuant to the Federal Rule of Civil Procedure, defendants Stephen and Coffee Break bring this motion for judgment on the pleadings and in support respectfully show. So again, in the lawsuit, Logan Paul's an internet celebrity who co-founded and relentlessly marketed an online cryptocurrency game called CryptoZoo to millions of fans. This much we've all seen. Coffee makes a 3-part YouTube series exposing the crypto scam and Paul's leading role in it. So in this lawsuit, one could say the first actual like statement that got posted to X in regards of this lawsuit was this one right here, okay? Logan Paul really is the type of dude to thank you when you expose his scam, then block you when you remind him to pay up. I mean, these are all banging, okay? You can see by the 90,000, likes over here that people genuinely enjoyed this little bit of ribbon. Now, of course, in a lot of videos when investigating, you'll often see that this description comes in. This video is an opinion and in no way should be construed as statements of fact. Scams, bad business opportunities, and fake gurus are subjective terms that mean different things to different people. Now, if you ever watched one of my investigations, for instance, and you probably were annoyed by my use of the word allegedly, the reason why that word is so burned into my vocabulary when covering people like this is to protect myself from any form of lawsuit over here, okay? Again, you can't just be making a statement of fact, even when you really feel like you have all the evidence on top of you, okay? Realistically, the only people that really are going to be making statement of facts are probably legal authorities, and even they can be taken to court regarding these situations. Now, when you're actually going to be suing somebody, I really feel like there isn't an issue with the lawsuit. I really don't care if YouTubers sue each other, to be honest with you. Like, if you feel that you've actually been defamed, you should absolutely sue any content creator that you feel is defaming you, okay? If you really personally feel that, I don't really see any problem with it. However, it turns out that in this lawsuit, it really seems like Logan does not care about the truth at this point, and he actually, being the idiot that he is, fucking ruined his own lawsuit, dude. So in this, like, recent motion to transfer and stay proceeding, if you go down all the way over here to where they actually showcase some of these messages that were brought out, look at these bangers, okay? So in the lawsuit, they claim Logan Paul is using this lawsuit to punish Coffee to the ground, okay? Whom Paul perceives as his online nemesis. Could you imagine somebody not connected to the internet reading this shit and they're like, whoa, people on the internet got nemesises? God damn. Sounds like a fucking wrestling match, huh? So when you actually look at this lawsuit, right, you can see that Logan Paul writes, lawyering up, suing this mother into the ground. And then his buddy is like, then everything will come out. Court docs, public. So his friend's kind of like being the voice of reason here. It's like, whoa, you want that to be public, bro? And Paul's like, so everybody will see what happened, for better or for worse. So obviously it sounds like a normal text message, right? Like, hey man, I mean, you know, he's clearly pissed, all right? He's clearly pissed that people are taking the piss out of him. So yeah, he's going on. So his friend's like, to let others know it's not worth coming at you. There's a price to pay. And Paul's like, that's the idea. Need to shut it down. Okay, so he's trying to shut it down, right? That's the idea. See the momentum building because the throne is being shook right now. So obviously, you know, this wouldn't have been a lawsuit-worthy thing if Coffee's videos weren't blowing up in popularity and the entire internet zeitgeist was talking about them here. So his buddy is like, public humiliation is always more effective. Totally agree, writes Paul. And then, of course, the one thing that hurts the hardest is when you really look at why Logan is trying to make this, you know, lawsuit go. It's just to make his life difficult. I mean, here's the thing about lawsuits, okay? Like I said, I have no issue when YouTubers sue each other. If you really believe that you've been defamed and you feel like your last possibility for, like, hey, having your image not tarnished is the legal system, then, I mean, sure, go for it. If that's really the last step you feel that you have to take, it is the nuclear option, and it's not one that comes with an easy conscience. If you feel that you're in the right, go for it. But this clearly shows that Logan doesn't really care about what's true and what's wrong, at least in my opinion. It seems all he wants to do is just silence somebody because Logan is, unfortunately, a pretty rich guy that can do that. So the more you go down over here, you'll see that Zilla will pay, one way or another. I will make sure of it. Bro sounds like a movie villain, dude. He sounds like a Bond villain here. God damn. I want people who wronged me to suffer. Oh man, this guy's a fucking nut. While I continue getting wins on their graves. Bro, he's about to go up to the graveyard and go fucking the elder. He's about to floss on him, dude. This guy's crazy. You know, I actually thought Logan was like an intelligent guy in a lot of cases. In some cases, I thought maybe there is some level of intellect, but god damn. If that's really how Logan wants to be treating this lawsuit, then I feel like there's a reasonable chance that it gets thrown out. Because it does appear, at least from the stuff that I'm reading, to be frivolously issued. Which is a pretty important thing when it comes to a defamation lawsuit. Now, I want you to understand one thing. I am not a lawyer, okay? In fact, even lawyers on YouTube cannot reasonably, I mean reasonably you can, but they cannot absolutely tell you how a case is going to blow, okay? When it comes to defamation cases, sometimes you may feel the wind blows in a certain direction, and it really doesn't blow in that direction when the final judgments get delivered. So, in a case like this, obviously Logan typing like a supervillain doesn't exactly
I had
look
like
good
999
to any
bullets.
judge, jury, or legal body that exists in the United States, no matter which state that he wants to actually issue in. But one of the things that I've really found with this is that Logan comes across as somebody who absolutely has no real empathy for any of these situations. I mean, it's funny that this guy recently just had, him and his brother had like a reality TV show because, again, I mean, it is America. They're gonna have a reality TV show on every dumbass. But like, you'll come across stuff like this, it just makes you laugh. Like, watch this.
Come across like a woke asshole, but like, dude, women have it hard.
I actually just wanted to show that clip because I thought it was actually hilarious. I don't want to come across as woke, boys, but you know, I think women don't exactly have things super duper easy. Maybe I got that little empathy in me. You know, he kind of develops empathy at like his 30s alongside, I guess, iDubbbz at this point, which I think is hilarious. I mean, maybe it's just stunted development, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But the thing about it is like, obviously, you know, you look at a clip like that and you start to really realize that this guy's kind of like a blow where the winds are sort of dude. You know, it wasn't too long away from like the impulsive rant about being, you know, you can't just not be, you have to be anti-racist, like crazy stuff, okay? Like, you know, he's very much playing to like a crowd. He very much wants to like build an image. But I think it's hilarious when he talks about empathy and everything of this nature, when he literally has this lawsuit where he's alleged to have been speaking from a completely unempathetic standpoint. Like, I don't have an issue, again, like I said, with YouTubers suing each other. You know, at the end of the day, if you really feel you've been defamed, sure. But based on what I've read, he doesn't really care, in my opinion, about being defamed. He just cares mostly that, you know, he was caught, things looked bad, the videos criticizing him got viral, and, you know, he never really had any logical, real counter to it. It was just, let me destroy this person's livelihood because I'm very rich. And that's the problem with, like, American, like, legal systems, is that even if you're right, you know what I mean? Let's just say that your coffee wins a court case against Logan Paul, which could happen, or it could not happen, right? I mean, realistically, it's like a coin flip at this point when it comes to defamation lawsuits. And the thing about it is, no matter what the outcome is, both sides will spend an exorbitant amount of money. Like, if you don't know how much it costs for defamation law in the United States, and I know I do, it will be around, like, I would say the cheapest you might be able to go to if you were, and again, I just looked at California State, probably like $900 per billable hour. You know, like per hour these people are charging. Like, it can be $1,000, and then you're adding multiple extra fees on top of it, right? No matter how you slice this, the actual like when it comes to media and defamation cases, which require pretty specialized lawyers, you will absolutely be paying a premium amount when it comes to any form of like defamation law, right? And defamation in a lot of cases, right? Like whether you be in California, which is probably the best state to be in if you're the defendant, from what I understand, of a defamation lawsuit, because of these strong anti-SLAPP motions and laws around them. But again, if you're going with a defamation lawsuit where there's a serious case to be made, you can bypass those SLAPP motions. You can seriously take these things to court and financially destroy. I mean, financially, really, even if you win, it's a Pyrrhic victory, right? Like, you've spent so much money in the process that, you know, ultimately you're going to be spending years rebuilding that, you know, war chest again, right? And from what I understand...
Next. Bo. Okay. New York executive turned apartment into torture chamber. Let's go. Tell me.
Pila is a Canadian company. Almost all of our
Are you
employees
serious? You
are
only
Canadian.
show me
we
an ad every
manufacture
day.
the vast majority of our.
Each of these 6 women was subjected to hours of physical and sexual violence. The defendant, we allege, beat them, drugged them, and restrained them. He impressed upon them that going to the authorities would be futile and that he would never be held accountable. He told them that no one would ever believe them. Clearly, he was wrong.
Manhattan attorney and executive Ryan Hemphill now faces a staggering 116-count indictment, accused of drugging, raping, and psychologically tormenting women that he apparently lured through sugar daddy websites. Prosecutors call it a 5-month campaign of sadistic abuse, and they say the 6 known victims may only be the beginning. I'm going to break down the charges and key evidence in this horrifying case with former Palm Beach County State Attorney Abe Arenberg. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Beginning in October of 2024, prosecutors say a well-dressed Manhattan attorney and private equity executive named Ryan Hemphill began prowling websites and sugar daddy platforms, luring women to his upscale Midtown apartment with promises of money and companionship. But what they really walked into, prosecutors allege, was a house of horrors, a meticulously planned torture chamber where Hemphill subjected them to hours of sexual violence, psychological terror, and sadistic cruelty. There's really no other way to explain it. Over the next 5 months, 6 women, many of whom he's alleged to have met on sites like Seeking.com, that's formerly known as Seeking Arrangement, Sugar Daddy Meet, FetLife, Craigslist, they would endure allegedly unspeakable abuse at his hands. New York District Attorney Alvin Bragg described those purported horrors in detail during a press conference that he held on April 24th.
Ryan Hemphill was arraigned earlier today and remanded on a 116-count indictment charging him with predatory sexual assault of 6 women over a 5-month period. Each of these 6 women was subjected to hours of physical and sexual violence. The defendant, we allege, beat them, drugged them, and restrained them. He threatened them with firearms. He used a shock collar and a cattle prod intended for livestock. You'll see to my left items recovered from his Midtown apartment. In addition to numerous weapons that were recovered, investigators also found surveillance cameras and memory cards from which we extracted videos of dozens, if not hundreds, of different women.
Drugging, raping, torturing, recording them under unbelievably humiliating and traumatizing circumstances, only to wield his power over them, force them into silence? This is what prosecutors are alleging. And during that April 24th press conference, DA Bragg announced Hemphill was indicted on an enormous 116-count indictment, facing charges that include predatory sexual assault, rape in the first and third degree, facilitating a sex offense with a controlled substance, assault in the second degree. And there's even more. He's also facing charges of bribing a witness, criminal possession of a controlled substance in the second degree, and unlawful possession of ammunition and of certain ammunition feeding devices. All right, before we go any further into this, though, I want to bring on a special guest back here on Sidebar. He's with me here on set. They're no joke. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a 9.3 com/. How much of the case is relying on their testimony?
Well, it helps because the jury want to see real victims instead of just, it won't even give their names. It'll just be anonymous victims, just statistics. You want to see people on the stand if you can get them on the stand, but because to have to relive the trauma, that may be very difficult. So the best evidence against them are the videos that he took himself and the communications that he recorded himself. So they got a lot of stuff to them. And as a prosecutor, what you want to do is to try to avoid having to re-traumatize these victims again. So you hope perhaps you can get a plea deal where this guy is spending decades in prison. So you show him, look at all the stuff I have, and you could be sent to prison the rest of your life if you go to trial.
Is it shocking to you that we're dealing with allegations inside of a Midtown Manhattan apartment? Right? It's not like a rural area. There's no one around. In your experience, I know you practice law in Florida, but you see these kinds of horrendous crimes in areas where you'd imagine someone else might see it or hear something.
A lot of these crimes are hiding in plain sight. Yep. Human trafficking, modern day slavery is occurring all around us, but people overlook it because they don't know the telltale signs. So what you're seeing here is a guy who's living in an apartment building around lots of others, and after all, if you're going to live in Manhattan, it's not like you're going to be living on a farm. You're going to be doing it in front of all these other people who may not realize that the parade of different women going in and out, it's not based on consensual conduct. It's based on lies, threats, drug use, deceit, and only afterwards do people finally say, oh man, I thought there was something askew, but I didn't say anything. People still are afraid to get involved. We need to tell them that if you see something, say something.
And also in a metropolitan city like this, surveillance footage, going into the apartment, leaving the apartment, going into, there's got to be a lot more that that prosecutors have, I imagine.
Yeah, and I'm sure the way he is towards the women is not the same way he is towards his neighbors. I'm sure towards his neighbors he was pleasant. People may not have thought anything differently, but now when they go back in their memory bank and realize, yeah, it was unusual to see this parade of different women going in and out and to see him being very secretive when he walks them out, because I'm sure he didn't want to introduce anyone to neighbors. So I think now, in retrospect, that they probably wish they had said something. They may be witnesses at trial themselves.
So I'll be the first to say these allegations are truly some of the most disturbing we've ever seen in these kinds of contexts. I mean, spanning from October 2024 up until March of 2025. And now that he's been indicted, I'm going to take you back in time when prosecutors say this whole pattern of alleged predatory behavior began. And it all stems back to October 3rd, 2024, because according to court documents, Hemphill began inviting 6 women to his apartment under the guise of a paid arrangement. And once inside, he allegedly forced these women to ingest drugs that left them disoriented, and then, I'm sorry for how horrifying this is, raped them repeatedly in essentially every way you can imagine, while they drifted in and out of consciousness. And this, prosecutors say, became his sickening routine. Dave, how do they prove that?
أنا خولة مدهون مدير التمريض مستشفى التحرير في مجمع ناصر الطبي. الموجود عندنا هذه الكتاب في البداية بنحب نشكر اليو ان اف بي اي على مجهودهم ودعمهم للوضع الصحي.
Do they have to have toxicology reports to talk about the drugs that were possibly ingested? Is it difficult to prove lack of consent in these cases? We talk about the collective evidence, but if you think about it from a defense perspective, I imagine these are areas they might hit upon.
Yeah, the toxicology reports would be powerful evidence, but you have to assume that for a lot of these women, they didn't report it right away, and the drugs may have left their system. And so you have to look at other things as well. You look to see the drugs that you find there on the premises. Why do you have all these drugs there? You're not a pharmacist. You have to also see what's on the video. You see him actually injecting drugs into these women. And so you have to put pieces together like a puzzle And even if you don't have the best evidence, which is a toxicology report from the victim on site just right after it happened, you can still piece it together. Also, that's why their testimony can be so important, to talk about how it wasn't consensual, because his defense is going to be consent. His defense is going to be to tarnish the victims by saying, look, they're on these sleazy websites and they consented, they took money for this, and now they're trying to get more money through civil lawsuits. I bet that's going to happen. We've seen this in a way with Diddy, not to say that Diddy did any of those things, that's to be decided in court. But that's what prosecutors have to prepare for. So their case is going to involve showing a lack of consent, showing that he raped these women against their will, that he put drugs in their body, that he made false promises and deceit and threats. And then there's the other crimes, like witness intimidation and so forth.
Well, do you think, I mean, a lot of this is going to be attacking their credibility. Why were you on these websites? What were you expecting to gain? How do we know you're telling the truth? That can be a tricky dance for a defense attorney to attack these alleged victims. I saw it in the Harvey Weinstein case. It has to be done. It's their job to question their credibility. But when you think about what they're accusing him of and what they allegedly went through, how do defense attorneys go about that?
Yeah, well, defense attorneys have to be careful. That's why you see a lot of women doing the cross-examination of other women. You don't want some overbearing dude getting up there as a lawyer and looking like a jerk, blaming the victim. Instead, they try to treat him with kid gloves to try to say, well, you did join these websites voluntarily, you did take money, and you didn't report. Delayed reporting is another big issue with these cases. But as we've seen in the Harvey Weinstein case, delayed reporting doesn't mean it didn't occur. Lack of consent is a crime. It doesn't matter if you wait a little bit or a while. If it's lack of consent and then they come back to you at it, yeah, it's still a crime, even if they have a relationship with you afterwards. That's something he may show. He may say, look, I'm still friends with these women afterwards. Here are text messages between us. We've seen that in the Harvey Weinstein case. But now we have a better understanding in the year 2025 about delayed reporting and about the fact that people who are victimized by rape can still communicate with their perpetrator.
We know that that actually might play a factor in the Sean Diddy Combs case as well. There's expert testimony about that. Okay, so going back to this though, over the next several months, Hemphill allegedly just escalated his brutality. Prosecutors say he used a cattle prod. This is a device meant for livestock to electrocute some of these victims. Others were allegedly forced to wear shock collars around their necks while he assaulted them. He's accused of binding women with handcuffs and duct tape, slapping, punching them. One case, leaving a victim shackled to his bed for hours as she begged for release. Prosecutors say Hemphill even took some kind of sick pleasure in psychologically torturing them too, convincing some women to confide in him about past trauma.
Oh, +5. Come on. Oh my gosh. I can't wait for the hive tyrant.
We have a problem.
New overnight, a Russian attack by a Russian over the Chernobyl nuclear power plant.
On February 14th, Russia flew a kamikaze drone into Chernobyl. Yes, that Chernobyl, the nuclear power plant that was the site of the worst radioactive accident in the history of humanity. Now, there's a hole through the protective shell or sarcophagus that guards Chernobyl big enough to drop an SUV through. We're here to tell you why this is a way bigger deal than you may have thought, and what Russia's game is.
Добрый вечер, товарищи. Все вы знаете, недавно нас постигла беда. Авария на Чернобыльской атомной электростанции.
Chernobyl is one of the few pieces of Ukrainian history that nearly everyone in the world has heard of. At the time of the accident in 1986, only 5% of the radioactive reactor core was scattered into the environment. That was enough to leave 1,000 square miles surrounding the Chernobyl power plant uninhabitable to the present day. It's an area known as the exclusion zone. The explosion at Chernobyl released 400 times more radiation than the nuclear bomb on Hiroshima during World War II. All of that from just 5% of the reactor's contents, mostly uranium, plutonium, and the resulting molten mess termed corium. The reactor melted down exactly 39 years ago tonight at 1:23 in the morning. Since then, over 200 tons of radioactive material have remained within the new safe confinement, the official name of the sarcophagus shielding the destroyed plant. To understand the situation caused by Russia's drone strike on Chernobyl, let's talk about what this sarcophagus is and how it works. So first, why did we need any type of confinement? And by that I mean, what exactly is it confining? Radiation is commonly depicted in pop culture as a glowing light. That kind of radiation, electromagnetic radiation, is fairly common, and much of it is benign. In addition to visible light, electromagnetic radiation includes radio and microwaves, X-rays, and also highly dangerous gamma rays, all of which erupted from Chernobyl. But this was not the most dangerous radiation that the Chernobyl meltdown released. Think of pollen, which trees release and the wind picks up and carries it everywhere, to other trees and flowers, but also onto your skin and, as anyone with allergies knows, up your nose. Now multiply that by about 1,000,000 times. That's particle radiation. That was the main threat of Chernobyl. 4 tons of radioactive dust is still sitting inside the destroyed nuclear reactor under the sarcophagus, along with a mountain of other nuclear nastiness. Soviet authorities scrambled to construct an enclosure in just 7 months. The original goal was and remains to keep these radioactive particles and dust under lock and key, rather than let them float off with the wind or seep into the surface or groundwater. They tried to limit contamination. Nobody, however, bothered to weld the enclosure shut or bolt its joints together, leaving rainwater free to creep in through the unsealed roof. In short, it was a band-aid over a bullet wound, but that was the idea. It was designed to last 20 or 30 years, but it corroded quickly, becoming hazardously unstable. In fact, the enclosure had to be stabilized with external scaffolding in 2008 to prevent a collapse. So they needed a new solution, something that had never been done before. But first, the Kyiv Independent is entirely member-funded, and it's your support that allows us to tell stories like this one. Become our in the existing unstable structure beneath, or exposing people working on the enclosure to dangerous levels of radiation. The sarcophagus cost nearly $2 billion and took almost a decade to complete. It was designed to last 100 years and withstand the most extreme temperatures and dangerous natural disasters, from earthquakes to tornadoes. What they didn't plan for was a war. In February this year, Russia did something mind-boggling. And now, this relatively new $2 billion sarcophagus, a protective shield between humanity and the worst nuclear disaster in human history, is no longer doing what it was designed to do.
Ніхто й не думав, що взагалі ми опинимося в ситуації, коли буде атакована Чорнобильська атомна станція, коли буде атакована новий безпечний конфайнмент. Для нас, звичайно, ми всі в умовах війни, може бути атакований будь-який об'єкт, але це вже верх цинізму і безвідповідальності був з боку росіян.
When Russia blasted through the nearly 40-foot double walls of the new safe confinement, it short-circuited 2 critical functions in addition to opening a gaping hole. Contrary to what you might think, the new safe confinement is not hermetically sealed. It's not an airtight jar keeping everything in. How it works is that a specially designed ventilation system maintains a lower atmospheric pressure inside, about 5 to 8 pascals lower than the exterior, to be precise. Even if you skipped class in high school, we all have a basic understanding that airflow moves from high to low pressure. You poke a small hole in a balloon, the air leaks out. So, lower pressure inside the confinement pulls air inside rather than letting it outside. To do that, you need to have a controlled environment, something you can't really do with a hole in the side. That's the first problem. The second is related to the arch's design. The strike on Chernobyl set off a chain reaction you likely didn't see on the news. You see, between the double walls of the confinement runs a layer of waterproof insulation. The insulation stopped moisture from corroding inside the sarcophagus. But once struck by a Russian drone, the insulation caught fire, which spread on the north and partially the south side of the confinement. It took emergency workers almost 3 weeks to put out the fire. And in that process, they had to punch new holes into the sarcophagus to find the fire at different points in a game of radioactive whack-a-mole.
З 14 лютого по 3 березня в нас ще виникали об'єкти горіння, тління, і всього десь 200 отворів було зроблено під час гасіння загальною площею 50 метрів квадратних.
The $2 billion project was intended to be a once-in-a-century endeavor. So what happens now?
У нас ціль відновити на 100%. Ми повинні повернути герметичність об'єкту, ми повинні повернути всі функції, які від самого початку були закладені в даний об'єкт.
As summer approaches, Ukraine will enter a rainy season. Temperatures will rise. Neither will help stave off corrosion.
Що стосується термінів взагалі по відновленню функціональності арки, то тут зараз важко сказати.
Another option would be to move the confinement away from the reactor. The 36,000-ton structure was essentially built on train tracks, so it's theoretically possible, but engineers are still figuring it out. In any case, it would be extremely risky to move the confinement due to the current condition of Chernobyl. So we're in a predicament, and it makes us wonder, what was the point of the attack? Since the start of the full-scale invasion, Russia has rattled the nuclear saber to sideline the world from intervening more directly on behalf of Ukraine. They shelled the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, as they captured it in 2022. Russian airstrikes have at various points also narrowly missed the South Ukraine and Khmelnytsky nuclear power plants. Not to mention, Russia has the world's largest nuclear arsenal, which Russian officials love bringing up in public statements. Threatening nuclear apocalypse appears to be central to Russia's foreign policy doctrine. Russia has denied each of these attacks, either in whole or in part, but intentionally attacking a nuclear power plant is a war crime, as enshrined in the Geneva Convention. But, for argument's sake, perhaps Russia didn't intend to strike Chernobyl. The Gerin 2 kamikaze drone used in the attack can be accurate to within about 200 meters. The chances of hitting that one particular object within a 1,000 square mile exclusion zone by accident are quite low. Russia frequently launches its Gerin 2 drones over Chernobyl, and yet the Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov denied Russia's involvement, calling it a fabrication and provocation from Kiev. The Russian military does not do this. So even if it was an accident, Russia still routinely and brazenly and ignorantly plays with fire, and lies about it when it does. And this is not new for Russia. Here are declassified KGB documents telling state secrets concerning the Chernobyl accident. 1. The true reason of the accident. 2. Amount of damage. 3. The amount and type of discharge from the meltdown. 7. Information about the scale of contamination. 15. The mass poisoning and diseases. It goes on and on. That was from July 28, 1986, 3 months after the worst nuclear disaster in history. Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev was silent about the accident for 18 days. When he finally emerged on Soviet television, he spoke about Chernobyl passively while using the same timeless whataboutism we hear from the Kremlin today.
Нельзя оставить без внимания и политической оценки, и то, как встретили события в Чернобыле правительство, политические деятели, средства массовой информации некоторых стран НАТО, особенно США. И ни слова о самом главном. Как прекратить гонку вооружений, как избавить мир от ядерной угрозы. Как все это понимать?
The accident had nothing to do with the nuclear arms race, nothing to do with America or the West. This wasn't a nuclear bomb test that went wrong. People outside Ukraine often may think what happens here doesn't impact them, but thinking how the Kremlin responded then and is acting now, we should be worried, even panicked by Russia's rhetoric. Just as the impact of Chernobyl extended far beyond Ukraine, a potential nuclear accident now could affect the entire world. The tragedy of the February strike is that the new safe confinement was supposed to offer Ukraine an opportunity to close this dark chapter of its history. Over the next few decades, cleanup of remaining radioactive waste and nuclear fuel was set to begin. They had even planned to deconstruct the original Soviet-era shelter that is at risk of collapsing by 2029. Due to the war, most of these plans are on hold, but the clock is still ticking.
Було заплановано роботи по демонтажу цих нестабільних конструкцій. Зараз зрозуміло, що ми мусимо трішечки посунути в часі. Наскільки це буде залежати від того, як швидко ми зможемо відновити функціональність арки, тому що будь-які роботи з такого плану об'єктами, звичайно, можуть призвести, сподіваємося, що
an electric.
YouTube Ads is made for your business. Bring your brand to life with targeted video ads and connect with the perfect audience. Grow your business and reach your people with YouTube Ads.
There you go. 5 minutes? Get your
It's
ass over.
easy to think that quantum mechanics is just a theory about tiny particles, nothing more. But what if I told you that it might predict that you can never truly die? Quantum immortality. Quantum theory tells us that the world behaves in ways that defy classical determinism, famously described by Einstein as God playing dice. Left to their own, particles don't have definitive positions or velocities. They are everywhere and nowhere all at once. In truth, quantum mechanics is perhaps best understood as a theory of superpositions. For example, an isolated electron does not have a sharp spin up or spin down state. Rather, it is quite literally in a superposition of both at once. It's only when we look at it that the electron seems to choose. This behavior is most clearly illustrated with the famous double-slit experiment. Gradually shoot just one electron at a time against a wall with 2 small holes in it, and you'll get an interference pattern on the other side. Somehow, even a single electron acts as if it travels through both slits at once, producing that interference pattern. Indeed, the electron acts just like a wave, with phase maxima constructively interfering to create peaks and minima combining into troughs. But if we put a detector on one of those holes, thereby allowing us to track which hole it went through, the interference pattern disappears and we just are left with 2 smudges. They now seem to act like particles. The consequences of this simple experiment are perhaps the most profound in all of physics. It deeply uproots our common sense intuition, and it reveals quite clearly that the universe is not what it seems. If you feel confused or perplexed by this, then, well, you're in good company. For even Richard Feynman, who helped develop quantum electrodynamics, famously stated, "I think I can safely say that nobody understands quantum mechanics." And so physicists and philosophers have argued for a century about what quantum mechanics really means for the nature of reality. One thing they do largely agree on is that prior to any measurement, the nature and evolution of these superposition states can be described like a wave. Indeed, we call this the wave function, first written down by Erwin Schrödinger 100 years ago. But the real question is, how does this quantum wave-like state suddenly transition into the more familiar classical particle-like behavior post-measurement? For decades, the dominant view has been the Copenhagen interpretation. That is, that these superposition states persist until they are observed, at which point they collapse down into a single sharp state with a probability given by the Born rule. That is a probability given by the square of the wave function. This certainly produces exquisite agreement to experiment. Indeed, it is arguably the most precisely tested theory in all of science, verified to within parts per trillion precision. But it doesn't explain ontologically what's really going on. First off, it's important to say that most physicists reject the idea that wave function collapse in any way involves human consciousness. Instead, these measurements could simply be an interaction with the environment, such as a stray photon near one of the slits. But then here's the problem. Surely that photon then also becomes mixed up in this superposition, a combination of striking the electron and not striking it. Certainly, we know that superpositions are not limited to individual particles. Entire ensembles can be in a superposition too, in which case we describe them as being entangled to one another. In fact, that is the basis behind quantum computing, teleportation, and cryptography. So as our electrons from earlier proliferate out into the wider world, then surely too shouldn't this superposition state, this march of entanglement spread out too, eventually even encompassing human observers. But of course, the problem is, in our everyday life, we do not experience any kind of superposition effects, so surely something is missing here. This weirdness is most vividly elucidated with the infamous Schrödinger's cat experiment. Imagine a cat in a box with a bottle of poison that will crack open at a certain time with a 50-50 probability governed by the outcome of a quantum measurement, say whether an electron is spin up or down. Now, after the critical moment passes, the electron can be described as being in a superposition of both states. And since the measurement device is entangled with this quantum system, then so too must be the cat, existing in a bizarre superposition of being both dead and alive. Wave function collapse via the Copenhagen interpretation at first seems to resolve this paradox, but it comes with many problems. For example, why is it that the observer, be it a stray photon or the cat or indeed we who open the box, are allowed to be considered somehow distinct classical entities, whereas the electron has to be considered quantum? Surely everything deep down is truly quantum. There's also no mechanism for this mysterious, unitary, and frankly ad hoc wave function collapse, and so not surprisingly, debate has raged for decades about what quantum theory really means.
I sincerely hope that this is the last time that I find myself here.
You just don't get it, do you, Jean-Luc? The trial never ends.
In 1957, Princeton graduate student Hugh Everett proposed a radical alternative interpretation. Put simply, the wave function never collapses, ever. Collapse implies that the other states in the superposition simply disappear and only one persists. Everett suggested that all possible outcomes of a quantum measurement occur, evolving in separate, non-interacting branches of reality. This so-called many worlds interpretation was, for a long time, largely ignored by the physics community, but in the last decade or so, it has risen to being a serious contender, championed by the likes of Sean Carroll, David Deutsch, and Max Tegmark. You know, Everett's idea is really pretty simple. He just takes the Schrödinger equation completely seriously. There is no collapse in that equation. And so that means that the electron, the box, the cat, you, me, indeed the entire universe are described by one gigantic wave function, often dubbed the universal wave function. In place of collapse, the many worlds interpretation explains the classical appearance of our macroscopic world by a concept known as decoherence. So the question is this: if the entire universe is in a superposition, then why don't branches interfere with each other like they do in the double-slit experiment? The answer lies in phase coherence. In simple systems, quantum waves stay in sync, and that allows them to interfere. But in complex systems, interactions with countless particles scramble their phases. The result? A clean split between worlds, known as decoherence. Subtly, this branching of realities is not an abrupt event. It evolves as the decoherence spreads, exponentially suppressing interference between different quantum branches. After decoherence, the universes can no longer have any causal influence on one another, so no, sadly you can't make a Council of Ricks. Yet, the number of universes here would be stupendous, because this branching would have been going on since the Big Bang itself, and across the entire cosmos. You can even create new universes yourself using the Universe Splitter app. This is not sponsored, where you can base your decisions based off a quantum measurement made over in Switzerland. So in this branch of reality, I'm posting this video at 2 p.m, but in another, I posted it at 1 p.m. Both really happened. But if this whole idea of splitting bothers you, well, you're not alone. Theoretical physicist Bryce DeWitt is said to have visited Everett and praised him for the elegant mathematics of his idea, but told him that he was bothered by the gut feeling that he didn't feel like he was constantly splitting into parallel versions of himself. Everett is said to have coolly responded, "Do you feel like you're orbiting the sun at 30 kilometers per second?" "Touché," DeWitt said, conceding on the spot.
You think that's air you're breathing now?
In the quantum multiverse, your information might be proliferating across countless realities, but at least in this branch, you might want to limit the spread of your information, and that's where today's sponsor comes in, Incogni. Here's the deal. Your data sent off their annual plan, all world. Amongst physicists, the many worlds interpretation has grown in popularity thanks to its rigorous treatment of the Schrödinger equation. But as the idea has gained traction, many have realized that it implies a bizarre and radical consequence. The idea can be best thought of as a game of quantum Russian roulette and was popularized by Max Tegmark in his book, A Mathematical Universe. He describes a quantum machine gun, which can fire up to once per second depending on the outcome of a quantum measurement. Specifically, each time the gun is triggered, it places a particle in a superposition where it's equally likely to be in two states at once, for example, spin up and spin down, and then it measures that particle. If spin down, the gun fires and kills you faster than human perception, else it just makes an audible click, and it repeats this every second. Now, according to Everett, there will be two parallel universes after the first second, one where you're dead and the other where you're alive. In other words, there is exactly one copy of you that has perceptions and a stream of consciousness both before and after the experiment. Now, since you can't experience not being alive, then the prediction is that you will hear an audible click and survive this measurement with 100% certainty. And of course, what's really bizarre is that you could sit there and experience dozens of clicks in a row, somehow surviving time after time. After 40 sequential clicks, the Copenhagen interpretation says that there's a 1 in a trillion chance that you'd still be alive. But Many Worlds says that there will be, to 100% confidence, a version of you that survives this extraordinary sequence of events, and that you would thus be able to conclude that Everett's idea was right all along. In effect, then, you will be able to prove that the Many Worlds interpretation was correct. But it would be a strangely private proof. For in the other trillion universes, everyone else would just watch you die, wondering why you would do such a thing. They would not see this proof, and thus this experiment fails to convince the rest of the world. Although Hugh Everett never wrote about this idea, Eugene Shikostev's biography states Everett firmly believed that his many worlds theory guaranteed him immortality. His consciousness, he argued, is bound at each branching to follow whatever path that does not lead to death, and so on ad infinitum. Sadly, on our branch at least, Everett had a difficult life. After widespread rejection, he became withdrawn, failed to get an academic job, drank and smoked too much, and eventually died of a heart attack at age 51. Now, Tegmark is very clear that this is not an experiment that he recommends conducting for yourself at home, and I want to emphasize that point here too. It would be incredibly stupid, foolish and idiotic to engage in this experiment at home, and I think it will become increasingly clear as to why I think that throughout the rest of this video. But hypothetically, Tegmark argues that there are 3 criteria needed to make this macabre experiment really work. Criteria 1, the random decisions must be quantum. 2, it must kill you or make you unconscious on a timescale shorter than that which you can perceive. And 3, it must really kill you, not just very badly injure you. Satisfy those 3 criteria, and the argument goes that you would somehow miraculously survive, time after time.
Yes! I am invincible!
In a 2001 lecture, philosopher David Lewis expanded upon this game of quantum Russian roulette to broad immortality. He reasoned that the entire universe is ultimately governed by quantum events, and thus all causes of death satisfied Tegmark's first and third criteria. For example, if a car is about to hit you on the road, there is a stupendously small probability that the vehicle will quantum tunnel straight through you without causing any harm. And according to Many Worlds, a version of you must survive such encounters. Indeed, if David Lewis is correct, then eventually each of us will one day gain personal evidence for many worlds, for we will seem to always escape life-threatening car crashes, survive health scares, and eventually outlive our friends and our family. Tegmark isn't in alignment with David Lewis's position, though, via his second criterion, because most causes of death are not faster than our perception timescale. They are more typically a slow deterioration of our mental faculties, something that we could gradually experience. But even this point, Lewis seems to have anticipated with a frankly dark and terrible prediction for us all. For Lewis concedes that, in general, you will indeed deteriorate, but all you need to do is survive each moment, not necessarily come out the other side particularly healthy. Over time, you would accumulate ever more deterioration, like the Struldbergs from Gulliver's Travels or the protagonist of Death Becomes Her. Lewis writes, "As you survive deadly danger over and over again, you should also expect to suffer repeated harms. You should expect to lose your loved ones, your eyes and limbs, your mental powers, and your health. Eternal life on such terms amounts to a life of eternal torment. Is this the fate that awaits us all?"
That teen burger is just $4.99. Right now, teen burgers are just $4.99.
What?
Why do we do things the hard way? Coming through.
My body is broken. You have to let me go. Since quantum immortality is so personal, a good question to ask is whether our own experiences of the world are consistent with its predictions. So let's revisit the first half of Tegmark's second criterion, that you must die or lose consciousness. It's already non-trivial for Tegmark to equate those two states, but I suppose the reasoning here is that in neither state can you perceive anything. Physicist Anthony Aguirre latches onto this point in his book, Cosmological Koans, considering what it means when we are anesthetized or even asleep, experiences that we can all attest to. One might argue that we should always live on the branch where we stayed awake all night, every night, because the branches where we sleep are imperceptible to us. But of course, even asleep, there is a reduced form of consciousness, such as dreaming. Yet more, those reduced states of consciousness are not permanent. Skip forward 8 hours in both branches and you would find a conscious version of you. Another line of anthropic attack is to try and invoke the mediocrity principle. If we really live forever in increasingly decrepit states, then there will be far, far more years of you alive in that state than the relative youth that we all enjoy now. In fact, in the story of your existence, it would be incredibly unlikely that you'd happen to inhabit a moment during your, let's call it, normal age life, rather than these Struldberg years. I think that this does make for a compelling counter-argument, but it is the same kind of reasoning used by the doomsday argument and the Boltzmann brain discussions, which can all be challenged on the issue of reference class. Perhaps your future state is very different from this current state, and thus, in fact, you do occupy a mediocre position of your current reference class, that is, being youthful. Despite our best efforts, these concerns can't deliver a knockout blow to quantum immortality, but if we revisit Lewis's argument, we can discover a questionable assumption that challenges the entire idea, an assumption about the way the universe works.
If there's nothing wrong with me, maybe there's something wrong with the universe.
A central line of reasoning in David Lewis's case for immortality is what he calls the corrected intensity rule, and it really speaks more broadly to a topic of constant tension in discussions of the many worlds interpretation. Let's say a life-threatening quantum-triggered event occurs with 4 distinct and equally likely outcomes, in which you perish in 3 of them. Now, in the Copenhagen interpretation, we would simply assign a 25% probability to each outcome occurring using the Born rule, and indeed, only one will occur. But in many worlds, all 4 happen with 100% probability. Of course, if everything happens to 100% probability, then the theory really lacks any predictive power, and thus Everettians get around this by saying that each reality occurs with a 25% measure of existence, or a 25% intensity, again taken from the Born rule. Now, your consciousness can surely only inhabit one reality at a time, and thus you might reason that there is a 75% chance of you dying in this grim scenario, even in the many worlds interpretation. But Lewis's trick here is to discard all of the cases where you die because, and I quote, "death is oblivion." The experience of being dead should never be expected to any degree at all, because there is no such experience. This act of discarding branches where you die and then renormalizing is what Lewis calls the corrected intensity rule, and it is pivotal to the case for quantum immortality. But many thinkers take issue with this sleight of hand. For example, philosopher David Papineau writes, "It is by no means obvious why Everettians should modify their intensity rule in this way, for it seems perfectly open for them to apply the unmodified intensity rule in life or death situations just as elsewhere." Many world's champion David Deutsch also pushes back here, writing in his book that this way of applying probabilities does not follow directly from quantum theory as the usual one does. It requires an additional assumption, namely that when making decisions one should ignore the histories in which the decision maker is absent. My guess is that this assumption is false. In other words, when the universe makes its split, there's by no means a guarantee that you will take the path in which you survive.
I didn't think it would end this way.
End? No, the journey doesn't end here. Death is just another path. One that we all must take.
I think Papineau and Deutsch make great points. It is indeed wholly unclear that we can discount death branches in the way that Lewis prescribes. But neither of them can falsify Lewis's claim either. Sure, he's added an extra assumption here, but that doesn't mean that it's wrong, and it stems from a reasoned perspective. All the quantum weirdness kicking around makes it difficult to know what's real and what's not, so let's instead try to think about more conventional analogies. So leaving aside generalized immortality just for the moment, let's come back to the more pointed case of the quantum Russian roulette example that Tegmark described earlier. A thought-provoking analogy to this experiment is to imagine a kind of Star Trek-style transporter that beams you up and then rematerializes you somewhere else. Before the beam out, there's one of you, and after the beam out, there's one of you. Certainly in Star Trek, most characters don't seem bothered by this process, so let's assume that it's perfectly safe and not a death machine then. But imagine instead if it created 2 versions of you by some kind of transporter malfunction. Again, strictly in terms of your own survival, this really shouldn't bother you. You will persist, although the ethics of cloning you probably are a point of concern. This splitting is exactly analogous to what happens in many worlds. Your consciousness, you, whatever you want to call it, can only occupy one body, and yet both versions of you would insist that they were real. So which version of you really is you? Now, as a final twist, consider that one of those 2 rematerializations fails and leaves behind a gory mess on the transporter pad. Now, you might reasonably be disturbed at the prospect of stepping on that transporter pad because there'd be a 50% chance that you would die, right? But on the other hand, that dead version of you never even materialized enough to experience consciousness, so surely it's impossible for you to become that puddle of flesh. And we can take this a step further and say that the crew never even attempted to rematerialize the second beam. The malfunction was detected and the file deleted inside the computer. In this case, aren't we exactly equivalent to the original scenario of a 1-to-1 beam out, in which case few objected? Now, in fairness, I promised you a conventional analogy and then started talking about transporters, so the fact we don't understand how such a machine would truly work perhaps only adds more confusion to the mix here. So consider instead a classical analogy described by Sean Carroll in his book, Something Deeply Hidden. Okay, so Lewis's whole argument is that you really shouldn't be bothered about the branches where you die because you can't experience that. But Carroll strongly disagrees with that. After all, if someone snuck up behind you with a gun and instantly killed you, you should not be okay with that. The fact that you can't experience being dead is completely beside the point. It is totally reasonable to not want to be killed regardless.
The reason why we don't want to die is not just that we will experience pain, but that sort of prospectively, right now, the idea of being dead in the future bothers me, right? Like, if someone said, you know, you're going to die in this and that date, it might be useful information, but I'd be sad, right, if that date was soon. And I think the same thing is true in the quantum immortality experiment. I don't buy the move that says, well, in all the branches where you're dead, it doesn't matter, because you're dead, you don't feel anything.
Unfortunately, David Lewis passed away soon after giving that lecture which spawned this whole quantum immortality discussion. But I imagine he would have pushed back against Carroll's scenario as being a very different beast, because in that case, you definitely do die. Whereas I think Lewis would maintain that in the quantum picture, your stream of consciousness continues uninterrupted. It's definitely reasonable to be disturbed by the finality of Carroll's classical experiment, but Lewis's whole point is that in the quantum version, there is no finality. It was Max Tegmark who really popularized the quantum Russian roulette experiment, but it's interesting to note that he somewhat walked back on the idea that you'd really survive such a thing. As we noted earlier, he points out that most forms of death fail his second criterion of occurring on a timescale faster than human perception. But I think to me, it is deeply unclear that this criterion would truly safeguard your continued survival. In particular, philosopher Charles Sebens has argued that the timescale is irrelevant. After the quantum gun fires, the universe has already split into two.
Yo, Ninja blaze it up. It's a hazy dawn. The bunny's hooded, but he ain't looking forlorn. Got that red-eyed glow like he's been hitting the chronic. This ain't your grandma's Easter. This shiz is iconic. Purple smoke billowing, smells skunky and sweet. The high hair's got the good stuff, can't be beat. He's holding that egg, all swirly and cracked. Looks like this Easter's about to get seriously whacked. Wicked high, holy days in a cannabis craze. Cosmic clutch sparking through the purple haze. Pastel portal tripping, colors melting slow. This ain't about Jesus rising, it's about the good growth. Easter's getting blunted, the flavor's so dank. The high hair passing the egg, let's empty the bank. Crack the egg open, ain't no peeps inside, just sticky green nuggets. Where the hell did they hide? Little eyeball chilling with a baked out stare. This ain't about salvation, homie, this is rare. He hands you a blunt rolled fat and tight, says take a deep hit and everything's bright. Forget the resurrection, let the good times unfold. This 420 Easter's worth more than gold. Wicked high, holy days in a cannabis craze. Cosmic clutch sparking through the purple haze. Pastel portal tripping, colors melting slow. This ain't about Jesus rising, it's about the good grow. Easter's getting blunted, the flavor's so dank. The high hair passing the egg, let's empty the bank. Forget the church bells, hear the bong bubbles gleam. This Easter's a smoke sesh, a wicked green dream. The air's getting hazy, the vibe's kicking back. The high hair's got the stash, ain't no turning back. Wicked high, holy days in a cannabis craze. Cosmic clutch sparking through the purple haze. Pastel portal tripping, colors melting slow. This ain't about Jesus rising, it's about the good grow. Easter's getting blunted, the flavor's so dank. The high hair passing the egg, let's empty the bank. So spark up the sticky, let the good vibes flow free. This ain't no ordinary Easter, you can clearly see the high hair's vanishing in a cloud of sweet skunk. Happy 420 Easter, now let's get straight drunk.
Everything you've been told about death is wrong. It's not an ending, not a void, not a mystery left to faith or speculation. For over 1,000 years, hidden within a forbidden manuscript, lies a roadmap, one that details exactly what happens in the first 49 days after death. This ancient text, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, was once reserved only for the most enlightened minds, for those who could grasp its truth without fear. It reveals that the moment of death is not the final breath, it's the beginning of a test that determines whether you break free from the cycle of life and death or fall back into reincarnation, blind and unprepared. Most people fail, not because they are weak, but because they are unaware. They don't recognize what's happening. They don't see the illusions. They don't realize that everything they feel, see, and hear after death is a projection of their own mind. And by the time they do, it's too late. If this manuscript is true, then the first moments after death are more important than the entire life you've just lived. And it all begins with one crucial moment, the moment you leave your body behind. The moment you die, reality doesn't stop. You don't simply disappear. Instead, something else takes over. Something ancient texts have described for over 1,000 years. You will feel weightless, detached, as if waking from a dream. There will be no more heartbeat, no more breath, yet you will still be aware. You will know that something has changed, but your mind will struggle to accept it. If you've ever had an out-of-body experience, this moment will feel eerily familiar. Except this time, there's no coming back. And then it happens. A blinding, radiant light. So powerful, so overwhelming, that your very existence seems to dissolve into it. This is what the Tibetan Book of the Dead calls the clear light of reality. If you recognize it, if you surrender to it completely, you will merge with it. You will transcend the cycle of birth and death, achieving instant enlightenment, escaping reincarnation forever. This is the ultimate moment of liberation, and it happens the instant you die. But almost no one recognizes it. Why? Because we are conditioned to fear the unknown. The soul panics, clings to its memories, its identity, its unfinished desires. Instead of embracing the light, it recoils. And the moment fear takes over, the illusions begin. You will start to hear sounds, whispers, echoes of voices that feel familiar but distorted, as if calling from behind a veil. The world around you will shift, and instead of light, you will begin to see forms, patterns, shadows, glimpses of what seem to be people or places you once knew. But none of it is real, not yet. The mind is grasping, searching for meaning, and in doing so, it begins to create the very reality that will define the rest of your journey. This is where most souls lose their way. Instead of recognizing death as an opportunity for liberation, they fall into confusion. They seek comfort in familiarity, and the mind obliges, projecting the world they once knew, recreating familiar sights, faces, and voices. Some even see religious figures they worshipped in life, not realizing that these too are only manifestations of their own subconscious beliefs. If they knew the truth, that none of it is real, that they are being tested, they could let go. But instead, they follow these visions deeper into the bardo, the intermediate state between death and rebirth. The first few moments after death are the most important. The Tibetan Book of the Dead teaches that awareness is the key, that those who have prepared for this moment can pass through the illusions and break free. But for the unprepared, for those still clinging to their past lives, what comes next is unavoidable. They will move through the 49-day journey, experiencing visions that will either guide them toward enlightenment or trap them in yet another cycle of rebirth. The next phase of the journey is about to begin. But before we go deeper into the forbidden knowledge of the bardo, you should know this. Some of the most profound truths about the afterlife can't be shared openly. That's why we reveal them inside Insights Academy, our free newsletter, where we explore what can't be discussed here. Sign up now at the link in the description and receive a free copy of
Gummy. Hello. Hi there. You're a cute little gummy baby. You okay? Can you put your sweater on? It's cute. It's cute, just like me. You wanna wear clothes with me? You wear clothes with me. Yeah, just like me. See, I got a sweater on too. I got a sweater on too. How's that? How's that? Is that comfy? Is that comfy, baby? Look at that comfy baby. Oh, he's so cute. Yeah, he is cute. Look at you. Look at a cute cutie. Look how you're so cute. He's a cute little guy. Can I touch your sweater? Can you do? Okay? Are you comfy? No, you don't get out. He's a cutie. He is a cutie. What do we got over here? Let's see what we got here. charcoal. Why did it just say it had 2,000 sulfurs a second ago? I swear to God, it just said it had like 2,000 sulfurs. Oh, it's because I was at the other place. That's right. All my sulfur's down here. Oh. Hi. Ooh. Hello. You're so cute. Look at that cute little face. Look at the little sweater. I love your little sweater. Look at the little sweater. Don't touch my sweater. It's my sweater. Don't touch me. No touch your sweater. Touch your sweater. Oh, the baby. Here, let's try this again. Gunpowders. Oops. Damn it. What were the pails that I was using? Sort by level. Damn it. Sort by level, but take the electric off. Board. Board. I thought I just told you. This one, start production. Why isn't it starting? Well. You gonna let me do the rest of it now? Why doesn't it do it? Well, I'll take that. Alright, over here, we're gonna go for shotguns. stop taking your sweater off? I'm cleaning my ears. I'm just cleaning my ears. You want me to get your ears? Well, then get out of here. That's what I'm doing. I'm cleaning my ears. You want me to get your ears? Well, then get out of here. Get off my table. Lay on top of my table. Just lay right on my keyboard. I'm just cleaning my ears, my guy. Look, see, watch. I'm just cleaning my ears. What's wrong, Gummy? What's your gummy problem? What's your gummy problem, Gummy? You got a gummy problem? Baby. Oh, you like to be my baby. You're just a little baby. You're like a little squeakies. You've been a little crazy guy. Oh, you baby. Oh, come on, give me a cuddle. You falling? Are you falling? Or are you just kicking me for fun? Okay, well then I guess you're just kicking me. Do you need to fix that? Do you like that, babe? Do you okay? I know you. He's a little gummy baby. Alrighty, here we go. Am I making noises? Do you need me to get that off you? I'm sorry. I thought you liked this one. Get off my table. Why are you on my table? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna open the door. You're an indoor kitty. You can't go outside. Don't go outside. No. No.
Within every single one of us, there are approximately 3.16 billion base pairs of DNA, which contain not only our genetic information, but also hold our deepest biological secrets, including the darkest, most twisted ones. At least, that's the case according to a few studies, which have apparently found evidence that not so long ago, much of the known world was rife in violent, bloody conflict that was so brutal that its ramifications have lasted until today. It is completely unknown to most, and yet in some ways represents the first global conflict humanity has ever experienced, as it spanned across much of the inhabited world, making violence near universal and escape impossible. It's not every day that we find evidence for such a destructive conflict, let alone through our very own DNA. But that's supposedly what happened after researchers analyzed the genomes of modern populations, finding evidence of a very distinct genetic bottleneck. Now, bottlenecks in general is what occurs when a population experiences a drastic drop in numbers, resulting in lower genetic diversity. And it is honestly somewhat common in nature, with even humans having endured more than one, with a particularly deadly and famous one having took place approximately 900,000 years ago, due to Mother Nature's shenanigans. But the one I'm talking about, and that these researchers identified, was much more recent and seemingly our own fault. To be exact, a team took a look at chromosome sequences in contemporary humans, and noticed evidence of a massive drop in genetic diversity only a few thousand years ago during the late Neolithic period in the Old World, i.e. Europe, Asia, Middle East, etc., and suggesting that a lot of people died or disappeared relatively quickly. Now, anything that heavily impacts the population could have been considered an answer to this mysterious die-off. Yet what was so odd is that the bottleneck was only really seen in Y chromosome diversity, which is unique to males and passed on from father to son. While in the mitochondrial DNA, which is passed down through females, researchers found no matching drop in diversity. In other words, something had happened which clearly affected a lot of men, but not nearly as many women, leading to the researchers' idea that unprecedented violence may have had been the explanation. Because, if the perpetrator was a volcanic eruption, severe weather, or some other form of Mother Nature, you'd expect the drop in genetic diversity to be more or less equal between genders, not just in one. And really, a drop is not the best word to describe what happened to the men, as a more appropriate word would be decimated, with the scientists estimating that this event was so horrific that by the time it subsided, the effective male population in Africa, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East had been reduced by up to 95%, meaning that theoretically, only 1 in 20 men survived this purge, with women possibly outnumbering men 17 to 1. No conflict in recorded history comes even close to this kind of lethality by a percentage, not even World War I or World War II. And if you wanted to recreate such a brutal conflict today, then there'd have to be a loss of approximately 3.9 billion men, leaving only about 200 million standing. Naturally, when someone claims that our DNA is proof that a terrible conflict happened, you'd expect to find at least a couple of bodies lying around that we could point to as hard evidence. And as it turns out, there are lots and lots and lots of them. In fact, it's actually hard to miss them, and we discovered well over 250 late Neolithic dated sites where violent deaths have occurred, and that's just in Europe alone. And even in general, Neolithic humans are notorious for being found in grim conditions, and containing unparalleled amounts of bodily harm, especially when compared to earlier or later humans. With one analysis of more than 2,300 early farmers, finding that over 10% of the men and women displayed injuries reflecting weapons, likely from raiding parties or competition that attacked for their crops and livestock. Another analysis of 338 individuals in Spain found that 23% showed signs of aggressive damage, with adult and adolescent males especially being heavily impacted, making up 97% of the unhealed individuals and 81% of those that showed healed trauma, suggesting that it was very common to experience more than one violent encounter in a lifetime. And obviously these numbers are pretty darn high, but they're not the 95% inferred in the study. Yet research points out that in many cases, violent attacks don't actually leave marks in the bones, with only 15% of fatal melee attacks with sharp weapons leaving any sort of bone lesions behind. And you also have to take into account infections, disease, and other indirect modes of death that are associated with conflict. Now, obviously, these weren't the first people to be found murdered by their own, but their frequency was no doubt extreme. And scientists noted two things that became exceptionally common during this period: battles and indiscriminate massacres, with multiple sites of brutality being known of. One of the most gruesome is the Talheim death pit located in Germany, which is dated to about 5000 BC. Here, scientists unearthed the remains of at least 34 individuals who had been brutally slain. And what's crazy is that none of the skeletons bore any kind of defensive injuries, which implies that they were fleeing and not fighting the attacking party. And across the board, the killing blows could all be placed in just 3 categories: those that were made by a sharp side of an adze-like tool, those by the blunt side, and finally, the ones killed by arrows, which only accounted for 3 of the 34 victims. Analysis on the skulls also showed that warriors back then often aimed for the head, with all but 4 of the skeletons having lethal cranial injuries, sometimes on top of already deadly wounds. And among the dead, 16 had been children, 9 of them adult men, and 7 being older females, while younger women were noticeably absent, a popular theme amongst Neolithic massacre sites, suggesting that they were viewed as valuable and likely as a trophy, being kidnapped by the victors. This particular attack took place within a settlement that possessed fortifications, like palisades, which only further proves that back then there was a strong need to wall yourself off from other humans.
I don't like it.
And sure enough, other massacre sites that took place in settlements also had fortifications, like the Massacre of Schlitz, which likely took place in 5000 BC as well, occurring not so far away in Austria. And this one was far deadlier, with 200 victims being known of that were carelessly dumped in a mass grave after a raid on a settlement. Like Talheim, there was again a noticeable lack of dead women, and lots of dead men. But this slaughter did differ in some ways. First off, on top of presumably kidnapping adult women, they also might have captured pre-teens and young teenagers, as they too were noticeably few among the dead. And another grim difference was that in this attack, many of the dead were found without their arms and legs, while severed skulls were located separately, evidence of potential torture and human dismemberment. This could have also been a tradition for the attacking party, and showcased that different combatants had varying rituals. For example, in Asia, headhunting was particularly common. And another poignant case that further demonstrates this happens to be the largest known prehistoric mass grave, Herxheim, in Germany, and that occurred between 5,300 and 4,950 BC. But instead of a ravaged settlement, archaeologists actually believe they found a community that were the ravagers, having created at least 80 pits right outside their 15-acre large village that were essentially filled to the brim with victims, which so far is estimated to have exceeded 1,000 individuals, possibly up to 1,500, and ranged in age from newborns to elders. And if we account for the population difference between then and now, it would almost be like a city building a mass grave with over 800,000 corpses right outside their city walls. And nearly each one was processed in a similar way, with the native population dismembering and breaking bones, while also cleaving their skulls down the middle. In fact, so many skulls were cut and seemingly defleshed that researchers reckon that this community were skull cultists that used the heads in some ritual, and most likely ate pieces of them as well,
You're not
with the
going
brain being an
outside.
especially prized
Stop
part
it.
considering its fatty content. There were also signs that the tongues were often removed from the dead and that the bones were crushed for easy marrow extraction. And to sprinkle just a bit more queasiness into this, scientists further realized that there were less spongy bone elements than there should have been, and that certain bones, like the metapodials and hand phalanges, showed preferential biting. In other words, these guys had their favorite parts of the body to munch on. Plus, many of the body's podials and hand phalanges showed preferential biting. In other words, these guys had their favorite parts of the body to munch on. Plus, many of the bodies were cooked, with some even showing signs of having been spit roasted. And then, when it was all said and done, bones were processed into cups, other items, or turned into decorations, as some were found near or on spikes, where the entrance of the settlement was situated. Suffice to say, this was just about the worst group you could get caught by, but avoiding them might have been harder than you would think, because despite the lack of transportation back then, they still managed to wage war on a large scale, with many of their victims having come from vastly different cultures, some of which were only found 300 miles or 482 kilometers away. The dead also ranged in lifestyle, with some having isotopes demonstrating that they were hunter-gatherers, while others had been farmers. And then you also had victims that came from up in the mountains and those from the lowlands, which all points to the idea that Herxheim's natives were horrifically bloodthirsty people who managed to carry out successful raids that required not only tactics, but a certain level of logistics. And not to mention that while their settlement was large by a Neolithic standard, it was still significantly smaller than 1,000. And when I say 1,000, I mean less than 50 people. So impressive, in a very dark way. That being said, there are still some mysteries regarding this place, like who exactly were the dead? Captives of war, slaves, or were some just unlucky travelers that got too close? Also, no one is really sure what happened to the natives of Herxheim, with some tests suggesting that the settlement was abandoned soon after the massacres took place, with a maximum settlement time of 50 years following the burials, leading people to wonder if another group came seeking retribution. So obviously, it's hard to argue against Herxheim as being the most gruesome site we know of, but such weird, specific brutality was not isolated to just this case, and many more instances are known of. Warriors that collected heads, you've got it. Groups that systematically broke and removed shins, yep, there was that too. Xenophobic groups that hunted down and mutilated newcomers. Boom, done. And then finally, you even had fighters that buried people alive, because apparently that was a thing as well. In addition to a diverse range of brutality, there was also a lot of diversity when it came to the weapons themselves, and many kinds of blunt and sharp weapons were used in battles, such as adzes, spears, bows and arrows, axes, clubs, knives, scrapers, sickle and hoes, hammers, and the list goes on. And unfortunately for combatants, the level of armor back then did not match the innovativeness of their weapons, with no standard protection being known of. And fighters likely didn't wear much besides animal skin, woven cloth, and plant material. This all made living exceptionally difficult for anyone, but especially for men capable of fighting. And simply growing up was an accomplishment, with a level of violence resulting in a measly lifespan of between 20 and 33 years old, and thus tying it for first place for the time when modern humans died the youngest. And this is even accounting for infant mortality, as even if you made it to, say, 15, you'd still be expected to not make it past 33. And so with all this nightmare fuel considered, it really just leads to one simple question, which is, what the hell was going on? Why was everyone seemingly in a non-stop fight with everyone else? And sadly, there isn't one single clear answer to this, but there are a few different ideas. And ironically, one of the top hypotheses pins it off as humans flying too close to the sun. To be exact, not so long before the violence kicked off, humanity entered the Neolithic Revolution, also known as the First Agricultural Revolution. This period in history saw many human cultures transition from hunter-gatherers to settlers and farmers. This allowed for a boost in population and the ability to establish full-fledged settlements, which in turn led to progress in other areas as well. And this sounds great on paper, but this success also meant that humans could now better organize large battle-worthy groups, courtesy of said settlements, and had access to a wider range of weapons than ever before. Additionally, this shift provided humans with new reasons to kill that didn't really exist beforehand, as they now knew that settlements and farms equaled guaranteed loot, food, and women all in one place. Furthermore, by proximity alone, settlements might have been viewed as hostile by others, and potentially as existential threats, leading to the notion that all neighbors were bad news and had to go. Another more specific idea that tries to answer how the Y chromosome in particular was so obliterated beyond just the violence states that as the revolution was underway, societal structures reorganized, with more and more people forming patrilineal kin groups. Perhaps because trust was a rare commodity and it was easier to rely on those you were related to. And this resulted in unrestricted movement for women, but very much restricted for men. In other words, no outsiders allowed if you were a guy. This would have made the Y chromosome very vulnerable, and explains why it was so affected when these clans waged war against one another, and ultimately leading to the genetic bottleneck being very much one-sided. But like many ideas, there are those that disagree with this hypothesis, and instead actually propose a peaceful explanation to this. Now obviously, as the abundance of skeletons show, violence was quite prevalent at the time. But, in terms of the genetic bottleneck, one team of scientists thinks that patrilineal clans may have split up often through a peaceful process called lineal fission. Since these new clans were made up of closely related males, their Y chromosome lineages became more vulnerable to disappearing over time, especially due to environmental hardships. This led to a gradual drop in Y chromosome diversity, as some male lineages were very successful in surviving and others slowly faded away. This was only further compounded by reproductive fitness, where some groups were much more successful, which led to more growing and splitting, only reinforcing their dominance, while others just couldn't keep up and eventually vanished. Of course, there is then the possibility that actually both of these ideas were on the right track, with peaceful and violent factors having worked together to bring the effective male population way down. Whatever the case, there's certainly no denying that something happened. And to this day, the legacy of this bottleneck remains, with certain populations still not being at the same diversity as pre-bottleneck levels. And if this had never happened, it's fair to say that things would be quite different. Still, our genetics overall have mostly recovered, and we don't kill everyone else on sight. So at least there's that improvement. Though it does lead to a second question, which is, how did all this potential bloodshed end? Well, it didn't, at least not in an absolute sense. Because over time, from a pure numbers point, more people did end up dying in wars, especially thanks to new technology. It just so happens that we grew faster than we died. So things got relatively better. Then sometime later, as more complex societies were created and trade and diplomacy arose, things cooled off. However, when you look at the last 600 years, you can see that this cooling off was only very recently, as it was only in the last 100 or so that we really started to turn a new leaf, with the amount of conflicts starting each year being on a mostly downward spiral since World War II. And while it may be hard to believe these days, we do live in an extremely peaceful world compared to the one that used to be. And this is of course reflected in our very long lifespans, which is over 3 times that of the Neolithic ones. And while we certainly do have our very own problems, I for one am glad I don't have to worry about skull cults and shin takers anymore, at least for the most part. Thanks for watching, and until next time on Extinct Zoo.
So, do you think that would still happen with women in power? Or women smarter than that? Women are more interested in raising children than taking stuff.
Pas de miaulodrame cette fois. Secoué, déchiré, versé. Bienvenue au royaume des ronrons. Whiskas.
Come closer. Let me see you as you truly are. Not the face you wear for them, no. The one beneath. The tired, trembling self you've hidden even from the mirror. Yes, there. That's the one I've known. Long before you ever spoke your first thought into the world. You've come farther than they will ever understand. They will count your years, your deeds, your smiles. But I see the distance in your eyes, the miles you've walked behind them, unnoticed, unheard. And I'm proud of you, not in the way you've always longed for, not in claps or praise or fleeting words. I'm proud of the silent victories, the mornings you rose when gravity begged you to stay, the nights you wept without witness, folding grief into silence, wearing it like second nature. I'm proud of every breath you dragged from the void when your chest felt hollow. Every step taken when the ground beneath you was not there. Do you not see? You were never meant to survive this. Not this world, not these trials. They were made to break you, to grind you into forgotten dust. And yet, you endured. You alone endured. There is something feral and divine in that. A beauty that terrifies even me. You have become something else entirely. Something neither they nor even you expected. A soul tempered by fire no one else felt. A creature of cracks, yes. But through those cracks, I see light. Your light, flickering, furious, alive. They won't see it, not all of it. But I do. I always have. I have watched you scream beneath your breath, smile with tired teeth, carry weights you dared not name. And still, here you stand. Not whole, not healed, but here. And for that, I am proud beyond words that this frail language can offer. You think you are weak because you bend. No. You are strong because you bend, and yet refuse to break. You wear the scars of 1,000 unseen battles, and still you reach for something more. Rest your doubts. They've served you long enough. You do not need them now. You have come farther than survival. You've made it to becoming, and there is no turning back from such a thing. I have always been here, waiting for this moment, to tell you what you were never told. You are more than enough. You are the storm they could not silence. You are the breath that kept going, even when it hurt. And for that, for everything you've endured, everything you've become, everything you will become, I am proud of you beyond all things.
$320 million years ago, the swampy expanses of prehistoric jungles were roamed by giant scorpions and millipedes. These creatures dominated the land, instilling fear in everything that lived during that period. However, the real danger did not lurk on land, but in the water. There were water-dwelling predators that made even the fiercest land creatures seem insignificant. The dark depths concealed giant fish, larger than a car and just as heavy. These monsters were armed with dagger-sized fangs, and their ferocity would make any modern predator envious. These creatures were called Rhizodus. It's one of those rare cases when evolution seemed to set out to create the perfect killer millions of years ahead of its time, and succeeded. Rhizodus belonged to the Rhizodontidae family, a group of predatory lobe-finned fish. For over 30 million years, they terrorized the other inhabitants of freshwater rivers and lakes. Adult specimens reached 20 to 23 feet in length and weighed between 4,400 to 6,600 pounds. Despite their massive size, these predators were remarkably fast. Their elongated, streamlined bodies tapered towards the tail, allowing them to move with great speed. Their fins, positioned toward the rear, complemented the powerful tail, acting as stabilizers. When attacking its prey, consisting of large fish, amphibians, and even early shark prototypes, Rhizodus employed its primary weapon, 2 front teeth in the lower jaw, reaching up to 10 inches in length. These slightly curved, fang-like teeth were ideal for gripping and holding onto prey. Behind these unique teeth were smaller ones, measuring 0.8 to 2.3 inches. Upon capturing its victim, Rhizodus did not immediately tear it apart. Instead, it dragged the prey to the bottom of the water body or into an underwater burrow. Additionally, its streamlined body suggests that this predator might have been not only capable of accelerating, but even lunging onto the shore to snatch prey. However, Rhizodus was not the only terrifying predator of ancient waters. Long before it, during the Devonian period, another formidable hunter roamed the seas. Dunkleosteus. Its appearance was the embodiment of terror, and rightly so. Its very form reflected its savage nature and the deadly threat it posed. Dunkleosteus was the largest marine predator of the Devonian period. The size of its head alone exceeded 3 feet. The total body length of adult specimens ranged from 15 to 20 feet, with a weight of at least 2,200 pounds. This was a massive, armored fish with a powerful body and a gigantic head covered in thick, bony plates, like nature's armor. Though the body was streamlined, its small fins made high-speed chases impossible. But Dunkleosteus didn't need speed. It relied on a single explosive lunge, followed by its devastating capture technique. This creature could open its mouth in just 20 milliseconds, creating a powerful suction force that pulled its prey inside before the jaws snapped shut in 50 to 60 milliseconds. Inside its mouth, there were no teeth awaiting the victim. Instead, Dunkleosteus had jaw plates with razor-sharp edges and fang-like projections. These jaws extended a biting force of 5 megapascal, comparable to the bite of an American alligator. Dunkleosteus simply crushed and swallowed whatever it caught. The ferocity of this predator is truly awe-inspiring. However, the next creatures we're about to highlight that inhabited prehistoric waters were just as unique, both in their gigantic size and terrifying appearance. They could be called prehistoric krakens, and encountering them was just as dangerous as facing the monstrous fish described above. One such creature was Rheonoceros. Rheonoceros was a cephalopod that lived around 325 million years ago, known for its unusual appearance. Its shell measured nearly 8 feet in length and was divided into chambers connected by a siphuncle, allowing it to regulate buoyancy. At the front were large eyes, a powerful beak, and long tentacles. Despite resembling a giant pipe with protruding tentacles, Rheonoceros was relatively peaceful. Unlike active predators, it preferred to lie in wait at the bottom, ambushing small fish and invertebrates. Its strong beak allowed it to crush the shells of trilobites. However, despite its size, Rheonoceros was vulnerable to faster predators such as giant armored fish. Looking further into the past, however, we find that its predecessor, Endoceros, was far more formidable. Living around 450 million years ago during the Ordovician period, Endoceros was significantly larger, faster, and more dangerous than Rheonoceros. Endoceros. Endoceros was another gigantic cephalopod with a shell that reached up to 26 feet in length, nearly 3 times that of its descendant Rheonoceros. Its shell
Bentagabang is like diving headfirst into a dystopian fever dream. Picture just this mammoth mountain of trash looming over an army of workers, scouring and surviving on the cast-offs of a civilization. Absolutely, utterly apocalyptic. The scale is colossal. You can practically taste the grit in the air there. Does he like it here?
Well, he can't say much about it, but this is the way he lives now, he said.
It's an entire ecosystem. It has communities and industries that are built around these endless hills of refuse. It is just raw, unfiltered humanity feeding off this strange lifeblood of people's garbage. But here it is very, very much a reality. And believe it or not, these scavenged plastics are directly responsible for building Jakarta's booming skyline, and in the most dystopian way possible. Entire towns here now seem like they're stuck in a war zone, with giant plumes of black smoke and everything covered in soot. It's getting kind of crazy right now. It's turning Jakarta's food supply toxic, sometimes in pretty unexpected and unintentional ways, but sometimes in ways that feel totally avoidable. And so to end this episode, I'll be sitting down for a meal of what I'm calling trash tofu. And honestly, the name kinda says it all. It might just be the most toxic meal in Asia. The bloke's been kind enough to give me a hitch up the mountain. It's a hell of a ride otherwise. And again, just sort of like, I don't know, symbolic as to how big this mountain is. Above me I can see similar kind of operation. The cranes
then behind me, the sort of shanty villages where people live who kind of survive on these mountains. Trying to sneak past. Thanks for the ride. These guys are a bunch of pickers taking a break. Yes? Can I get your photo? Every day, nearly 600 garbage trucks dump nearly 8,000 tons of waste here. And when we show up, it's a full-on traffic jam of trash haulers. They're all lined up, barely moving. So as we get to the top of this kind of trashed mountain, working our way up, we're following this giant line of trucks. We walk alongside them, and just like that, it's like we're in a whole different world. Cliffs of trash rise on either side of the road. Machines rumble and beep non-stop. And every surface, every color is wrapped in this layer of black sludge. This is where most of the pickers are operating. Again, it seems so far they're after anything they can make money from. And man, this is one of the most post-apocalyptic scenes I've ever seen. The pickers are everywhere, thousands of them swarming the drop site. They move fast, armed with these sharpened metal hooks and massive woven baskets on their backs. And they pull out anything of value quickly before the next load buries it. And then it happens. I step into what looks like a puddle, and suddenly I'm knee-deep in sludge. It ain't pretty, guys, I'm telling you. I smell like absolute shit right now. That was like, I mean, you can see, that's waist deep. It is, it's kind of dangerous out here, I'm not gonna lie. So you can see, like, they put in, like, planks. And if you don't know where to step, you can go straight in, waist deep, just like I did. Okay, he said that I needed to wash myself down or else I'm gonna start getting itchy. There's just so much toxic crap in this liquid. I mean, I don't doubt it. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Bro, that ain't pretty. Constructing a mountain of garbage takes more than just dumping trash and walking away. Roads must be etched into these slopes, guiding the trucks higher and higher. And at the dumping ground, the cycle begins. Trucks unload and pickers flood it, scavenging through fresh waste. Each of these sites has hundreds and hundreds of these scavengers just working away. It is, I know I keep coming back to that word, post-apocalyptic, but honestly, this is surreal. Above it all, the excavators move with this mechanical rhythm, shaping the shifting terrain into something resembling order. They must work in unison, passing the freshly dumped garbage up to the nearest peak of the mountain. So I think when you guys are wearing those parlay shirts by Adidas, you've ever got those like recycled PET products, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of that comes out of this exact landfill. They act together as a conveyor belt of sorts. And it's a mess, but a structured one. This oddly hypnotic dance of industry and survival. But there's one final step. The work isn't done until the peak is flattened completely down to make way for the next tier. And if I want to understand this place, there's only one thing to do. My goal is to climb to the summit. First though, it's time for a snack. Scattered throughout the mountains are these makeshift cafes. these little shanty spots serving up food and drinks for the thousands of workers that live here. And since this is ostensibly a food show, it's time to grab a quick bite before the climb. You know guys, I'm always traveling to these really sketchy places nowadays, and dealing with money, it is a real problem. ATM fees, bad exchange rates, those like super dodgy tourist ATMs, card readers, you name it. And that is why I have come to absolutely love Revolut. Revolut's this all-in-one financial super app, and it makes international spending easy. Currency exchange, eSIMs, they've even got discounted airport lounge passes, and it's all in one place. They've got more than 50 million users worldwide. It's super quick to set up, plus you get $40 when you make your first purchase online. Pretty simple. I'm always bouncing between countries, and with Revolut, I can hold and exchange more than 30 different currencies at great rates and with really low fees. If I need cash, they have no fee ATM withdrawals within plan limits. No more getting ripped off at those like really shady exchange counters or those tourist ATMs. They have this metal card which is really sleek, durable, perfect for travel, but the real game changer here is the security. If I misplace the card, I can just freeze it instantly within the app. And for those sketchy looking online purchases, Revolut even has these single-use virtual cards so I can keep my details completely safe. Finally, flight delays for me now are just no issue at all. Revolut gives me access to discounted lounge passes at more than 1,000 different airports, so I can just chill instead of fighting for a seat at the gate. If you're interested, check out Revolut using the link below or scan the QR code on screen, sign up, make your first purchase, and boom, $40 in your pocket. Okay, so apparently the food you can just kind of grab, and she's gonna make out of, I don't know, some kind of weird powdered cordial, a bit of ice to go to up here. It's holding these guys through the day, so maybe it'll get me through it as well. It seems to be the go-to up in this mountain. It's, I've got to admit, pretty good. They're saying it's sort of like flour, egg, onion. It's battered food. It's full of calories. I've got to be honest, it's what I need right now. It doesn't smell too good, but nothing does up here. And I mean, my hands were absolutely covered in trash just a couple of minutes ago. I kind of want to see what it's like for these guys up here. Their lifestyle, how they're getting by. And this is lunch for everybody up here, it seems. Wow, that is sweet. Like, sugar overload, obviously. I bet it's packed with caffeine. And I mean, it's long hours up here. These guys start from like 6, 7 a.m. as soon as the trucks start pulling in. And I think you just need to survive on oily calories and caffeine. That is really sweet. An incredible place, I tell you. I want to summit this mountain. Let's go. Honestly, getting to the top doesn't take as long as you'd think. And up here, we see the final step in action, the flattening and compaction of the trash. So this is the very top of this particular peak. You can see the bulldozer's finally moving the trash up here. We have a ring of the pickers, just quickly getting to the freshest stuff. And often, it's right at the top here at these peaks. And they can be the most dangerous because they are obviously at the most risk of collapse and of methane explosions. At each peak where the chain of excavators ends, a bulldozer takes over. It waits as massive piles of waste dump in front of it and then rolls it over, pressing everything down in place. Honestly, when these things roll past, they do not give you any warning. It's just kind of, it starts moving and you get out of the way or you're kind of toast. That dude wasn't lying before, my feet are itchy as hell. And just like with the excavators, the pickers are never far behind, trailing every move, looking for one last chance to grab something valuable. No one seems to react to me, you know? Just some white guy rocks up with a camera on top of this giant mountain full of trash and everyone's just kind of cool with it. It's just another Tuesday for them.
Oh, this is one of the trash picker.
How long has he done this for?
2019 saya dari sini.
Since 2019, he said.
2019?
2019.
How old are you?
Berapa umur Mas kalau boleh tahu?
23.
23.
23?
Yeah.
What's life like here?
Gimana ya? Kalau menurut saya enak-enak aja sih.
The life here is pretty much easy for him. No school needed, no certificates needed, no need to have a good suits to work. So he just work and get money.
So you like this lifestyle?
Okay.
Yeah, he said okay.
In this landfill, scavengers routinely face extreme physical danger. Around 600 garbage trucks deliver nearly 8,000 tons of waste daily, meaning bulldozers and excavators are constantly moving mountains of trash. Causing frequent accidents, scavengers risk being crushed by heavy machinery or buried alive under collapsing heaps of garbage. Does he like it here?
Well, he can't say much about it, but this is the way he lives now, he said.
How much money does he make a day?
No. So he said that per day he don't know, but per month maybe he can get like 1 million.
1 million rupees. Avoiding machinery isn't enough. These scavengers must navigate waste loads with broken glass, rusty nails, metal shards, and used syringes. They cause frequent injuries. These wounds quickly escalate into tetanus, cellulitis, life-threatening sepsis. What's the worst bit of the job?
He said that he often gets sick and he worried about his future actually.
The landfill here is filled with heavy metals like lead, mercury, cadmium from all that electronic waste, from batteries, plastics, and it just permeates into these pools of toxic sludge or leachate, and it pools up all over the mountain. It forms these rivers that run along the roads, one of which I was unlucky enough to fall right into. And let me tell you, you are instantly itchy all day. It's this constant, subtle burn of sorts. Scavengers suffer skin conditions because of it. They get scabies, chronic dermatitis, rashes, fungal infections. And then there's the air quality. Toxic smoke from spontaneous methane burning, which we're going to get to, and airborne contaminants such as mold spores and bacteria fill the air. Over 65% of landfill workers experience persistent coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath. It's a tough place to exist. We press even deeper, past the constant churn of drop-off sites, through the maze of shanty towns that cling to the edge of this towering landfill. And the deeper we go, the thinner the sense of order becomes. Alright guys, so in the sort of the outskirts, the alleyways of the trash mountain is where everybody here lives. A lot of these pickers, they're from these sort of further out provinces, but they have these kind of shanty networks of houses where they're going to live, they're going to reside. Where the last site had some kind of structure, some rules, some level of road safety, and even security, this place feels different, raw, unchecked, the wild west of waste. So our guide on this side of the mountain, I gotta be honest, I don't think he's really decked out for it in trash gear. This is where the risk is just impossible to ignore. The pickers work in a constant state of urgency, heads down, scanning the waste for anything of value. But the highest reward comes with the highest risk, staying dangerously close to the excavators and the bulldozers. From inside the cab of the excavator, visibility is almost non-existent. It moves fast, swinging from side to side in this relentless rhythm, and with little time to react to any humans sitting in the many blind spots. Things are way more lax on this side of the mountain. I mean, they basically hoisted me up on this thing. This is probably not the safest thing. This is the first time I've ever been on an excavator, and what a ride. I mean, you're right on the edge of this cliff. You can feel the mountain below you kind of shift as he gets the bucket load. Like right now I can feel the whole excavator reaching over as he's grabbing that bucket. Then he's going to swing it back around. Within seconds, you have no visibility around what is there. You could quite easily take the head off one of these pickers. I don't know how they see anything. Okay? Thanks, bro. Thanks for not killing me. Whenever I come to these places, man, it's sort of like a reminder, an eye-opener of what really matters. Because sure as fuck ain't money that makes you happy, I tell you that. How long have you lived here, Mana?
Udah lama tinggal di sini, berapa lama, Bu? A year.
1 year. And why did you move here?
Oh, because he wants to get her school, her kid's school, but he got no money. She got no money.
So here there's more money. There's enough money to send your kids to school?
Ibu. Oh, he said yeah.
So how much money are you able to make here?
Weekly, roughly, he can get like 500,000 rupiah.
What about the food? I see in this area there's a lot of food. They cook that up? What exactly happens?
So she said she will pick the one that's still consumable, and then she will prepare the cook for herself.
What's the hardest thing about living here for her?
He said that the hardest thing living here is actually the environment itself, right? She doesn't want to live here actually if she can, but she had no other way to, get some money to get her kids go to school.
What does she hope for her kids and her life here?
She genuinely hopes that her kids can be a better person in life, so her kids doesn't have to live here like her.
Tough, huh? Hi. Okay, thank you very much.
Makasih, Ibu.
And one of the more dramatic dangers of Bantar Gebang are the methane explosions. They are deadly and they are very real. Huge pockets of methane gas form underground here as mountains of organic waste rot beneath the surface. They get trapped by those enormous layers of plastic, and then during dry season, these methane pockets, they ignite, setting off massive explosions, obviously dangerous in their own right, and they trigger these catastrophic landslides. These landslides trap scavengers, burying them alive under tons of waste. Just last year in October, a methane-triggered fire ripped through nearly 1/5 of this landfill, filling the skies of Jakarta with smoke. And so, there I was, on top of one of the world's largest trash mountains. And I'm thinking to myself, two things. Two primary questions came to mind. Just how far across Jakarta does the toxic health hazards of this mountain really stretch? And secondly, what the hell are all the scavengers collecting this plastic for anyway? What are they doing with it all? In Indonesia, lime is basically white gold. And nowhere is that clearer than in the booming metropolis of Jakarta. With over 10 million people in this rapidly developing city and another 20+ million in the outskirting area, the demand for building materials is through the roof. And that's where the lime industry steps in, taking raw limestone, calcium carbonate, and cooking it in kilns to create materials that are absolutely critical for everything from mortar to plasters to steel making, and notably these lightweight AAC blocks, which are kind of like the backbone of much of Indonesia's construction. And all around Jakarta, lime producers use these massive old school batch kilns where they literally just layer limestone and fuel and light it up and keep feeding it so that it burns at an incredible temperature for 2 days straight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 massive kilns. Only 2 are currently operational. These ones are getting cleaned out in front of me. And then again, just further on in the district, it's almost like an entire village that is operating exactly like this, just burning this trash. And the wood that they would traditionally rely on is anything but cheap. You see where I'm going here, right? There is, of course, a seemingly endless mountain of dirt cheap, rubberized plastic trash. And you can burn it. Trash rolls in here by the truckload. And by the time I show up, there's already families sifting through piles of rejected laundry detergent. Because hey, why throw something out that might be perfectly usable? And these guys have apparently just like a ton of used washing detergent. There's something about that kind of like metallic look on this plastic that is just jarring. Finding these ladies, these villagers here are going through all of it, finding the ones that are not empty so they can be reused. I mean, why not? Why burn it? They keep these kilns burning with just huge bundles of plastic. Workers pile them up, shove them in using these long bamboo poles. And once it hits the heat, everything just erupts in flame. Each new load sends massive clouds of black smoke rolling into the skies. This is coming in thick now. Oh my god. This is getting kind of crazy right now. And after burning away for a few days, once the lime pile finally collapses into the kiln, it's time to haul it all out. Alright, so here it is, guys. The final product. They're loading up everything from this pit, from this giant kiln that's been burning away for 2 days, loading it directly into this truck. Literally one bucket at a time. It is slow and grueling work, but that's the process. A couple of guys just loading the truck, and 2 miners below just digging away. They have these big arm sleeves on. They've got this one light just sort of lighting up the entire pit. The lime is then bagged and hauled into trucks that will take it off for further processing into the AAC blocks. And at the tail end of this entire process, there's entire stretches of farmland that lie under this kind of thick, toxic coating of kiln dust. You can just see these fields of of waste, just sludge. This is the very bottom of the kilns that can't be used. It's not getting turned into bricks. It's just, I mean, it's probably some of the most toxic shit on earth. And it turns out that much of the food in this area is affected by it. Studies sampling eggs from farms located near lime production areas revealed that they had dioxin concentrations around 3 to 4 times higher than the maximum safe level defined by national health guidelines. And sadly, plastic poison still manages to find all kinds of other ways into what people eat in Indonesia. And that brings me to what I'm calling trash tofu. It's kind of exactly what it sounds like, I think. This morning, we're doing, it's sort of like stinky tofu, except you get the stink a different way. It's not fermented like the Taiwanese would do. It's a little bit more challenging than that. So this kind of giant water boiler here is being filled with this mix of wood and plastic. The plastic is almost like a fire starter of sorts, I suppose. It is probably also just cheap fuel. It's getting like loaded up under the bottom here. Whilst the fire is cooking up there, getting seriously hot with all that trash, we have started to kind of like unload these soybeans that have been soaking all night long. The beans then get fed through this just giant grinder and broken down into milk. They're then moved over to this huge trash-powered boiler, and they're going to churn away, boiling away for a good 20 minutes or so. That is wild. Just this huge amount of steam being pressed through these 2 tubes here, and that rumbling sound is kind of worrying. I'm a bit scared standing next to this thing. It's going to explode or something. After the giant vat of boiled soy milk finishes cooking, they pour it into something like a huge cheesecloth. Some kind of giant soy latte is being cooked up from that giant pile of trash. Then 2 workers grab either side and slowly rock the whole thing back and forth. That swaying motion pushes the water out through the cloth, leaving the more solid curd behind. I still love this, using the like centrifugal force. Is that correct? I'm not a science guy. But anyway, you get my idea. Kind of the momentum forces the milk out. Kind of genius. But what's left in the vat is what we're after. That's the real prize. They skim off the top layer of froth, remove some water, and start transferring that tofu into the presses to shape it into blocks. They fold it neatly and then repeat the process over and over. By the end, you've got this hot, cowering stack with water steaming and gushing from all sides. We are completely racked up, and the water at this point is just gushing out of this thing. It is always amazing to me just how much more water there is left in this tofu. By the time you kind of think it's all gone, these presses, these racks, yeah, it's a waterworks.
Oh, that is cool as hell.
After it's settled into the mold, the tofu goes into these cold water baths to firm it up. It just gets floated for, I don't know, 10, 20 seconds as it moves along, so it can be passed from tray to tray to tray, remain kind of stick-free. They then slice it down to a set template, the perfect size for a market block. You guys think he's a Luka Doncic fan now? I bet he's pretty happy about it. And then it needs to be colored. So we start crushing tamarind in this big mortar and pestle. The tangy pulp is going to become the key ingredient to give this tofu its yellow color. So we are getting ready for the final step, which is firing up this giant tofu cooking cauldron with, you guessed it, serious amounts of plastic trash. And we add loads of tamarind. The tofu blocks each get their own share of the tangy mash before they get lowered into the pot to simmer. And after a few minutes, they come out with this lovely gold yellow finish. Despite everything, despite all that I've witnessed, this kind of work here is pretty impressive. These guys are doing detailed stuff, and while a little bit gnarly, actually looks really good. But that's not all. They've also got this second mystery technique here, something I've just never seen before, where each mold is folded separately. They wrap each tofu portion in cheesecloth, then roll it up by hand at just lightning speed, and there's teams of these guys doing it. Interesting stuff. But back to the yellow, it's time to eat some trash tofu. Now look, I've been told and informed by everybody here, trust me, that this is not the authentic way to eat tofu here in Indonesia. They don't just eat it raw straight like this. It's usually cooked. It's usually processed in some other way, shape or form. So people of Indonesia, please forgive me for eating trash tofu incorrectly. But what I'm after really is the most unadulterated taste. I really want to try and
how do I add this to watch later?
Humans can be twisted, and this case was a chilling reminder. Kirsty had just returned from work and was texting her colleague Richard when, all of a sudden, he stopped responding. All of her messages and calls went unanswered for more than 20 hours, which was highly unusual, because Richard had always been very responsive. Her concern grew even more, because Richard and his roommate Nicholas hadn't been on good terms, as he had recently found a gun on him and asked him to leave. The next day, Kirsty called 911 for a welfare check on Richard, but when police arrived, nobody answered the door. Later, Richard's family members arrived at his residence along with Kirsty to check on him, but none of them were prepared for what they were about to find.
Yeah, we're the ones that called.
Yeah, that's my assumption. Got the whole family here, huh?
Yeah, brother-in-law, mother,
sister.
Yeah, his sister.
So are you gonna go and see?
Well, no, we have.
No,
to,
you guys are gonna go and
He
see.
just has to stay. They don't have.
I'll just hang out here with the officer. So what's the story here? Besides what I got was you guys have don't like the roommate, or there's some problems with the roommate because he has mental health issues, and you haven't heard from your brother in a day.
Last I heard from him was last night, and the only reason it's a concern is because his roommate is currently mentally unstable and brought an unregistered firearm with him a few days ago.
Okay.
And they had some kind of conflict over the weekend because he was trying to get him to move out.
And then you haven't heard from him since last night. And no call, no show to work.
Cool. So you got the key? What's her name? Kristen.
No, I haven't really seen him lately. He said he was going to be doing some camping and stuff, and he just wants to get away for a while. So, yeah.
Oh, that's super weird. He told me he was going to be home today. He might be sleeping. You mind if I check his bedroom?
Actually, if you want to check his bedroom, I suppose you should. You could, but...
Yeah, he might be sleeping,
Yeah, so please, come on in.
Great.
I was really hoping to get some sleep just now, but that is not what's going on. So.
Alright, we'll be out of your hair shortly.
Oh.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, this is all their family. They're just worried about him.
Yeah.
If you want to come out, I'll give you the details.
Actually, that's probably okay. I could probably... This is probably not a good idea.
Well, they're just going to go check his room. It's all good.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to...
I appreciate it, yeah.
Not do. I think maybe if we could just come outside and talk for a minute here, I would appreciate that. If we could just do that. Do you guys happen to have a smoke on you? Because I haven't had a cigarette.
I can go check my car, but...
I appreciate that, yeah.
According to Richard's family and neighbors, Nicholas had been struggling with a mental health issue for quite some time. A year ago, Richard had invited him to move in, hoping to help him get back on his feet and find a job. But now, it seemed Nicholas was doing everything he could to keep everyone from seeing Richard.
I know,
Yeah, come on here. I'll check my... Come over here.
Oh, it's okay. I'm right here.
Well, just let him go check the room so we can get out of your hair.
I was really trying to talk with everybody out here for a second. The one girlfriend,
Kay.
Yeah, Kay Marie, yeah. So, Kay called and she says, Richie is not here. I says, oh, well, he actually did mention that he wanted to do some camping or something without her cell phone and stuff. So he just left like 2 nights ago, and I'm not sure even where he is. So, did you say you had a cigarette though?
I might have a cigarette, but I gotta go check my car.
Okay, please you go check your car.
Well, you can come with me, because they're gonna go inside and look for their brother, their family member. They have a key to get in, so...
Yeah.
Yep.
That's probably not the best idea.
No, that's a good idea.
The cat too.
Oh,
Yep.
yes. Actually, the cat does need her medication and stuff. Are you familiar with her medication?
Yeah, Rick, you can just leave with
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do that real quick. Come on in. Just the cat is right over here.
Huh?
His car's here.
Okay.
No, don't.
Hey, sir, what's your name?
Nicholas Van Cleef. Yeah, don't go in there. Definitely not a good idea.
Don't go where?
Nowhere. Can we go ahead and... Oh, yes, that's a... Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, can... She's up... Don't go up there. No.
They're gonna go check on their family member.
Oh, yeah. So
here, let's go see if we can find you a cigarette.
Yeah, let's go get a smoke, but... Joe...
You and I are gonna go get a smoke. Come on, let's go, man.
I would actually like 3 smokes and stuff.
Well, if I find some, I'll give you some.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now...
Come on, dude. Come on. Come on, bro.
Please, come out.
Yeah, let's go, man.
No,
After you.
No, but listen, I'm trying to...
We're gonna get a smoke, huh?
Well, no,
I'm gonna see if I got one.
What?
It's not a good idea.
No, let's get some smokes, though.
Well, but you're not listening. She's gonna hurt me. Oh my God.
Why is she gonna hurt herself?
I can't tell you.
Why can't you tell me?
Please stop.
What's going on, man?
I don't exactly know what's going on. But like, do you see you had a smoke?
I'm gonna go look for one, yeah.
Oh, that would be swell. I haven't had a smoke for
Sometimes I have him in my my car.
5 days or so.
Dang, it's a long time.
It was.
Well, let's go check his car out, man. He said he might have one.
I know what's gonna happen if I go there. I'm trying to smoke a cigarette real quick. Let me sit down.
Yeah, take a seat right there.
I had a very long day, so.
No, man, I don't have any. Sometimes I have them spares lying around in the side of the door, but they're.
Off camera, Richard's family searched the house but couldn't find him anywhere. However, when they checked Nicholas's bathroom, they discovered a heavy trash bag with patches of blood on it. Meanwhile, Nicholas was speaking to the officer, but much of what he said sounded suspicious.
Right. I don't deserve the smoke.
No, I didn't say that. I just don't have one.
No, I completely understand. But I'm trying to. I really don't think it's a good idea for. What am I talking about? They're going to do whatever they want because they're family, and so yeah. That's. Oh,
Officer, we need you in here, please.
Well, what's going on? Why don't you come out here and tell me?
Why do you... Wait, I didn't tell you. I'm not saying nothing.
No, I'm talking to her.
No, but it's not... I was trying to... I'm trying to avoid...
We found a bag in the bathtub upstairs with bloody... I'm not sure. Something.
Okay. Did you find your family member? No. Okay, all right.
Okay, so...
You say nothing, you go this way.
216.
No, you go.
I'm gonna need a second. I'm probably the supervisor here.
Go out. No. No.
Yeah, go sit down. Go sit down. Hey, can you guys go pull the car up such that she can sit down?
Do something.
We are going to do something. What I need you to do right now is I need you to go sit in your car. All right? We're going to do something. Can I get another officer here besides supervisor? Sir, can I just start? Get your name, please?
Oh, yes. My name is Nicholas.
He went camping?
Yes, sir.
Did he go by himself?
I suppose he went with a couple people. I don't know who he went. He just said he wanted to go camping. He's been known to go camping for a few days. He used to do that with his parents and stuff. I don't know.
And you guys have been getting along? Any problems with the two of you?
No, everything's fine. Yeah, we just went camping.
And you said he was with a girl or something?
I don't know who he was with.
Oh, okay.
He just left.
He has a girlfriend?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So where all of you guys go inside the house?
So me and my mom went upstairs, and she was both in the bedroom, so I checked all the other rooms, and there's nothing in the other rooms. So she went for his bathroom, and then I followed her in there.
Is their bathroom a common bathroom or is it just for him?
Just for him. Okay. So there is a common bathroom upstairs, but there's nothing in that one.
In the master bathroom.
In the master bathroom, that's his bedroom.
2 white trash bags coated in what I would assume is blood. Heavier, I just picked it up by the edge with this hand, but heavier than, I'd say, 25 pounds of sugar, and one of the bags had what I would...
Did you open them up?
I tried to, but there's like bags within bags, so there was more red blood on those, but one of the bags was kind of protruding out, or something ripped out, which I would assume as well. And then there's blood on the living room floor, smeared, dried, like a tent plane.
And then did you guys go in the garage and look at his car?
The car's there, but I didn't see it.
The door and
you didn't go inside and look inside the garage?
No, I didn't.
The truth was, Nicholas had shot Richard in the back of the head, causing him to collapse to the ground, still alive. Panicking over the consequences, Nicholas fired 4 more shots to his head, then dismembered his body and hid the remains throughout the house.
Nicholas, I got a question for you, man. So they're obviously worried about their family member, right?
Yes,
and when they went up into his room, they're telling me that they found a couple of garbage bags that are really heavy that have blood on them.
Yeah, I don't even know what that's about. I haven't seen them.
Another question. You don't have a firearm or anything in the house, do you?
I do.
You do? Where is it?
In my room, but it's not loaded or anything. Yeah.
It's in your room. It's not loaded. Where is it in your room?
On my bed.
On your bed.
Yeah.
Like just sitting there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said it's not loaded. Where's the ammunition?
In the whatever the magazine maybe it's called.
And where's the magazine? In the gun?
No, I think I cleared it out. You know.
You think you carried it out?
I think so. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, I don't know. Just insanity or something. I don't like know. Then I plead the fifth. I don't know anymore.
And why are you worried about pleading the fifth? Like why are you bringing that up?
I don't know. Isn't that how that works?
How what works?
Temporary insanity, I guess.
Temporary insanity. Why are you talking about temporary insanity?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm asking you why you said those things.
I have no idea.
You don't know why you said?
I'm not sure.
I plead the fifth and temporary insanity.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you have any? You don't have your gun on you right now, do you?
Absolutely not.
I see you have a knife in your pocket.
Do I have a knife?
Yeah, you have a knife.
Oh, that's a carry knife. Oh no, this is just one of those.
For my safety, can I take that for you for a little bit?
Knife.
Yep.
Yes, I don't.
You got anything in here either? What's all this?
That I know.
Keys?
I don't think so.
Do you mind if I look at just feel on the outside of this packet too? Is that cool?
Sure. Yeah.
That's just your wallet?
That's my wallet.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Look, I'm just gonna set this right over here.
Set that right over there.
Yep.
Okay.
He came back and you found him where?
Here.
And like what? You said you found him like that? What does that mean?
I have no idea. I didn't even find him. You know, he was just. He just came back and then he's here. Like, I didn't find him any which way. It's okay. I guess I don't need to smoke anymore. Ever, actually. I don't deserve to be able to smoke cigarettes.
Like, why don't you deserve to smoke a cigarette?
Because I don't have the money for it. I can't afford them, so why even try to smoke them, you know? It would be nice. You know what? I'm going to shut the up.
Well, I mean, you're not under arrest or anything. We're just here to check on the roommate, and they found some things that make them worry, and because of that, now we're just going to go inside and check. That's it. So any information that you have to help, you know.
Richie was my good friend. He's still my good friend. Why? What do you? Oh my gosh! What's going? Okay, listen. I wish, and it's okay. I don't need a cigarette. I don't deserve. I would like to smoke. That's not important. I think I'm just gonna sit here.
Officers needed to take a look at the bags in the other rooms for their investigation, but Nicholas was adamant that it wasn't a good idea for them to go inside.
This thing moving along so we can get out of your hair, right? The family's obviously gone upstairs to check on their loved one.
Yeah.
Right, and they found some stuff that made them a little afraid.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know.
because he isn't here and you live here,
yeah,
right? Yeah. We want to ask you, right, if it's cool if we go inside and check on his things.
I mean, I don't know. I have not been up here. I have not been here lately. I've been out and about trying to do DoorDash and stuff like that, you know. But yeah, I live here. Yeah.
So we want to go upstairs, right, and look in the master bedroom where it's your roommate's bedroom for him, just to check on him and see what's in there. All right?
Yeah, if that's what. Yeah. I mean, wait. You want to go upstairs and do what?
Well, check to make sure everybody's okay.
We'll go by all means. Like, make sure everybody's okay. Yeah. I mean.
Yeah, I just heard a lot of like movement. I thought something was happening over there. I was just like, okay, whatever. It sounded like something was hitting the wall.
What time was that?
I want to say it was like probably midnight or like, yeah.
Okay. We're just gonna sign something real quick, and then we'll.
I'm not so sure. Going in right now would be a good idea, actually.
What do you mean?
Well, he's just let him stay. He's gone somewhere, is he not? I mean.
I'm sorry, what?
He's gone somewhere, is he not?
Your roommate?
Yes. Just.
Well, I don't know. Where did he go?
He went camping.
How did he get there?
I don't know. He's got some friends and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Last time I talked to him, I mean, I'm his friend, but I don't talk.
Well, his family said he talked to him last night, and he wasn't camping.
He wasn't camping?
No.
I have no idea.
And you're saying he went camping 2 days ago and took his phone.
A couple of days. Well, I don't know.
He didn't tell them last night.
He mentioned he wanted to not take his phone and stuff.
Yeah, that's fine, but they talked to him last night.
He talked to them last night? Who talked to him though?
The family's saying they talked to him last night at 7 p.m.
I don't know. I don't know. He didn't tell me about it, but...
Okay.
Yeah. I think it'd be best not to go and...
Oh, you don't want us to go in there?
No, I don't think it'd be a good idea.
Is there a reason for that?
I know there's no reason. It's just I still gotta probably go back to work and stuff. And so I didn't do nothing. I'm not under arrest or anything like that.
Nope, you're not under arrest.
Concerned with her family, which makes sense to me too.
Yeah, I mean, they're concerned that... Hey, Dietrich, he changed his mind. Yeah, they saw some stuff inside that's concerning. Okay, so we want to go inside and make sure that everybody's okay. They saw some blood and stuff like that, so they're concerned that their family member could be hurt.
But what I'm thinking is, I'm not gonna think of anything. Yeah.
But you don't want us going in there?
No,
you're not gonna give us consent?
I don't think. There's no reason to.
Okay.
So,
all right. Hang tight.
Wait. We're hanging tight.
The only way to gain access to the house was to get a warrant for Nicholas.
How long you been living here, Nick? 5 to 6 months or so.
Oh, that's it? Where were you at before? Were you still here in Federal Way, or were you in a different city?
Yeah, something. I don't really recall where I was exactly. It was 702.
Did you work at Jimmy John's?
Jimmy John's?
Yeah, but JJ had. I thought that was Jimmy John's.
Oh, yeah, no.
That's
just a show hat. Like,
oh, okay.
Yeah. I do DoorDash. Like,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
You like it?
Do I like it? Good days and bad days.
Yeah, it's like every job, man.
Yes.
But it's you that can determine if it is a good day. Don't let other people determine if it's going to be a bad day.
Yes and no. I want to get a coat. I'm going to go get a coat on. Is that, can I do that?
You're going to get a coat on?
Yeah.
I would prefer no.
Why? Why do I not?
I don't want you to go back inside right now so we can figure out what's going on out here.
We have some sort of suspicion of something going on. Of course. Now, because we didn't find, or you guys didn't find, a human being, and that removes kind of our authority to go in for a welfare check, right? The law says that if we have reason to believe that somebody's life is in imminent risk of, of death or bodily harm, that kind of stuff, then we can go in right away and make sure that everybody is safe. Okay? Because that doesn't exist right now, what we're doing is we have to follow the law, right? He's asking, he's said some suspicious things too.
You mind if I go in with you?
Sure, come on. Yeah, you can stand at the door.
Where's the coach at?
And FYI, there is a gun on his bed in his room.
Never mind. Don't go back in yet.
I'm not.
Hey, we're gonna go. What? I can't walk in with you to get the coat, right?
No, I think he's going to get it.
No, I was trying to...
The reason why I don't want you inside right now is because supposedly there's a gun inside.
Yeah, it's upstairs, but it's fine.
And we appreciate that you're letting us know, but for everybody's safety, 100% of the time, we're going to just keep people away from guns, right? Even if they're their own guns right now. So we just want you to that's one of the reasons why we're going to kind of ask you to stay outside.
So I should have... Oh my goodness. Yeah, so...
He's not allowed in there.
You're not allowed in there. Cool. All right.
You know what? Never mind. I don't need it. I'm fine. I'm fine.
I know you guys already are in the process of getting a warrant, but if it helps, I'll go back in.
Yeah, well, at this time, because
the suspicion.
Well, our hope, obviously, is that everything is fine, and who knows that there is no crime.
I'd rather be really, really wrong.
That's our hope, but if in the event that that's not the case, we want to make sure that any evidence that we collect, anything that we find out, is done according to the law.
She's his coworker and best friend. She's the one that originally called for the first welfare check, and she was chatting with them last night. So
okay, I'll get your information too.
Like
appreciate it.
Chatting and stuff.
He seemed desperate to go in and finish the job, but wasn't clever enough to pull it off.
Well, I'd like to go get my utility knife, so I can...
No, we're gonna leave that right there.
But it's my knife.
Yeah, you'll get it back. You need to cut something right now? Because I don't think you have a need for it. You're not in any danger. You got 3 police officers protecting you.
Wait a minute. I should go take a pee in my bathroom real quick. You guys mind if I...
No, you can't go back inside.
But I'd like to go just pee.
Or you can't go pee inside. You just can't. We're not letting you back inside right now.
So I can pee out here.
I'm not going to stop you.
That's very nice. But I can't go back inside. But that's okay. I don't need to go back inside. Yeah, I'll just pee by the tree.
I can hold it?
What? You want me to hold it?
Huh?
You want me to hold what?
I mean, you can't hold it like a big boy?
Oh, yeah. Right here, I can go pee. By the tree, right? You guys don't want me to go pee? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, we don't want you to pee out in public if you can hold it. But I understand the frustration.
I was just gonna go pee right on the tree. That way it's out of the way and nobody's in looking, right? Isn't that how people can pee? Or
Yeah, and that's how people pee outside.
yeah, because that's what I have to do is pee outside. You're saying hold it. I don't know. I'm going to try to just pee real quick.
Fellas, he's gonna take a pee real quick. He can't hold it.
Is that okay?
Yep.
I don't quite understand why I don't quite know what to do. Wait a minute. Yeah, I can hold it.
No, you good.
Yep, I can hold it.
Yep, no, you good.
I don't understand what you guys are doing.
We're trying to figure that out too, my friend. But
Yeah.
it's not, because you're a good guy. You've been talking to us, so I appreciate that.
You know what? I don't need to talk to you guys. I mean, I do. I haven't seen him at all lately, but I need to go. Go ahead. What do you need to do? There's something going on.
Nothing's going on, man. Nothing's going on.
What are you doing? I'm good.
You want us to both stand right here?
Absolutely not. I liked you over on that side, and maybe him just standing right there, and then I was gonna go pee right there, and then I have peripheral vision over here on this one, and then peripheral vision over there on that one. Who knows, you know? But I'm gonna sit down.
Hey, so I don't know if they kind of told you what's going on right now. I got some detectives that want to come out and talk to you real quick. Right now, it sounds like we're probably going to get a search warrant for your residence.
I don't think we don't need a search warrant. Actually, I don't need a search warrant. Feel free.
We do though.
Why would you need why would you need a search warrant? That just makes it
Well,
no sense.
like I said, we're concerned about the well-being of your room.
It took a while to process the search warrant, but based on what the witnesses and Richard's family members told the police, Nicholas was now to be placed under arrest.
Hey, Nicholas, you are under arrest. Just stay seated. Okay, we're going to grab your hands and put them behind your back.
I'd rather use this. I'd rather.
Come on, man.
I'm not trying to think. You not. Wait, time out. Time. What is.
We're going to have you talk to our detectives.
Why do we have so many people around me?
How many people we got here right now? So we're going to take you back to our station, have you talk to detectives. We're going to advise you of your rights real quick. Okay?
Good.
Okay.
I can't move. You're supposed to move?
Nope, not right now.
I'm not really doing so good. Like,
Nicholas, you have the right to remain silent. Anything that you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right at this time to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights as I've explained them to you? Nicholas, do you understand these rights as I've explained them to you?
All right, we're going to walk to a car over here, Nicholas.
Upon entering the property, the detectives found trash bags containing Richard's body parts in his room, as well as in several closets and the bathroom. In one room, they discovered a 9mm pistol, a large kitchen knife, Richard's phone, bloody socks, and a machete. They even found a bloody hatchet hidden beneath a pillow, along with bullet fragments in the living room. There were apparent bloodstains throughout the living room floor as well.
All right, bud, here. Lean back so I can get this seatbelt a little loose for you. Good?
I would like these cuffs off.
Yeah, we're going to get you just in just a little bit. We're going to walk inside.
But these cuffs are not beneficial for me.
1, 2, 3. Nice, man. Step aside right here so I can close the door. We're going to go right to that door right there. We'll get you out of them in just a second.
I don't know if I believe you anymore. That's what you keep saying.
Okay, how about this? A few minutes.
Well, I would like to just get out of them now, and then, but I don't have a choice, do I? I'm trying to. I wonder why, though. I'm a good person. Why have I seen you before? I've seen you before, and.
We've been hanging out and talking for like the last almost 2 hours. If that's what you mean. Although your name does kind of ring a bell.
Here you go. Here. I don't know how to do that. It's fine. I don't need to. I'm not waiting. You look like I'm a bad guy.
We're gonna go out that way.
You need to stop. I'm not a bad guy. I'm actually a good guy. Oh yes, please take these cuffs off. So
We're not gonna do that.
How am I supposed to sit down?
Put your feet in.
We can't do this anymore. This has to stop. I cannot keep having this happen, especially when I didn't do anything. Even though, listen to me.
Okay,
listen to me.
I'm listening. You can get
even
in.
I cannot get in with these handcuffs. Listen to me.
Okay,
even,
look that way for me.
You're not
okay?
listening.
Look that way for me. I'm gonna put this.
Look, stop. You're not listening.
I am listening.
I did not do anything. But you're blaming me that I did something.
Can you scoot back?
No, how am I supposed to? No, these things are.
Okay, look that way again.
I can't. Listen, you're not. Why are you not listening?
I am listening.
Because you are not. I'm not important anymore.
That's not true. I'm listening to you, sir.
Listen, there's these cuffs on my fingers.
I checked them and
I cannot get.
They're just as tight as they're supposed to be.
Nicholas was charged with first-degree murder, and his bail was set at $2 million. His court hearing was scheduled for May 5th. We don't have any information regarding the court's decision as of now, but this case makes one wonder: who can you trust, if not a friend of many years? The world is just becoming a sadder place to live in. YouTube thinks you'll love the video on screen. Click to watch now.
Guy sounded like the Shaggy from. He sounded like Owen Wilson. He sounded like.
Zone Dreamers. In all space and time, where every eventuality lies just out of reach. Four friends find for themselves the true strength of unity.
CTV News Decision Desk declaring a Liberal win. We know that the Liberals will be forming the next government of Canada. The big question right
Hey guys, I just found an amazing digital marketing expert on Fiverr.
The company had its most effective campaign yet. The team continues hiring top-rated experts to this day. And Jerry? Well, he wondered if his reaction was a bit much. It definitely was. Hire a freelancer today and start your own success story.